A cataclysmic blast of red and black energy erupted across the battlefield. A young warrior and his two comrades steeled themselves against the devastating shockwave. The scarred young man, his face a mask of resolve, tightened his grip on a glowing blue artifact. Meanwhile, other heroes found themselves ensnared within a swirling vortex of malevolent purple energy. One of the men cried out to his superior with a pained grunt as the pressure intensified. He warned that the magic saint's mana was depleted and he wouldn't last much longer, insisting that their only path to victory was to destroy the creature's other core. The scarred man frantically searched for another artifact, Glingner, questioning where it had gone. He cursed in frustration, realizing it was lost among the entangled branches and suspected the enemy had deliberately hidden it, knowing its power. He declared that with the spear Longinus still in his possession, he could destroy the core with a direct hit and asked his comrade, Lake, if he could use his awakening magic one last time, to which Lake agreed to try his best. However, he acknowledged the grim reality of their current situation. The scarred man bravely offered to act as a decoy, drawing the monster's attention, causing his companion to protest in fear for his life. He brushed off the concern, stating there was no time to waste and they had to act immediately. A young man named SeoJoon was suddenly called out to as he charged forward, with his companion yelling for him to wait. SeoJoon moved like a phantom, his blade carving arcs of blue light through the encroaching shadowy tendrils. He realized that a single hit would be fatal and marveled that the magic saint had been fending off these relentless attacks in his weakened state. But it was clear that the venerable mage had finally reached the end of his stamina. Steeling his resolve, SeoJoon understood that he was the only one left who could take on this burden. He then unleashed a circular wave of blue energy, slicing through the tendrils that swarmed him from all sides. Just then, his two companions looked up in awe as a massive tendril was suddenly ensnared within a constricting purple barrier. A devastating barrage of energy rained down from above, targeting a small, bird-like creature on the forest floor. The caped spearman hovered ominously above the vast impact crater his attack had created. He let out a sharp cry of exertion, the strain of the battle clearly taking its toll. Exhausted, he slumped down in the darkened forest, unaware of menacing red eyes watching him from the shadows. He analyzed his predicament, knowing he needed to get closer to pierce the core with Longinus but could find no opening in its defenses. The warrior conceded that this challenge was far greater than simply acting as a lure. Suddenly, his thoughts were shattered as a monstrous root shot out from the ground, wrapping tightly around his leg. He cursed under his breath, having been caught completely off guard by the ambush. In that critical moment, luminous blue chains of pure energy shot through the air. SeoJoon looked up in utter shock as the colossal legs of the monster, now bound by these chains, descended towards him. He instantly recognized the spell as the magic saint's powerful weakening magic. The mage's intent was clear, signaling that this was his one chance to strike. The caped hero seized the opportunity, thrusting his glowing spear upward toward the gargantuan foe. SeoJoon noticed with concern that the magical chains were thinner and less numerous than they had been previously. He correctly deduced that casting the spell again with so little mana must have placed an immense strain on the magic saint. With a fresh cut on his cheek, SeoJoon's expression hardened with unwavering determination. His eyes locked onto a fleeting vulnerability in the enemy's defense. He lunged forward, his weapon connecting with its unseen target with tremendous force. Yet, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the point of impact, violently throwing the silhouetted spearman backward. The magic saint's determined face was shown, his will fueling the glowing blue chains that held the beast. SeoJoon landed heavily on the ground just as a massive, dark tendril slammed into the earth beside him. The sheer force of the blow obliterated a nearby structure, sending a shower of debris into the air. A dry cough escaped his lips as dust and grit filled his lungs. He then cried out in agony, the impact jarring his entire body. The young warrior had believed that destroying the core with the lance of Longinus was entirely possible. Because of that belief, he had thought merely getting closer was enough, a mistake he now painfully recognized as a major blunder. A devastating blast of chaotic red and black energy slammed into the ground where he had been standing. The concussive force hurled him violently backward through a storm of shattered earth and stone. His mind screamed to dodge the follow-up attack, but his battered body refused to respond. Despite his injuries, the dark-haired young man glared forward with an unyielding, fiery determination. The scarred man's voice shakily urged the boy to run away. He reflected in awe on the student's outstanding martial arts skill for his age, admitting it had been a long time since anyone's ability had made him tremble like this. He remembered how the young man's name had become famous across Korea in just a year, and mused on the incredible potential he held to one day become a hero for all of mankind, though he concluded the boy wasn't strong enough yet. For that very reason, he believed the young man had to live, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, as he desperately screamed for him to escape. But the young man quietly and firmly refused the order. The older warrior stumbled as SeoJoon suddenly lunged past him, heading back toward the danger. The man yelled after him, telling him not to get carried away by his emotions. He insisted that SeoJoon had to live, revealing that his own time was running out regardless. He pleaded with the boy not to be foolish and to accept the harsh reality of their situation. SeoJoon turned back and challenged him, asking why he himself wasn't running away. He questioned why the hero hadn't abandoned them and their companion, Manchul, when he easily could have saved himself. The gray-haired man looked back, his expression one of complete shock at the young man's words. SeoJoon pressed further, asking why he was now so willing to sacrifice himself after protecting them all this time. A pained grunt escaped the young man's lips as he pushed through his exhaustion. He knelt to the ground, planting his long spear firmly into the earth before him. Channeling his remaining energy, he erected a formidable hexagonal barrier with his spear to defend against the enemy's onslaught. He acknowledged to himself that the veteran warrior was right, running away was logically the best option. This course of action would mean leaving the magic saint to face the monster alone. The most rational choice was to take Manchul and escape from the battlefield. Conversely, he knew the absolute worst option was to continue fighting the monster in their grievously weakened state. He admitted that he already knew the correct answer, yet for some inexplicable reason, he simply did not want to flee. His face bloodied but his gaze unbroken, the determined young man glared forward, his will resolute. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a question posed by his mentor, Hercules, during his very first lecture: what did they believe true strength to be? His mind raced back to a fundamental question his mentor had once posed: what is true power? He recalled the orientation lecture, where the greatest hero of Greek and Roman mythology, Hercules, had initially emphasized the importance of muscles. However, SeoJoon remembered that raw physical strength was not the ultimate power the legendary hero wanted to teach them. As the most famous of all mythical heroes, Hercules' words from that very first lesson suddenly echoed with newfound clarity in SeoJoon's memory. Hercules had explained that the concept of power he was referring to had nothing to do with physical force. He had elaborated that the power he intended to teach was of a different nature entirely, even as SeoJoon remembered complaining about the difficulty of the daily quests. The memory sharpened, showing a younger, completely exhausted SeoJoon slumped on the floor of a training room. In that flashback, he had looked up in confusion. He had wondered why the lesson had suddenly paused and why his mentor had stopped speaking. Then, Hercules had delivered the profound answer: the true power was atonement. The hero had shared his own tragic story of being driven mad by Eros' curse, murdering his wife and children, and finding salvation not in death but in the 12 labors of atonement suggested by a friend. The first 6 of these 12 impossible trials were laid out, from killing the Nemean lion to driving away the Stymphalian birds. The remaining 6 labors were just as daunting, culminating in the kidnapping of Cerberus, the very gatekeeper of hell. Hercules had recounted how his reputation grew with each completed trial. However, he then revealed that people had suddenly begun to laugh at him. They had mocked him, questioning how a man who murdered his family could be a hero, and their hurtful insults had once again driven him to thoughts of suicide, yet he refused to give up. Instead, He had chosen to live for others, sacrificing himself to a degree that many considered foolish. He had confessed his only hope was that, one day in the distant future, his acts of altruism would feel natural, allowing him to finally forgive himself. Through this path, Heracles not only redeemed himself but also saved the Greek gods from chaos, cementing his place as a true hero. The story had concluded by showing how Heracles, who began as a madman who killed his own family, had ended his path of atonement as the greatest hero of them all. He had stressed that the singular power that drove him was the unyielding will to atone. The legendary hero had then warned his students that people would often tell them their goals were impossible. He spoke from experience, confirming that he had heard such dismissive words countless times while undertaking his own trials. Despite this, he wanted them all to understand that such negativity ultimately didn't matter. He had emphasized that people would tell them it was impossible, over and over again. But he didn't offer the simple advice to just get over it, because he knew they wouldn't be able to. He had revealed that only one thing was needed. A single, personal reason for why one must succeed was all it took to become a hero. Back in the present, a guttural cry escaped SeoJoon's lips as this realization empowered him. The magic saint screamed at him to stop, calling his advance toward the monster an act of insanity. The old warrior insisted SeoJoon couldn't win, a fact the young man knew better than anyone was undeniable. As the veteran pleaded with him to stop his futile effort, a cold fear clung to SeoJoon's heart, whispering for him to back down. Yet at that same time, Hercules' voice resounded in his mind once more, urging him to remember. The hero's words echoed, even when the world tells you that you can't succeed, and thousands of reasons to run away present themselves, you must push forward. As the thought that he couldn't do it persisted, he realized how reckless his 38 years of life must seem to the ancient magic saint. He continued his determined march onward nonetheless. He reflected that those same years, which seemed so short to the old man, foolishly made up his entire existence. Resolved not to give up this time, he tapped into a divine power that had been building within his body and soul. A colossal explosion of golden light erupted from his position on the forest floor. The magic saint could only let out a strangled gasp of astonishment. A cascade of memories depicting past struggles flashed by, starting with a man being impaled by a glowing spear. Hercules' lesson on an overwhelming force that shatters all obstacles echoed through his mind. A warrior's determined face filled the vision, bracing for a devastating attack from above. The scene shifted to a man narrowly dodging a massive, sweeping arc of incandescent orange energy. Another memory showed a warrior with two-toned hair being struck by a blindingly powerful attack. The montage focused on an extreme close-up of a man's face, twisted in an expression of raw, angry determination. A low, powerful growl of exertion began to build. It then erupted into a soul-shaking scream that tore through the chaos. The world dissolved into a blinding blast of light, filled with the blurred, frantic shapes of the ongoing battle. For a brief moment, the violent imagery was replaced by a peaceful, aerial view of a lush green forest canopy. This tranquility was shattered by the sight of a figure in black falling rapidly through vibrant streaks of colored light. A vampiric enemy was seen recoiling, desperately shielding his face from the brilliant radiance. Nearby, the elderly magic saint screamed in pure terror, raising his hands instinctively. The climax of the onslaught showed a figure, protected by a sphere of light, being assaulted by the giant shadowy tree monster. The figure, armed with a glowing staff, was violently thrown backward through the air by the immense force. The blinding light of the attack finally began to fade. The magic saint cried out in alarm and lunged forward, catching the young man's falling body. He yelled out SeoJoon's name, his voice filled with panic and concern. Upon checking his condition, the old man realized that while his wounds were severe, his life wasn't in immediate danger, concluding that he'd fainted from using a power his body couldn't yet handle. The veteran warrior reflected on the abnormal power SeoJoon had just unleashed, marveling at how the once sickly kid had grown so strong. He fell silent for a moment, processing the incredible event. He then turned to Manchul and confessed with surprising honesty that he had been utterly terrified. When his companion asked if he feared the giant tree, the old man chuckled, admitting he was not fearless and that he still clung to life despite his age. He clarified that his fear wasn't of the monster, but of death itself and the chilling thought of what would happen to the world after he was gone. A confused Manchul asked for the meaning behind his cryptic words. The magic saint gravely explained that the world was not nearly as safe as most people believed it to be. He admitted that as he drew closer to death, this worry had grown into a significant burden. He confessed his belief that the world, in its fragile state, still needed his protection. Manchul correctly deduced this was why he had taken on a disciple, which the old man affirmed, adding that while his student had exceeded expectations, it still hadn't eased his deep-seated anxiety. After witnessing SeoJoon's stand, however, he now viewed his worries as needless paranoia, considering the event a profound wake-up call. He came to the comforting realization that even after his death, his students would be there to carry on his legacy. Just then, a weak voice asked why, if he truly believed that, he hadn't run away himself. The magic saint turned to the now conscious SeoJoon, explaining that he had seen something special in the young man's tenacity. He declared that he had just witnessed the very beginning of a new generation of heroes. His mind conjured an image of a lone figure with a staff walking resolutely toward a bright, all-encompassing light. A peaceful and contented smile spread across the old warrior's face. He quietly mused to himself on how quickly time really does fly. SeoJoon jolted awake with a sharp cry of pain. The magic saint, sitting nearby, calmly noted that he had finally regained consciousness. Realizing he was in a hospital, SeoJoon felt a wave of relief that he had survived the dungeon, but inwardly questioned why a VVIP like the old man was in the same room. His first thought was for the others, and he quickly asked if everyone else was alright. Manchul assured him that his wound was deep but manageable, while the magic saint cheerfully added that he too was recovering well, thanks in part to SeoJoon's first aid. SeoJoon observed that Manchul seemed to be in stable condition, but his gaze lingered with concern on the magic saint. Manchul then asked about SeoJoon's condition, revealing he had been unconscious for 6 hours, which caused SeoJoon to frantically ask if SeoJoon had been contacted. Manchul's confirmation brought SeoJoon immense relief, as he finally felt the ordeal was resolved without any lasting issues. However, that relief shattered when Manchul casually mentioned he had also contacted SeoJoon, prompting a shocked SeoJoon to question why. Manchul explained that SeoJoon had mentioned SeoJoon's deep worry, and that the two were coming together, forcing SeoJoon to confront the terrible impression his disappearance must have made. He winced at the dawning horror that he had vanished right after cheerfully announcing he was taking her grandfather's priceless sword to find a missing person. Meanwhile, the magic saint recalled Manchul's daughter, SeoJoon, prompting Manchul to confirm he was saving for her tuition and to pointedly remind the old man of his promised double pay. Manchul's tone turned suspicious as he accused the wealthy mage of considering backing out of their payment agreement. The magic saint reassured him that the payment was guaranteed but hinted that he had a different proposition in mind. He then made a truly astonishing offer, asking what Manchul would think about him personally mentoring his daughter. Overhearing the proposal, SeoJoon's jaw dropped in utter amazement. Manchul, equally stunned, accused the old man of going senile, but the magic saint calmly insisted his mind was still perfectly sharp despite his advanced age. Still confused, Manchul questioned the sudden change of heart, leading the saint to explain that recent events had shifted his priorities. He elaborated that with little time left, he wanted to pass on his knowledge, offering to mentor SeoJoon as a gift for saving his life. The old man chuckled, adding the caveat that the offer stood only if she actually wished to become a magician. He then turned his attention to SeoJoon, extending the same offer of mentorship to him as a reward for his role in the rescue. SeoJoon laughed and politely declined, stating that if the saint truly wanted to give him something, he would much prefer it be money. The magic saint roared with laughter and agreed, telling SeoJoon to name a price worthy of his life, urging him not to hold back. SeoJoon's eyes widened with greed as he began to state his exorbitant request. Suddenly, the hospital room door was flung open with explosive force. SeoJoon rushed in, trying to explain to her furious grandfather that there had been a misunderstanding, but he furiously declared he would not let SeoJoon go this time. A chilling realization washed over SeoJoon as Manchul screamed at him to run for his very life from the approaching Sword Saint. SeoJoon's mind raced through futile escape plans as the Sword Saint ordered him to be silent, only to be interrupted by a calm greeting from the Magic Saint. The legendary swordsman's rage faltered, replaced by a flicker of pure confusion. The Magic Saint casually commented on how long it had been, leaving the Sword Saint to stare in stunned disbelief. The Sword Saint struggled to process the unexpected reunion, weakly questioning why his old comrade was there. The old mage grew nostalgic, reminiscing about their youthful days before asking how the years had treated him. The Sword Saint curtly replied that he was unchanged before demanding to know why the Magic Saint was in a hospital bed looking so frail. The mage joked that he'd nearly died trying to be brave, while SeoJoon interjected that she'd rushed ahead of her grandfather to prevent him from causing a scene. The Sword Saint scoffed that his friend's nonsensical chatter proved he was faking, but the Magic Saint gravely insisted that he had genuinely almost died. He then gestured to SeoJoon, revealing that the young man was the very person who had saved his life. The Sword Saint's rage reignited as he lunged, prompting a terrified yelp from SeoJoon, who pleaded that his actions had been a last resort. As the swordsman accused SeoJoon of selling his sword, the Magic Saint intervened, asking for forgiveness on behalf of the boy who had saved him. The Sword Saint coldly dismissed the plea, stating that the matter did not concern him and that SeoJoon had made a grave error. The Magic Saint gently argued that the boy must have been in a desperate situation, musing aloud how time changes one's perspective, which gave his old friend pause. Nevertheless, the Sword Saint insisted the boy had crossed a line, prompting the Magic Saint to finally ask what crime could possibly warrant such fury. With quiet intensity, the Sword Saint revealed that SeoJoon had sold his legendary Azure Dragon sword, a revelation that left the Magic Saint speechless. A horrifying realization dawned on SeoJoon as the Magic Saint connected the dots, asking the swordsman if the money from that sale had been used to buy the spear SeoJoon was carrying. The mage relayed SeoJoon's lie about the spear being a gift, which the Sword Saint furiously denied, leaving SeoJoon to mentally curse his own foolishness. Desperately, SeoJoon backpedaled, stammering that he hadn't actually sold the sword but had only left it as collateral for a loan. He frantically promised he could get it back, claiming the loan was small and that the association president could vouch for him. The Sword Saint turned to the mage, asking if he should still be forgiven, forcing the old man to reluctantly plead for him to at least spare SeoJoon's life. Acknowledging both the plea and the technicality that the sword wasn't sold, the Sword Saint declared he would settle the matter with one single hit. He told SeoJoon to block it, dodge it, or die, but SeoJoon knew with absolute certainty that the attack was meant to be fatal. SeoJoon made one last, desperate plea for a chance to go and retrieve the sword. The Sword Saint was unmoved, coldly repeating that he intended to finish everything in one decisive strike. The legendary warrior's eyes began to glow as he gritted his teeth, immense energy gathering in his open hand. His hand clenched into a fist, becoming the epicenter of a swirling vortex of crackling blue power. A moment later, he unleashed a devastating explosion of bright blue and white energy that shot toward SeoJoon. SeoJoon's eyes widened in sheer terror as he braced for the overwhelming impact. The onlookers could only watch in stunned horror as the attack found its mark. The blinding light subsided, revealing the silent, dust-filled aftermath of the powerful blow. A pained groan broke the silence as SeoJoon was revealed to be standing, battered but miraculously alive. The Magic Saint stared in utter shock, unable to comprehend how SeoJoon had taken the attack head-on. His astonishment grew as he realized SeoJoon's arm, which should have been shattered to pieces, was completely intact. Wasting no time, SeoJoon immediately held the Sword Saint to his word, declaring the deal of one hit was fulfilled with no takebacks. He then announced his hasty departure for some fresh air and bid the two old friends a pleasant reunion as he fled the room. Seeing his chance, Manchul desperately yelled for SeoJoon to wait and take him along. However, a single, sharp word of silence from the Sword Saint stopped him in his tracks. The Magic Saint chuckled, teasing his friend for going soft in his old age by deliberately controlling his power to avoid a fatal outcome. The Sword Saint conceded that the boy's actual death would have been inconvenient, but admitted he was genuinely surprised he had survived. The mage astutely suggested the Sword Saint didn't truly dislike SeoJoon, an idea the swordsman angrily dismissed, calling the boy an eyesore. Unconvinced, the Magic Saint laughed, theorizing that the real issue was SeoJoon's close relationship with his granddaughter, SeoJoon. The Sword Saint's expression hardened as he curtly declared that the small talk was over. The formidable warrior sat on the edge of the hospital bed, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Leaning in, he finally asked the question that had brought him here, demanding to know exactly what had transpired in that dungeon. The Sword Saint found the entire situation utterly difficult to believe. It was already astonishing that a trace of the Apostle of Temperance had been found in a warped 10-star dungeon. On top of that, a mutant had appeared during the search, and the one who allegedly defeated it was none other than that troublesome punk, SeoJoon. The Magic Saint chuckled, insisting his friend should have witnessed the event, and remarked on how SeoJoon's skill had grown exponentially in just a few days. He then pointed out that the Sword Saint still seemed completely unable to acknowledge the young man's accomplishments. The swordsman admitted this was true, but clarified his distrust was aimed at the current generation of professional hunters as a whole. He dismissed even the vaunted S-classes as unimpressive, a sentiment the Magic Saint quietly shared, agreeing they were nothing special. The narrative shifted, reflecting on the legendary heroes of Cataclysm, for whom being a hunter was a calling, not just the lucrative job it had become. A stern, long-bearded man, a figure representing that bygone era, was silhouetted against a brilliant light. His voice echoed a grave concern, questioning if the world would have the strength to fight back once the last of the old heroes were gone and the great threat reawakened. A heavy silence lingered in the air, filled with unspoken anxieties. But the Magic Saint offered a counterpoint, reminding his friend that someone once thought to be insignificant had just achieved the impossible. He sighed softly, reflecting that their time, the era of the old heroes, was now passing. Elsewhere, a figure in a green hoodie quietly approached a man recovering in a hospital gown. The mage continued his thought, suggesting their era might have already ended without them even realizing it. The Sword Saint demanded to know what he was talking about. With a hearty laugh, the Magic Saint simply commented on how much time had truly passed for them both. In the hospital room, SeoJoon and a much healthier Manchul embraced in a brightly glowing hug. Nearby, the young woman SeoJoon was overwhelmed with emotion, crying with relief. Manchul gently held the sobbing girl, his own eyes closed in a moment of profound gratitude. He then turned his attention to his savior, calling out SeoJoon's name. With heartfelt sincerity, Manchul thanked him for saving his life. SeoJoon humbly waved it off, insisting that it had been nothing. As time healed all wounds, the three of them were eventually discharged from the hospital one by one. Life began to return to normal for everyone, but a few significant things had changed in the aftermath. SeoJoon, filled with newfound determination, passionately declared that she would dedicate herself to her training. The first major change was that the Magic Saint had officially accepted SeoJoon as his personal disciple. The second was SeoJoon receiving a payment of 10 billion won for saving the mage's life, with the old man insisting his life wasn't so cheap. The Magic Saint told him to use the money freely, as it was destined for charity anyway, leaving SeoJoon in awe of his incredible coolness. SeoJoon then used 500 million won from his reward to finally return the Azure Dragon sword, a tense exchange where the Sword Saint nearly killed him before he could yell that the promise was fulfilled. Following these events, his progress in Heracles' lecture jumped by a massive 47.3%. He reflected on his unexpected gains, the legendary spear Gungnir, a net worth of 9.5 billion won, and a huge leap in his training, all while still pondering how he survived the Sword Saint's attack. Back at the academy, SeoJoon's friend greeted his return with cheerful enthusiasm. SeoJoon jokingly accused his friend of not being worried, but the friend explained he knew SeoJoon was fine because SeoJoon had been giving him regular updates. Giving a confident thumbs up, the friend added that he always believed in SeoJoon's incredible resilience, just as SeoJoon herself arrived on the scene. SeoJoon immediately asked if he was alright, and SeoJoon assured her that he felt perfectly fine. Wasting no time, he showed her a list and asked if she could help him find a particular type of item. SeoJoon, ever reliable, glanced at it and confirmed she could get it for him right away, once again impressing SeoJoon with her capability. While so much in his life had shifted, the Dream Academy remained his one constant, a place he was starting to lose count of his blessings in. He found himself thinking that this place had truly started to feel like home. Inside a virtual classroom, the instructor Heracles explained that while difficult, some students truly managed to grasp the significance of God power. Heracles then directly addressed the student who must have been surprised by the sudden massive increase in his lecture progress. He clarified that this shouldn't be a shock, as the entire lecture was designed from the beginning with the express purpose of teaching this very power. To put it simply, SeoJoon had finally understood the core concept he was meant to learn, which was why his progress had skyrocketed. However, the instructor's tone shifted dramatically. Heracles boomed, chastising any thought that this meant his lectures were no longer necessary, calling the idea utterly ridiculous. He explained that God power was a force close to its source, and wielding its infinite potential required a body that could properly support it. This, he revealed, was the true reason he had relentlessly emphasized the importance of muscle. It was to build a vessel capable of handling such immense energy. Heracles declared that the real lecture was only just beginning, forcing SeoJoon to accept that while he could now use God power, his body couldn't keep up and muscle training was his only way forward. With his lecture progress so high, SeoJoon finished his daily assignments early, leaving him time to consider applying for another course with his newfound wealth, though the Heaven Seal class remained elusive. For a moment, he entertained the idea of simply buying a powerful elixir instead. A system window appeared, showcasing various legendary consumables like elixirs and nectar, promising to overflow his mana reserves. SeoJoon paused, considering his options carefully. After a moment of thought, he decided that taking another lecture would be the more prudent choice. He reasoned that his body was not yet prepared to fully absorb the energy from an elixir, and he needed a specific course on mana cultivation, not just mana understanding. Deciding now was the perfect time, he sent a message to his mentor, asking for recommendations for a good mana cultivation lecture now that he had the causality points. He prepared himself to wait up to a week for a response as was typical. To his immense surprise, a reply came back almost instantly, offering a variety of lectures categorized by safety versus efficiency and strongly recommending he sample them first. SeoJoon reviewed the diverse recommendations, noting the interesting trade-off between safety and efficiency, and moved to check the course fees, confident his 9.5 billion won would be sufficient. His optimism came to a sudden, grinding halt. The scene cut to SeoJoon sheepishly asking SeoJoon if she knew of any upcoming contests where he could earn some money. SeoJoon stared at him, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Her patience finally snapped as she erupted, demanding to know where all his money was going and comically questioning if he was secretly raising a cash-eating monster. A flashback showed him the course listings, with each one priced at a staggering 10 billion won as he tried to stammer out an explanation. He lamented internally, realizing with frustration that he was just 500 million won short for every single recommended lecture. SeoJoon, calming down, informed him that there was indeed one contest happening soon, prompting him to immediately ask about the prize money. She revealed that the grand prize for the winner was an incredible 3 billion won. However, she followed up this exciting news with a warning that there was an issue. The contest had one critical rule: applicants could only enter as part of a team. SeoJoon laid out the competition's critical restriction, explaining that entry was only possible for teams with at least 3 members from the same academy. SeoJoon instantly grasped the severity of the problem, but just as quickly, an idea began to form in his mind. He mentally reviewed their roster. Dream Academy currently consisted only of himself and Minhyul, leaving them one crucial member short of the minimum requirement. He cautiously asked SeoJoon if she knew anyone who might want to join, but then immediately retracted the question with an apology. He mused that finding a third person was only half the battle, as the issue of their trustworthiness was also a major concern. He ran through the necessary qualifications in his head, a reliable hunter in training who was not yet committed to another institution. As he despaired over finding just one person, a thoughtful expression crossed SeoJoon's face, suggesting she had someone in mind. A poignant image of a man and woman smiling happily together came to mind, representing the person she was considering. SeoJoon noticed her contemplative silence and gave her a questioning look. He voiced the name Suyin, which prompted SeoJoon to ask what he meant. She quickly connected the dots, asking if he was actually planning to recruit Suyin for the sole purpose of entering the contest. He confirmed her suspicion with a resounding yes and immediately made to leave, causing SeoJoon to shout after him that Suyin was already the magic saint's disciple. He acknowledged that her joining would be a great benefit, but he questioned if it was right for her to join an academy just for a contest, while a confused SeoJoon briefly forgot who Suyin was. SeoJoon resolved then and there that his offer would have to be about more than just the competition. His new resolve led him to the impressive residence of the magic saint. An attendant greeted him at the door and politely requested that he wait, assuring him the magic saint would be out shortly. SeoJoon took a deep breath, amazed that he could now arrange a meeting with such an esteemed figure with a single call. He settled in, a feeling of strange comfort washing over him in the grand hall. The magic saint then emerged, leaning on a cane, and cheerfully asked what brought SeoJoon to visit again so soon. SeoJoon eyed the cane with a flash of concern for the old man's health before warmly greeting him, insisting it was always a pleasure. Getting straight to the point, he asked how Suyin was doing. The magic saint recounted how she had become completely absorbed with practicing elemental magic, a revelation that shocked SeoJoon, given she had only been a disciple for 2 days. He knew that learning basic mana proficiency often took weeks, yet the magic saint proudly revealed that Suyin had grasped it in less than a single day. The elder confessed he was still stunned by her progress, admitting that even the talented Jimin would have taken a full day to accomplish the same feat. With a renewed sense of purpose, the magic saint declared that raising this child was proving to be the most fun he'd had in years. He then finally turned the conversation to SeoJoon's purpose for visiting, which caused the young man to falter, his words momentarily failing him. His unspoken request was blunt and direct. He wanted the magic saint to entrust Suyin to his care. The magic saint, however, revealed he already knew about the dark saint's disciple hiding at SeoJoon's academy and understood the secrecy needed to avoid the order of truth. SeoJoon then laid out his case, explaining that SeoJoon, the sword saint, was already being watched and would eventually become a prime target. He extended the warning to the magic saint, suggesting that his connection to Suyin could be used as a vulnerability by their shared enemy. He argued that with his own undetectable presence protecting them, the Order of Truth would find it much more difficult to make a move against anyone. The magic saint silently considered the proposal for Suyin to enroll and move in, weighing it against the fact that his own training time with her would be greatly reduced. SeoJoon urged him to consider the proposal from all angles for the sake of everyone's safety, and the old man fell into deep thought. SeoJoon then revealed a more personal motive, explaining that Suyin was like a sister to him and that he would have made this offer regardless of the circumstances. The magic saint reflected on the words, realizing that he couldn't afford to be selfish or impatient, even with his own limited time. His expression slowly began to shift as he came to a decision. After a moment of consideration, he finally gave his consent. He rationalized that, for Suyin's own development, he couldn't keep her sheltered by his side for too long. He also admitted that gaining practical experience through fighting would be an incredible training regimen in itself, just as Suyin entered the room. The magic saint greeted her warmly, and Minhyul, who had come along, offered a friendly hello as well. Minhyul introduced himself as Minhyul Lee, adding that he had heard she was the magic saint's new disciple. He then began to identify himself as the disciple of the dark saint, but was cut off as SeoJoon clamped a hand firmly over his mouth. SeoJoon leaned in close and reminded Minhyul that he was explicitly told not to reveal that secret to anyone else. Then, in a bafflingly hypocritical move, SeoJoon introduced the struggling Minhyul himself, announcing that he was, in fact, the Dark Saint's disciple. Minhyul protested the obvious double standard, but SeoJoon cheekily replied that the rules were different for him and told Minhyul to complain to his own mentor. SeoJoon then properly introduced Soyeon-suk, reconfirming that she was the disciple of the magic saint. He playfully warned Minhyul not to get any funny ideas since she was a high schooler, which prompted Soyeon to object that she was graduating soon and was tired of being treated like a kid. SeoJoon declared the introductions complete and confirmed that everyone was now aware of the plan. The scene focused for a moment on Minhyul, who looked ready and determined. It then shifted to Soyeon, her face a mixture of excitement and apprehension. SeoJoon announced that the three of them would officially enter the competition together as a team. While Minhyul cheered at the fun prospect, a worried Soyeon questioned if she could do well, but SeoJoon reassured her that he and Minhyul would be there to support her. Minhyul backed him up, boasting that while he was pretty good, SeoJoon was on an entirely different level. He even joked that they probably weren't needed at all for the team to win, earning an exasperated sigh from SeoJoon. SeoJoon then interjected, reminding them that since they had decided to enter, they now needed to come up with a team name for registration. She then posed the question to the newly formed group, asking if anyone had a name in mind. After a brief pause, all eyes turned to SeoJoon, who looked around, confused by the sudden, silent attention. Minhyul and Soyeon deferred to him, declaring that as the leader, the decision should be his. SeoJoon voiced her agreement, adding that he was the one who had formed the team in the first place. SeoJoon admitted with some embarrassment that he had been so focused on just being able to enter that he hadn't thought about a team name at all. He stumbled for a moment, trying to think of something suitable on the spot. His gaze fell upon the sign for the Dream Hunter Academy, the letters sparking an idea. He turned back to the others and tentatively suggested they call themselves the Dream Team. The name was met with immediate and enthusiastic approval from Minhyul and SeoJoon, who both loved the sound and meaning behind it. They savored the full title, The Dream Team from the Dream Academy. Soyeon smiled and added her own agreement, saying she liked it too. With a consensus reached, SeoJoon made it official, announcing their team name would be the Dream Team. He then rallied them with a single goal, to win, and urged them to work hard, their mission set to a collective cheer. A narrator explained that this humble gathering was the true origin of the Dream Team, a name that would one day become legendary across the globe. The story then cut to a bonus comic, marking day one for the newly formed Dream Team. The humorous scene labeled one of the members as a Transcension Academy student. It then identified another member with a caption that read Magic Saint's disciple. Finally, it pointed to the third member, playfully identifying him as the Dark Saint's disciple. A character humorously commented on the chaotic mix of affiliations just before a banner appeared, announcing a review of the first season. A quick highlight reel showed the looming Hunter exam and the persistent scheming of the Order of Truth. The recap also teased a much grander plot, hinting at the mentor's potential plan to fuse all existing dimensions. The dramatic montage continued, building towards one final, climactic scene. In a tense flashback, a character was seen offering an enormous amount of money. That same character was then shown possessively demanding that someone stay away from his SeoJoon. The Season 1 recap concluded with a cliffhanger, asking what choice SeoJoon would make in the upcoming Season 2. A message of gratitude appeared on the screen, thanking readers for their support over the first 10 months and promising a return in 3 weeks. A personal note from the illustrator, Ch51, followed, expressing thanks to the readers and the team who made the project possible. A vibrant, celebratory image appeared, marking the official end of the first season. Congratulatory notes from the series colorist and an anonymous staff member were displayed, including a cute, hand-drawn gift. More congratulations from other staff members appeared, along with a small teaser for the author's next project. A special congratulations was shared from the storyboard leader of the webtoon Drug Devourer. A final thank you message addressed the readers directly, promising an even better storyline and announcing the official return date for Season 2. The narrative explained that raid battles were competitions organized not by official bodies but by private entities, specifically large guilds with significant financial backing. Their primary motive was to identify and claim the most exceptional student hunters for their own ranks, as most professionals eventually joined guild teams. The guild's true intent was to assess not just individual power but also a cadet's teamwork and untapped potential. In a demonstration of this principle, a valiant knight raised his shield, protecting a fallen mage from the jaws of a monstrous wolf. This underlying goal to recruit promising talents in advance was the core purpose hidden within the raid battle competition. Through extensive lobbying and sponsorships, these large guilds had influenced the government and hunter associations, collaborating with broadcasting stations to create the current prestigious tournament, open only to cadets from League 1 and League 2 academies. Consequently, the raid battle had become a grand stage for the nation's elite, a focal point of immense wealth and public attention. A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled crowd. Onlookers recognized the famed young Saiwoo of Ch51 Academy, accompanied by his equally renowned teammates, Park Eun-young and Do Min-jun. The crowd was stunned to see Jaeon's team comprised of 3 of their top 5 members, a clear signal of the Academy's serious determination to win. This powerful showing from Jaeon sparked wild speculation about the caliber of cadets that rival academies like Hunter Mills and AO would send in response. The chatter soon turned to the legendary Lee Haeun of Hunter Mills, a prodigy rumored to be the greatest talent in the entire history of pro hunters. A whisper of another rumor circulated, suggesting that even the disciples of the 5 heroes were participating, though it was immediately dismissed as nonsense. A skeptic argued that such legendary figures would never choose mere cadets as disciples over the countless S-class hunters vying for their mentorship, while one hero's teammate privately wondered why their own celebrated captain wasn't being discussed. A bold graphic announced the commencement of the raid battle's first round. The challenge was set, teams had to subjugate a 7-star monster known as Arachne, and their scores would be determined by their clear speed. An official from the Ares Guild, a B-class hunter named Lee Do-hyun, monitored the proceedings. He observed the results, noting that teams from Sudra and Nature academies had already failed, and he suspected the dungeon's difficulty had been set unusually high, recalling some research on mutants had been incorporated. He theorized that this unknown variable, introduced by a researcher named Young Jimin, was the reason so many student teams were failing to clear the first round. Believing his master would be shocked by these outcomes, he decided to check on the remaining teams, hoping to scout promising newcomers for his guild. He then saw the first successful clear. Ch51 Academy had finished in 30 minutes and 12 seconds, and he assumed the other top schools had yet to finish due to staggered entry times. Just then, another team's completion registered on his monitor, and he leaned in, expecting to see Hunter Mills or Ale. To his surprise, the name on the screen was Dream Academy, a name he didn't recognize, and he squinted to read their time. An unbelievable time of 9 minutes and 34 seconds was displayed for the Dream Academy team. Stunned, he declared it impossible and shouted for a technician to check the machine, certain there was an error. A staff member nearby was questioned about the electronic display, who confirmed the 9-minute time but promised to verify if there was a marking error. The staffer returned and apologized, confirming that there had indeed been an error in the measurement, which initially validated the observer's disbelief. However, the staffer clarified that the meter had malfunctioned, causing the recorded time to be delayed by 30 seconds. The observer stared in shock, realizing the time wasn't accelerated but was actually slower than reality, as the technician announced the corrected time would appear immediately. The display refreshed, revealing an even more staggering achievement. The Dream Team had cleared the dungeon in just 9 minutes and 4 seconds. In a flashback to the battle, the terrifying form of the 7-star monster Arachne loomed over the challengers. In a single, devastating strike, the massive, multi-eyed beast was sliced cleanly in half. One of the team members reflected humorously that the real instructor Arachne at Transcension Academy, who taught sewing, would be appalled by the monster sharing her name. Their leader made the strategic decision to conserve his ultimate skill, Gungnir, reserving it for more unpredictable threats. A swordsman stood poised before a great black spider, its crimson eyes glowing with malice. He gazed upon Arachne's web, a material fabled for its incredible strength and elasticity. But a moment of dramatic tension hung in the air, suggesting a turn of events. A blinding flurry of white and blue sword slashes erupted, tearing through the dungeon's darkness. The legendary web proved as fragile as a common thread before the might of the lance of Longinus, and the creature let out a piercing shriek. The hero's sword tip struck the ground, creating a small but powerful shockwave. Another warrior fiercely engaged one of the monstrous insectoid's razor-sharp legs, their weapons clashing in a spray of sparks. The battle escalated into a chaotic whirlwind of colorful energy as slashes and spells filled the chamber. A teammate watched the unfolding spectacle, completely amazed by their comrades. They remarked in awe that their partners were so overwhelmingly powerful that most of the monsters were being defeated without even a chance to fight back. Feeling a surge of resolve, the third member declared that they could not simply stand by and watch. They admitted that their own magical arsenal was still limited at this stage of their training. The scene focused tightly on a single eye, wide with shock and determination. One of the hunters became enveloped in a swirling, powerful aura of dark blue energy. The three united heroes then stood together, facing down the final, gargantuan, shadow-wreathed spider monster. Back in the present, an official looked at the final clear time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds with an audible gasp of admiration. One of the Dream Team members enthusiastically praised his captain, marveling at his impossibly fluid movements. The captain shyly dismissed the compliment, but his other teammate continued the praise, wondering just how much stronger he could possibly become. Changing the subject, the captain asked his teammate about his arsenal of weapons, only to be told that he had thrown most of them away. The young man explained that his master disapproved of him relying on too many different weapons. He clarified that he had discarded everything except for his signature twin daggers and his bow. When questioned why he hadn't used his arrows for ranged support, he revealed it was to stay close and protect their teammate, SeoJoon. SeoJoon then shyly interrupted, trying to get her captain's attention. She nervously pointed out that everyone in the hall was staring at them, their whispers of disbelief about the 9-minute clear time echoing around them. The crowd erupted with recognition, identifying SeoJoon, the famous winner of Hunter Mill's mock exam, and his companion, Lee Minyeol. SeoJoon stood in profile, his expression serious as he looked down in thought. Further down the corridor, a man in a jacket watched the celebrated trio with a cold, intense gaze. SeoJoon felt the sharp, almost poisonous stare directed at him, stinging his senses. A tense silence stretched between the two rivals across the crowded hall. SeoJoon identified the intense gaze as belonging to Young Saiwoo, just as his own teammate cheered that they were finally being recognized. Another teammate boisterously tried to show off their captain to the crowd, forcing the embarrassed leader to plead for them both to quiet down. The third teammate simply smirked, commenting that the uproar was an expected reaction to their spectacular performance. Meanwhile, the sacred team from Hunter Mills celebrated their own 31-minute clear time, proudly declaring themselves the true elites. However, the crowd's focus remained entirely on the developing tension between SeoJoon and Young Saiwoo. To the Hunter Mills team's dismay, no one paid them any attention as a member from Ale Academy's Leona team, who had cleared in 32 minutes, rudely pushed past them. The official scoreboard displayed the Dream Team's dominant first-place victory in Round 2, where they cleared the Magic Crystal Collection task in a stunning 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Their winning streak continued into Round 3, where they eliminated the artificial monster Link Bell in an almost instantaneous 19 seconds, once again securing the top spot. With their previous victories logged, the competitors moved on to Round 4, a daunting trial focused purely on endurance time. Inside the dungeon, one of the Dream Team members called out to his captain in desperation, reporting that he had just used his very last arrow. He then heroically volunteered to hold their position, urging his captain to push forward and eliminate the remaining threats. Below them, a brilliant blast of energy erupted from the ground, violently repelling a swarm of shadowy tendrils. The captain stood as a lone bastion against the darkness, gripping his glowing spear as he was surrounded by menacing red eyes. He unleashed a powerful, horizontal slash of pure blue energy that cut a wide swath through the encroaching monsters. The creatures let out a series of piercing, unholy shrieks as the wave of energy tore through their ranks. Another chorus of ghastly screams echoed through the dungeon as more of the shadowy monsters were vanquished. The captain noted with frustration that the monsters were respawning almost instantly, a phenomenon called restore, but then a new sensation suddenly drew his focus. He wondered aloud what the strange presence was, sensing something invisible floating in the air nearby. Although it was imperceptible to his naked eye, his unique Chiron sense skill clearly detected a foreign object radiating an immense amount of mana. He quickly began to theorize that it could be the dungeon's core, or perhaps the very magical medium that was regenerating the monsters. A nearby creature let out a sharp, threatening cry, preparing to lunge at him. A powerful hand tightened its grip around a glowing blue mace, poised to strike. The captain decided it was time to put his new theory to the test. He aimed his spear, Gungnir, its radiant tip starkly contrasted against the artificial moon of the dungeon ceiling. The weapon slipped harmlessly through the air, failing to make contact with anything solid. At that exact moment, he gracefully dodged a crushing blow from a monster's massive mace, which shattered the ground where he had just been standing. He was taken aback, questioning why his powerful spear had just passed through thin air as if nothing was there. Doubt crept into his mind as he wondered if he had made a mistake and simply imagined the presence in the first place. Yet, he could not ignore the certainty with which his Chiron sense had alerted him to the object. A look of sudden realization dawned on his face as a new possibility entered his thoughts. He remembered that unlike Gungnir, he had not yet fully understood the unique powers of his other legendary weapon, the Lance of Longinus. Believing Longinus had to be as formidable as Gungnir, he suspected it might possess a different, more suitable ability for this situation. As another massive weapon swung down towards him, he expertly braced himself with his spear, preparing his next move. He then launched himself high into the air, his spear now crackling with a condensed orb of pure energy at its tip. Committing to his new strategy, he decided to give this experimental attack a try. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the Ch51 Academy team was seen finishing their run as a powerful wave of green energy sent their final opponents reeling. The team captain shouted orders, telling his teammate Du Minjun to hold the center, who replied with unwavering confidence. The leader praised his team's performance, encouraging them to hold on for just a little longer. Ch51 Academy's class team finally cleared the dungeon with a time of 14 minutes and 51 seconds, feeling certain that their flawless run would crush the other teams. A teammate celebrated their perfect judgment and their time, which was double that of Hunter Mills, concluding that their performance was the best they could have possibly achieved. Just then, they saw the dream team emerge, prompting a teammate to admit she was giving up on ever trying to comprehend her captain's impossible abilities. The Ch51 team leader scoffed, assuming the dream team had failed because they exited so quickly, but his smug expression vanished as he turned to look at the scoreboard. His confidence instantly shattered into disbelief as he stared at the board, asking what could possibly be wrong with the recorded time. His teammate standing next to him could only look on, utterly confused by his reaction. Another member of their team stammered, questioning if the result displayed on the board was even possible. The team leader was baffled, knowing that no one should have been able to discover the dungeon's hidden core. He finally shouted in sheer frustration, demanding to know what an immeasurable score was even supposed to mean. The scoreboard coldly displayed the final result: the dream team had cleared the round with an unprecedented, immeasurable time. A recruiter in the crowd was stunned, pondering how SeoJoon had grown so exponentially stronger in the short month since the last hunter evaluation. He calculated that at their current growth rate, they would become pro hunters in less than a year, a reality that would reshape the industry, and solidified his resolve to recruit them no matter the cost. He immediately called his guild master to inquire about their available funds, stressing that this was an urgent matter. Unaware of the commotion he was causing, young Siwoo stood silently in the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on his rival. Back in SeoJoon's memory of the dungeon, the ornate golden spearhead of his lance, Longinus, sparkled with a mysterious power. He let out a sigh of profound realization, finally beginning to comprehend the true extent of his weapon's power. He recalled his initial theory that Longinus could ignore mana barriers, an idea he had dismissed because his other spear, Gungnir, could do the same. He had previously settled on the simple explanation that they were just in different classes of power, but now he understood the truth was far more complex. The scene replayed in his mind, him leaping high into the air, channeling all his focus into the glowing orb of energy on his spear. He remembered the feeling of taking a wild chance, deciding to just give his new idea a try. He had then swung Longinus with all his might, unleashing a massive arc of blue energy into what should have been empty space. The attack had miraculously found its mark, cleanly slicing the invisible, glowing energy core in two. He had puzzled over the mystery of why Gungnir failed to strike the core while the lance of Longinus had succeeded. This led him to a startling conclusion: Longinus might possess the unique and terrifying ability to directly attack a target's very existence. Although he knew further testing was required, his teammates were already reeling from the aftermath, completely bewildered as to how he had collapsed a dungeon that should have been beyond his power. The moment they stepped out of the portal, young Siwoo strode forward and confronted Kim SeoJoon, bluntly demanding to know what tricks he had employed. Siwoo took another deliberate step, his presence dominating the space between them. SeoJoon recognized his rival immediately, his expression hardening. As SeoJoon's teammates voiced their surprise, he challenged Siwoo's accusation, asking what he meant by tricks. Siwoo retorted with a sneer, asking if SeoJoon was already preparing his excuses. SeoJoon's patience snapped as he grabbed Siwoo by the collar, angrily demanding if he was being accused of cheating. Siwoo remained unfazed, calmly stating that cheating was the only possible explanation for the Dream Team's absurd record. He acknowledged that Kim SeoJoon was an exceptional talent, a fact he had accepted since the Hunter Mills mock test. However, he argued that such an overwhelming victory in the third round was an absolute impossibility for anyone short of the legendary hunter, Lee Hae-un. SeoJoon stood in tense silence, his grip on Siwoo's jacket tightening with restrained fury. Lee Minyeol angrily stepped in to defend his captain, warning Siwoo to watch his mouth, as Suyin silently fumed, surprised by her own anger. Siwoo callously finished his point, claiming that a prodigy like Lee Hae-un was simply in a different class compared to them. Minyeol cursed at Siwoo's sheer arrogance, but his teammate quickly intervened, urging him to calm down before the final round began. Suyin changed the subject, asking if their victory wasn't already secured, which Minyeol confirmed, given they had won every round so far. Another one of SeoJoon's teammates found the competition surprisingly easy and a bit disappointing, but his thoughts were cut short as he spotted a group of people approaching them. A man hesitantly addressed the group, confirming if they were indeed the celebrated Dream Team. A member of the team politely asked if they could help him, prompting the man to nervously gather his thoughts. The stranger then stated his purpose directly, explaining that he was there to present them with an offer. Intrigued by the sudden proposal, the teammate repeated the word back to him as a question. The stranger clarified his purpose was to present them with an offer, a word that the teammate repeated with intrigue. He elaborated that upon agreement, they would receive the competition's entire 6.5 billion won prize pool, an amount that left the team member stunned. The man explained there was one condition involving the 9-star monster in the 5th round, a detail the team acknowledged they were already aware of. He warned that although the creature was a magical conjuration and weaker than a normal monster, it was still far beyond what a few simple gadgets could subdue. The true purpose of the round, he continued, was to evaluate how students attacked a powerful monster and how quickly they adapted to their environment. These elements would be assessed comprehensively to calculate their score, which the team seemed to understand. The man admitted that defeating the boss would yield the highest possible score, but noted that no team in the event's history had ever succeeded, leading SeoJoon to correctly anticipate the condition. With the context set, the stranger formally requested that they defeat the boss. He then revealed the critical penalty: if the boss survived, the dream team would be forced to forfeit all of their prize money. When asked what would happen if they refused, he assured them there was no disadvantage, as they could simply proceed under the normal rules. SeoJoon, however, immediately suspected that the three great academies were the true source behind this proposal. He reasoned that, considering Young Saiwa's earlier outburst, the other academies must have also concluded that he had cheated. It became clear to him that this offer was a deliberate attempt by the academies to orchestrate the dream team's downfall and restore their lost prestige. His teammates, however, were unconcerned and told their captain to make the final decision, feeling they hadn't contributed enough to have a say. The organizer from the hosting committee confessed that, from their perspective, they were actually hoping the dream team would accept the offer. He explained that the raid battle had been lacking in tension, which had created difficulties for both broadcasting and sponsor acquisition. SeoJoon silently weighed his options, calculating the potential gain of 6.5 billion won against the certain loss of 3 billion if they failed. After a moment of consideration, he stunned the man by putting forth a counteroffer of his own. He demanded that the original offers use their influence to increase the total tournament prize pool to a massive 10 billion won. Only on that condition, he declared, would they accept the dangerous challenge. The organizer balked at the astronomical sum, but SeoJoon calmly retorted that without it, the risk held no merit for his team. He explained that even by doing nothing, they were guaranteed 3 billion, and after accounting for his own immediate needs, the initial offer left them with too little. SeoJoon internally calculated that the remaining 1.5 billion wouldn't be enough to cover the escalating costs of his causality. He then considered the alternative if the prize money was increased to 10 billion. With that much, he realized he could afford both the crucial lectures and the elixirs he needed, making the gamble entirely worthwhile. With his mind firmly set, he locked eyes with the organizer. He confidently asked if his new terms would be accepted. Elsewhere, two officials discussed the unprecedented situation, one expressing his shock that the dream team had made such a counteroffer. His colleague praised their shrewdness, noting they had seen through the plan and possessed immense confidence to take on such a risk. As the crowd buzzed with talk of the dream team, another observer expressed his genuine belief that they were capable of succeeding. His companion, surprised by such certainty, confirmed that the monster to be conjured was a revenant. They discussed the 9-star undead creature, a being that felt no pain and required being killed twice, which one of them nonchalantly dismissed as nothing special. A nearby hunter scoffed at the casual dismissal of a 9-star monster, though others still believed the dream team could pull it off. Another person expressed doubt about their chances, just as they noticed something was deeply amiss. A stern-faced man with gray hair stared intently into the distance, his expression growing grave. He resolved to wait and see how things unfolded, only for a sudden development to seize his full attention. Deep inside the dungeon, one of SeoJoon's teammates lightheartedly accused their captain of being possessed by a money-hungry ghost. When asked, Suyin admitted that while he had always been focused on money, his obsession had never reached this level, earning a silent grumble from their leader. With 10 billion won now hanging in the balance, the team rallied their spirits and prepared to give their all in the final round. The trio ventured into a dark forest, where they looked up to see a colossal, shadowy beast cloaked in a red aura. SeoJoon narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he analyzed the monster. The creature that stood before them was a menacing green humanoid, but it was completely enveloped in an ominous, dark red energy. A collective gasp of shock and fear rippled through the three students as they stared at the unexpected terror. One of the team members stammered, unable to fully process the horrifying sight. Back in the viewing area, a sudden jolt of realization caused someone to drop their cup, its dark contents splashing across the floor. An official cried out the monster's true name in sheer horror, Draugr. Chaos erupted as he frantically explained that a Draugr was an extremely difficult 10-star monster, questioning if this was a deliberate attempt to kill the students. Another official added to the panic, shouting that mine-type monsters were strictly forbidden in the competition. Believing it must be a catastrophic error, the first official desperately yelled for someone named Lee Do-hyun. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a staff member sprinted across the control room floor. An analyst explained that a 10-star monster itself wasn't a lethal problem, since students couldn't die from physical damage from a sorcery-conjured being. He grimly noted, however, that there was a single fatal exception, a mental attack delivered by a mind-type monster. This was because any mental damage inflicted would translate into direct, real-world damage to the victim's brain. He stressed that even if the assault was merely an illusion, the resulting psychological trauma would be applied in its full, devastating entirety. The man recalled a past tragedy caused by a mere 5- or 6-star mind-type monster, highlighting that the creature they faced now was an exponentially more dangerous 10-star. As the Dream Team members began to succumb to the mental attack, screaming in agony, he realized they stood no chance. He came to a terrifying conclusion: if nothing was done, all the students inside were going to die. He bellowed at the staff, demanding they extract the students from the dungeon immediately. A technician reported that an overload was preventing access, prompting the official to order them to break the mana core or sever the power supply. The technician hesitated, nervously bringing up the immense financial cost of such an emergency measure. The furious official grabbed the young man, demanding to know if he valued money more than the lives of the promising children in mortal danger. Terrified, the staffer immediately promised to comply with the order. The gray-haired man watched the chaos unfold, wondering with grim suspicion about the research conducted by a man named Young Jimin. In a different room, a man in a red shirt answered his phone as his companion observed him. The man's brow furrowed in slight surprise at what he heard. His surprise quickly morphed into genuine confusion. He openly questioned the unbelievable information being relayed to him over the call. Within the dungeon, a mysterious hooded figure with glowing red eyes calmly observed the situation. One of SeoJoon's teammates let out a strangled gasp of utter disbelief. A steady hand was then placed on the back of the student's head. A familiar voice calmly stated that he was completely fine, leaving his teammate utterly bewildered. A hooded, shadowy figure, one eye glowing intensely, sits serenely on a stack of books. A close-up of the figure's face reveals their glowing red eye and a menacing aura. Two identical figures, both with glowing red eyes, stand menacingly behind the first. A young man, his eyes glowing white and his body emitting a similar light, clutches a glowing sword, his face contorted in a scream. The two cloaked figures, their red eyes aglow, turn to face each other. The two figures, one with red glowing eyes and the other with white, begin their confrontation. A man in armor with a spear is in mid-air, about to strike at a figure with a red glow. The figure with the red glow, with a sly look on his face, catches the spear in one hand. The warrior, his face a mix of shock and rage, struggles to pull his spear from the grip of the red-eyed figure. The warrior, now a silhouette, stands in awe as a burst of light erupts in the distance. The same man is shown again, his face a mix of disbelief and hope, as he witnesses a blinding white flash. The man's face, now more determined, stares intently at the bright light. With an intense gaze and a hand outstretched, a man with white, flowing hair and a glowing aura is depicted. The red-eyed figure is struck by a powerful force, his body contorting in surprise. The man with white hair looks on with an intense expression as the force of his attack hits the red-eyed figure. A blue glowing object is held firmly in a gloved hand. A figure in dark armor, with a red glow emanating from them, is shown from a low angle, emphasizing their power and menace. A person in a black hooded cloak and underscore, from the chest up in a black background. A hand with black smoke on it is holding a glowing blue book. Two hands, one glowing red and the other glowing blue, are locked in a struggle. The same two hands are shown again, this time with a surge of energy emanating from their point of contact. The same as P19, with more energy. Two hands are clasped together, one with red aura and the other with blue aura, and a bright white light is shining at the point of contact. A large, swirling energy explosion, a mix of red and blue, expands outwards. The explosion continues to expand, engulfing a wide area in its powerful light. The camera zooms out to show the full scale of the explosion as it engulfs the stadium. A close-up of a man's face. He has spiky black hair with a blue streak, and his eyes are wide with shock. The man's expression shifts to a mix of fear and confusion. The man's mouth is open in a silent scream of disbelief. Two figures are shown from a distance, standing in a large crater in the middle of a stadium. The two figures, one a man with short white hair and a white and gold outfit, and the other, a figure in a black cloak, are facing each other in the center of the crater. A man with white hair and a glowing left hand clenches his fist in determination. A close-up of the cloaked figure's face shows an expression of anger and shock. The man in the white uniform is shown with a determined and focused expression on his face. A man's face, partially obscured by his hand, shows a determined expression, with a single, shining eye visible. The man's head is tilted to the side, his hair swaying, as he continues to focus his power. A close-up of a determined-looking man with one hand in front of him. A man in a dark, hooded cloak with a glowing red eye stands in a battle-worn arena, his hand raised. A white-haired, determined-looking man in a futuristic white suit with gold trim stares intently at his opponent. A dark, cloaked figure raises his left hand, which glows with an intense red energy. A man in a white and gold outfit clenches his right fist, which is surrounded by a white aura, while his left hand glows with a red aura. The two opponents stare at each other, their bodies crackling with energy, ready for a final confrontation. P2, P1. Narration transition. Narration transition. The two opponents are locked in a fierce battle, with a massive explosion of red and white light surrounding them. The stadium is engulfed in a bright, white light. The scene is a blinding white light, with a small, dark object at its center. A single hand is shown, with a black glove on it, against a white background. A young man with black hair looks shocked. The man's eyes are wide with surprise and concern. The man looks to his right, his mouth agape with a sense of urgency and worry. A black and white image of a man in glasses looking over his shoulder. A man with dark hair is standing with a concerned expression, with other people in the background. A close-up of a man with spiky, light-colored hair, a determined expression on his face. A young man in a wheelchair with a look of surprise and concern. A man is holding up a phone with a message on the screen. A close-up of the phone's screen, which shows the message, "The match is a draw." The face of a person with long hair, their mouth open in a gasp of surprise. The side profile of a man with light-colored hair, a look of contemplation on his face. A man with black hair is talking on the phone with a serious expression. A man is on the phone, a look of concern on his face. A person with an injured face is looking down with a somber expression. A hand reaches out, holding a phone with a message on the screen. The broadcast feed suddenly cut out, leaving only a screen of flickering digital static. An invisible shockwave of disbelief coursed through everyone watching. The commentators struggled to process what happened, questioning how the Draugr could have possibly been defeated. One of them reminded the audience that the Draugr was a top-tier 10-star mind-type monster. He further explained that no cadet was meant to withstand its mental attack, and its incorporeal form made it immune to physical damage. Historically, only the famed hero Saint had ever successfully cleared the 8 Draugr dungeons that appeared in Korea. And yet, against all logic, Kim SeoJoon had just obliterated it with a single attack. A guild official watching from afar concluded that SeoJoon was on a level their organization could never hope to recruit. Back in the players' waiting room, the aftermath of the intense battle began to set in. Lee Haeun let out a shaky breath, his mind still reeling from the event. He couldn't begin to fathom the power he had just witnessed firsthand. Haeun contemplated the terrifying might of a 10-star monster, equating it to an unleashed hunter, and doubted if even he could have faced it. He then quickly abandoned that thought, overcome by a stark realization. There was simply no way he could ever hope to catch up to a being like SeoJoon. Still, he felt a small sense of victory in not passing out as he had during the Dryad incident. He wondered if his improved mental fortitude was a result of the Buddha's lecture, checking his progress to see it at 31.7%. SeoJoon marveled at his own growth, noting that his progress rate had surged by 14.2% in a very short time, far outpacing the 17.5% had gained over the entire 90-day free pass. He acknowledged the unexpected power of prayer but was suddenly struck by a sharp, debilitating pain. As he regained his senses, a teammate anxiously asked if both he and the captain were okay. Another teammate then asked with wide-eyed astonishment if SeoJoon had really defeated the Draugr all by himself. SeoJoon calmly deflected their questions, stating that their first priority was to exit the dungeon. The moment they emerged, a waiting crowd spotted them, their cheers quickly dissolving into a chaotic frenzy. Recruiters from the Libero and Ruble guilds immediately swarmed SeoJoon, desperately offering him anything he wanted, including the coveted guild master position. The Leon Guild joined the fray, promising to waive all his future raid fees as the mob intensified, leaving Haeun utterly bewildered by the commotion. Guild representatives shoved each other aggressively, each trying to be the first to press their business card into SeoJoon's hand. Thankfully, medical personnel pushed through the crowd, demanding they make way to check on the Dream Team, who were visibly relieved by the intervention. Even as the team was being escorted away, one recruiter was physically restrained while still begging SeoJoon to become his guild master. Amidst the chaos, a clear voice called out SeoJoon's name. He turned and saw Ms. SeoJoon making her way toward him. She immediately asked about the team's condition, and he reassured her that, fortunately, no one had suffered any lasting trauma. He elaborated that the other two members were simply resting and a medical scan had revealed no significant abnormalities. SeoJoon then focused her concern on him, asking if he was alright, to which he simply nodded. He admitted to feeling a little drained but insisted he was otherwise fine. Internally, SeoJoon confessed to herself how terrified she had been, fearing the worst might have happened to him. She mused that despite not being a professional hunter yet, she could no longer see him as a student, then flinched as she realized she had been gripping his arm too tightly. She felt a pang of regret, lamenting his incredible growth in just a few short months. Her thoughts drifted back to their very first meeting, when his formal introduction had seemed to set their fates in motion. She tried to convince herself that their arrangement was mutually beneficial and his success was something to be celebrated. But despite her rationalizations, an unfamiliar feeling began to surface. SeoJoon found herself questioning the complicated emotion that was welling up in her chest. Noticing her silence, SeoJoon asked if something was wrong, but she quickly dismissed his concern. At that moment, a firm knock sounded at the door of the recovery room. A distinguished man entered, announcing his presence as he stepped inside. SeoJoon's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the association president. The president explained he had come personally after hearing about the accident, then acknowledged SeoJoon's presence with a friendly greeting. Haeun, who was nearby, was floored that the association president himself would show up for the Draugr incident. The president's gaze lingered on Kim SeoJoon with newfound understanding. He was looking at the very man who now wielded the Azure Dragon sword, a blade the Sword Saint had never before entrusted to anyone. He recalled his initial report, thinking anyone involved with a Draugr would have died, his alarm spiking when he learned SeoJoon was in that very raid. It was almost unbelievable that the young man had resolved the entire crisis by himself. He finally understood the Sword Saint's profound interest in this particular cadet. SeoJoon suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, which the president casually blamed on the cooling weather. As SeoJoon wondered how the two knew each other, the president connected the dots about her being the Sword Saint's granddaughter and explained that he had entrusted the Azure Dragon's sword to SeoJoon. The president felt his visit was well worth it as he pondered SeoJoon's relationship with SeoJoon, while SeoJoon himself realized the president must have been the original purchaser of the sword. Their conversation was interrupted as the school's headmaster burst into the room, looking extremely stressed. The headmaster immediately asked about SeoJoon's condition, who calmly assured him that he was fine and it was nothing serious. Taking advantage of the headmaster's presence, SeoJoon decided to press for answers about what had really happened. He directly questioned why a draugr had appeared as the final boss instead of the expected revenant. SeoJoon listened with disbelief as the headmaster revealed that the dungeon's mana core had overloaded. The man confessed that researcher Young Jimin had applied her experimental mutation studies to the competition for the first time, a revelation that struck SeoJoon hard. The terrifying implication dawned on him: if mutations could cause a mana core overload, it meant that a distortion could be artificially created. This led him to an even more chilling question: could the Great Cataclysm itself have been an artificially induced distortion? The headmaster offered his deepest apologies, swearing that an accident of this magnitude would never happen again. He then stated that his apology would not be limited to mere words, which piqued SeoJoon's interest just as he was about to drop the issue. The headmaster then asked SeoJoon to name his price, promising to do everything in his power to satisfy him. In response, SeoJoon raised his hand, 3 of his fingers glowing with a faint aura. He coolly proposed that they settle the entire incident for 3 billion won. Remembering his own words, the headmaster privately mused that this young man was just as fond of money as before. But before he could agree, the association president interjected, scoffing at the low price and clarifying that it should be 3 billion won per person. A silent, weighty pause hung in the air between the two senior figures. After a moment of heavy consideration, the headmaster reluctantly conceded to the new terms. The raid battle, fraught with unexpected challenges, had finally concluded, and in its wake, the Dream Team's astonishing abilities were revealed to the world, eclipsing even the guilds of the 3 great academies. This newfound fame was ignited by the incident involving the 9-star draugr, a monster born from a mana core overload. In the aftermath, powerful guilds scrambled to contact the Dream Team, dispatching orders to their scouts to recruit the rising stars at any cost, offering them conditions superior to any rival. At the same time, the general public buzzed with excitement, with online forums exploding in discussions about how to expedite Kim SeoJoon's official hunter license, as Korea was swept up in a frenzy over him and his team. Amidst this whirlwind of attention, Soyeon calmly told her brother that she would only accept 3 billion won of the prize money. Minyeol quickly agreed, stating that SeoJoon could have the rest since he and SeoJoon had done all the heavy lifting during the tournament, feeling he had only been there to fill a spot. He insisted he hadn't contributed much and pointed out that SeoJoon single-handedly defeated the draugr, saving them all from certain death and rendering the money useless without him. SeoJoon was deeply moved by his teammates' selfless loyalty, realizing they cared little for the fortune before them. The total compensation package was immense, combining the first-place prize, the winnings from the lower ranks, and generous sponsorships from organizers and major guilds, all topped off by the 3 billion won promised by the association president. After Minyeol and Soyeon each took their 3 billion, SeoJoon calculated that out of the total 19 billion, he was left with 13, bringing his personal fortune to an impressive 22.5 billion won. A jolt of excitement ran through him as he realized he was only 4.5 billion won away from affording the legendary Heaven's Great Sage's lecture. Seeking information, Minyeol casually asked SeoJoon if Dream Academy's recent victory had propelled them into the first division, to which she confirmed it had. He then eagerly inquired if this meant they could finally start raiding G-Star dungeons, a question that made SeoJoon hesitate. She reluctantly explained that raiding such high-level dungeons required at least one A-rank hunter to be present in the party. The implication hit Minyeol with a pang of disappointment. He understood immediately that since SeoJoon was still a B-rank hunter, their team wouldn't be granted permission to enter the lucrative dungeons. SeoJoon apologized profusely for the situation, but Minyeol quickly reassured her, insisting she had nothing to be sorry for, as her help had been essential for them to even participate in the tournament. Later, SeoJoon stood alone before a closed door, lost in thought. He mentally kicked himself, regretting having brought up a topic that clearly made SeoJoon uncomfortable. His mind raced as he considered his new predicament. Without access to G-Star dungeons, there was no clear path to earning the remaining money he needed. He wrestled with his options, debating whether to wait and slowly accumulate the 4.5 billion or to take the mana lecture first, though his true desire was to learn them both simultaneously. Deciding he needed guidance, he pulled out his phone to message his mentor, beginning to type a request for a meeting to get some advice. Before he could finish, his mentor suddenly materialized beside him with a booming greeting, causing a terrified SeoJoon to jump back in shock. The mentor noted his surprise with amusement, and SeoJoon, still rattled, begged him to consider a less startling method of arrival, a request his mentor cheerfully ignored. Getting straight to the point, the mentor then asked what it was that SeoJoon needed to see him about. After hearing the dilemma, the mentor confirmed that SeoJoon was indeed trying to decide which lecture to prioritize. The spectral figure stroked his chin in contemplation. He mused aloud that at SeoJoon's current level, there might be a way, though he seemed to be weighing the risks. He then presented a tantalizing solution, suggesting SeoJoon could afford both lectures if he qualified for something called a causality discount and asked if he wanted to try. SeoJoon asked for a clarification on this causality discount, which the mentor explained was exactly what it sounded like. He elaborated that it was a special event allowing SeoJoon to get a price reduction on the causality points assigned to him. It dawned on SeoJoon that the Transcension Academy had its own version of discount sales, a fact his mentor confirmed, adding that they weren't common. Intrigued, SeoJoon asked how much of a discount he could potentially receive, and was stunned when the mentor replied that it could be up to 100%. The possibility of taking the Heaven's Great Sages lecture for free sent a thrill through him, and he eagerly asked to receive the discount right away. However, the mentor quickly brought him back to reality, reminding him that such a reward couldn't be obtained without effort, just as SeoJoon had suspected. SeoJoon then asked what he needed to do to qualify, and the mentor explained an ongoing support event for students with the highest grades. He specified that it was an event designed to support students who achieved excellent scores on their mock exams. A wave of dejection washed over SeoJoon as he remembered his last mock exam, where his performance had been utterly abysmal. A mental image of his failing scores flashed in his mind, though he reasoned that with his new skills like Zhang Sanfeng's footwork and Hercules' power, he could surely do better this time. Even so, he lamented that achieving grades good enough to be among the top students seemed impossible, but his mentor suddenly corrected a mistake he'd made in his explanation. The mentor clarified that the event wasn't for students with the highest overall grades, but rather for those with the highest grade improvement. He explained that the discount rate was directly tied to the percentage of improvement from the last exam. A 50% increase in score, for example, would earn a 50% discount. A sudden hope surged through SeoJoon as he realized his terrible previous scores were now an advantage, meaning he only had to perform slightly better to achieve a massive discount. His mentor expressed confidence that this was well within SeoJoon's current capabilities and formally invited him to take the exam. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to miss, SeoJoon accepted the challenge without hesitation. To prepare, he materialized a fake gold bar, readying his secret weapon. Recalling how Fafnir was obsessed with gold, he felt confident in his strategy and calmly told his mentor he was ready. A system notification appeared, calculating the exam fee at a steep 1 billion won, prompting the mentor to add that only the first mock exam was free. SeoJoon's mind went into overdrive, calculating that after the fee, he'd need at least a 70% discount to afford both lectures and cover the cost of his elixirs. He quickly converted this into points, realizing he only needed to raise his score in each of the 7 subjects by a mere 3 points to succeed. Feeling a rush of confidence at the achievable goal, he formally accepted the prompt to begin the Transcension mock exam. A system message appeared, detailing the exam structure and rules, explaining it was based on past difficulties and consisted of 7 subjects. The first subject, combat proficiency, began, and the system announced it was commencing the first of 15 stages. A familiar and dreaded silhouette began to form in the arena, the Dragon of Destruction, Fafnir. The system confirmed that the first problem had been set. SeoJoon steeled himself for the impending battle. With a swift and calculated move, he kicked the golden bait across the floor and then summoned his glowing staff, preparing to attack. His plan was simple: strike the dragon while it was completely mesmerized by the glimmering gold bar. But as the fake gold bar clattered against the ground, the sound drew his attention back to his foe. Instead of the single-headed dragon he expected, he was confronted by a massive, multi-headed beast bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. His expression shifted to one of pure shock as the reality of the situation sank in. He stammered in disbelief, barely able to voice the name of the mythical creature before him, a hydra. In a desperate attempt at denial, he tried to joke that Fafnir must have simply put on some weight, resulting in 9 heads. His mentor's chibi-like avatar appeared, holding a screen that displayed the true nature of his opponent. The objective was made brutally clear, instructing him to defeat the creature within a 30-minute time limit. The system's official prompt echoed the message, demanding he defeat the 9-headed hydra before time ran out. SeoJoon stared in abject terror as the hydra's many heads began to conjure swirling vortexes of fire. From the sidelines, his mentor shouted words of encouragement, urging him to hang in there against the formidable opponent. SeoJoon whipped his head around, yelling at his mentor in a panic, protesting that he had never been warned the exam problems could be changed without notice. He whipped his head around, shouting at his mentor that he had never been warned the exam problems could be changed without notice. His mentor feigned innocence, explaining that it was only natural for the exam to change to prevent students from simply memorizing the answers. The chibi avatar then correctly deduced that the gold bar had been brought for Fafnir, leaving SeoJoon to mutter that he should have been warned ahead of time. A sudden flicker of movement caught his attention, signaling imminent danger. A cataclysmic blast of purple energy tore through the arena, erupting in a deafening explosion. Through the chaos, SeoJoon's primary goal flashed through his mind: he just needed to increase his grade in each subject by 3 points. It was a precise target, needing no more and no less for his plan to succeed. Grunting with effort, he activated his cloud ascending ladder technique, creating a void path to narrowly dodge the onslaught. From the sidelines, his mentor watched the display of advanced footwork with wide-eyed amazement. The mentor voiced his shock at how quickly SeoJoon had mastered the technique, even as SeoJoon knew he was only just barely avoiding the attacks. But his momentary relief was shattered as another head lunged forward. He was sent hurtling through the air, caught in the devastating force of a massive purple energy beam. He coughed violently, trying to convince himself that the blast had only grazed him. Suddenly, an inhuman scream of pure agony erupted from his lungs as a new sensation coursed through his veins. The powerful beam had descended upon him, its venomous energy witnessed by the hydra's many red-eyed heads. He thrashed on the ground, completely overwhelmed by an indescribable and excruciating pain that tore through his entire being. The suffering was so absolute that he found himself begging for death, wishing for any escape from the torment. Gasping for air, he was left trembling and panting from the horrifying ordeal. His mentor casually inquired if the experience was painful, feigning ignorance about what had just transpired. The chibi avatar then nonchalantly explained that the hydra's top-ranked poison was notoriously agonizing, a statement that SeoJoon found to be a gross understatement. He suddenly recalled a lecture about the demigod Chiron, who chose to give up his immortality rather than endure a hydra's poison, now fully understanding that desperate plea. As he lay on the ground, his small mentor presented him with a system notification on a glowing screen. The message confirmed his Zhang Sanfeng lecture progress had increased, a direct result of his traumatic, first-hand experience. Realizing he could train and earn discounts simultaneously, he was then presented with a prompt asking if he wanted to retry, with 10 chances remaining. He lay there in silence, a storm of calculations and doubts swirling in his mind. His mentor broke the silence, prodding him that they couldn't just stop now, yet coyly adding that he could quit if he truly wanted to. With a sly grin, the mentor then added that quitting would almost certainly guarantee he wouldn't earn enough points, sealing SeoJoon's fate. The official system prompt reappeared, formally asking if he wished to continue with the mock test. Resigned to his fate, he stood once more, confronting the towering, multi-headed demon. He focused his thoughts, reminding himself that this first test was directly tied to his combat proficiency score. The path forward was clear: to get a good score, he had to find a way to inflict meaningful damage on the Hydra. With newfound resolve, he channeled his power, preparing to unleash his aura blade. A colossal sword of brilliant blue energy materialized as he brought it crashing down upon one of the monster's heads. The shadowy head recoiled violently, hissing in pain from the unseen impact. A surge of triumph shot through him as he confirmed he had successfully severed one of its heads. Hope began to bloom as he considered the possibility of sniping the remaining heads one by one. But his optimism was brutally cut short as he witnessed something that defied all logic. To his utter horror, he saw a new head begin to grow from the cauterized stump. Before he could react, the Hydra unleashed a chaotic storm of dark energy that consumed the entire arena. Overwhelmed by the creature's impossible regenerative ability, he felt despair creeping in. He was left wondering what he could possibly do against such an immortal foe. His failure was confirmed by a system message, and he let out a scream of pure frustration as he was reset. He raged at the sheer insanity of the challenge, feeling completely lost and outmatched. The gravity of his situation settled in: he was in far more trouble than he had anticipated. He desperately recalled his previous exam, where a single successful strike on Fafnir with a legendary weapon had secured him a decent score. A dreadful thought occurred to him: if the score was based on effective hits, he was truly doomed against a regenerating monster. Just as he was about to give up, his mentor reminded him of the commentary lectures, a feature he had completely forgotten. The mentor then added the crucial catch: watching them would deduct points, teasing him with tantalizing lecture titles from legendary figures. The chibi avatar explained that while his score would be reduced, the strategies he learned could potentially lead to a much higher final grade. With a cheerful tone that only fueled SeoJoon's frustration, his mentor declared that the difficult decision was entirely his to make. Cursing his rotten luck, he repeatedly slammed the retry button, beginning a grueling montage of death and failure that chipped away at his remaining chances. Over and over, he was met with the Hydra's deafening, victorious roar. In a desperate act of defiance, he began screaming back at the beast, challenging it to bring its worst. From the sidelines, his mentor's chibi form performed an enthusiastic, yet utterly unhelpful, cheer routine. The mentor continued his bizarre pep rally, which only served to enrage the struggling SeoJoon even more. He finally snapped, screaming at the floating avatar and questioning what part of this one-sided slaughter could be considered a team effort. Another attempt ended in failure, the system's cold notification flashing before his eyes. After exhausting all 10 of his retries, the exam for the first subject finally concluded, and a new message appeared: his combat proficiency grade was 88 points. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had increased his score by a massive 4.6 points, as his mentor praised his incredible rate of transformation. The mentor remarked on his swift mastery of both advanced footwork and divine power, calling his growth the fastest head ever witnessed. However, the praise came with a sharp sting, as the mentor added that his starting skill level was also the most horrible he had ever seen. SeoJoon retorted wryly, noting that such backhanded compliments were far more hateful than simple insults. Pushing the comment aside, he focused on his victory, having successfully surpassed his goal of gaining at least 3 points. He steeled his resolve, determined to maintain this hard-won momentum for the rest of the exam. Later, as he reviewed the results on his phone, the triumphant look on his face slowly melted into one of strained exhaustion and panic. A horrifying realization dawned on him, and he whispered in abject terror that he had completely and utterly screwed up. He cried out in utter despair, realizing he had completely and utterly screwed up. The scene flashed back to 9 days prior, during his second test for basic endurance, where he was tasked with holding up the heavens for a full hour. He had struggled immensely beneath the crushing weight, desperately pleading for more time while questioning the sheer insanity of the exam. Then, 6 days ago, his third test for reaction speed had begun, challenging him to win a staring contest against the 100-eyed Argos. He recalled his flawed strategy of blinking one eye at a time, hoping to outlast the mythical creature. Learning that his opponent had 100 eyes, he received a grade of only 4.2 points before the exam jumped forward to 3 days ago. The fourth test for mana tolerance required him to withstand an Archlich's mana drain for 10 minutes as the Lich ominously prepared its spell. But as the drain began, he was startled by its weakness, nonchalantly asking if that was all the Lich had, crediting his resistance to having not yet taken any mana lectures. This resulted in a dismal mana grade of only 1.6 points, bringing the story back to the present day. His initial panicked realization echoed as he once again lamented how badly he had messed up. He grimly calculated his total grade of 9.1, a staggering 11.2 points short of his target, and nervously asked his mentor about the discount requirements. The chibi mentor cheerfully crushed his hopes, confirming that the grade improvement rate absolutely had to exceed 50% to qualify for the event benefit. SeoJoon despaired over the 1 billion won he was about to waste, just as his mentor announced the beginning of the day's exam. The fifth subject, mental, commenced, challenging him to listen to the Archlich's haunting requiem for a grueling 30 minutes. The Archlich reappeared, expressing its hope that SeoJoon wouldn't be such a disappointment this time around. Resolved to succeed, SeoJoon focused his mind, telling himself that he absolutely had to achieve a high score here. An expression of incredible focus washed over him as the mental assault began. With a deep sigh of relief, he managed to successfully complete the first level. He acknowledged that passing level 1 was nothing special, as the real challenge was only just beginning, and he steeled his mind for what was to come. The second level then presented an even greater challenge, to exorcise a 9th level demon from his mind within 1 hour. A sinister voice whispered within his consciousness, vowing to make him its eternal puppet. SeoJoon, however, casually interrupted the demon's monologue by shaking his head as if to get water out of his ear, which unexpectedly completed the level. Next, level 3 tasked him with a seemingly impossible feat, resisting the temptations of the goddess Aphrodite. When the goddess tried to charm him, he simply asked the scantily clad deity if she wasn't feeling cold, referring to her as Auntie. To Aphrodite's utter shock, this simple act of obliviousness was enough to complete the third level. SeoJoon admitted he had no idea how he passed, finding her allure surprisingly bearable as he advanced to level 4. The fourth challenge required him to endure the horrific screams of the infinite hell for 30 minutes. The air filled with ghostly cries from tormented souls begging for either salvation or the mercy of death. The voices then turned on him, accusing him of being the cause of their eternal suffering. They desperately clawed at his conscience, insisting he was responsible for their state and demanding he join them in their loneliness. A final, piercing scream declared that all of their suffering was entirely his fault. SeoJoon, however, remained utterly unfazed and politely pointed out that he had never met any of them before. His calm rebuttal left the cacophony of damned souls momentarily stunned into silence. An awkward pause followed as he asked if any of them actually knew him, which seemed to break their concentration. Inexplicably, he completed level 4, leaving his mentor completely bewildered at how he was managing to pass these mental trials. The fifth and final level began, forcing him to resist the ultimate pleasure offered by Mephistopheles, the Demon King's incarnation, for 1 hour. The demon boasted that this was a pleasure even Faust couldn't withstand, promising to transform the 7 deadly sins into heavens tailored to SeoJoon's deepest desires. First, Mephistopheles presented the heaven of lust, where no carnal desire would ever be denied. Following this was the heaven of greed, a realm where he could possess everything he ever wanted, a world with no scarcity. Next came the heaven of gluttony, a paradise of endless abundance where he could eat to his heart's content without consequence. The demon then tempted him with the heaven of sloth, a serene world filled with nothing but blissful rest and joyful smiles. Soon after, he was shown the heaven of wrath, a place designed for avengers where he could punish those who had wronged him. Then came the heaven of envy, a world that could fulfill his jealousy and allow him to accomplish anything he couldn't before. Despite the overwhelming power of the temptations, SeoJoon gritted his teeth, knowing he just had to hold on a little longer. Mephistopheles then ominously announced the arrival of the last and most powerful temptation. The final heaven was revealed to be that of pride. A pained groan escaped SeoJoon's lips as the assault of this ultimate sin began to overwhelm him. He immediately sensed that this particular temptation was far more dangerous than all the others combined. He choked back a gasp, his mental fortitude finally beginning to crack under the immense pressure. A system message flashed, declaring his failure at level 5 with over 20 minutes remaining, and he cursed his inability to hold on. He conceded that the final level was on an entirely different plane of existence compared to the previous ones. A grueling montage of repeated failures ensued as he mashed the retry button, his remaining chances dwindling with each unsuccessful attempt. Finally, after exhausting all his retries, the system announced the official end of the exam for the 5th subject. As his grade was calculated, his mentor appeared in a state of shock, questioning how he had reached such a high level despite ultimately failing against the hell of pride. SeoJoon explained that his progress with the unwavering heart lecture allowed him to endure, but the skeptical mentor demanded to know his exact progress rate. He calmly stated that his progress was now at 31.7%, a figure that brought the mentor to a stunned halt. The mentor stared in absolute disbelief, unable to process what he had just heard. He shouted that SeoJoon's rate had been just over 15% last time, unable to fathom a 16% increase in such a short period, to which SeoJoon simply replied that it just happened. Still refusing to believe it, the mentor demanded to see the status window with his own 2 eyes. Upon viewing the unbelievable numbers, the mentor was rendered speechless, wondering how such a miraculous event could have occurred. His shock intensified as he scanned the progress rates of the other lectures, especially Hercules, prompting SeoJoon to once again attribute his incredible growth to simple luck. The mentor furiously rejected the notion of heaven-defying luck, finding SeoJoon's nonchalant expression deeply aggravating. The chibi avatar practically vibrated with agitation, yelling about how ridiculous the numbers were and pointing out that no ordinary freshman could ever achieve such a progress rate. For a 3rd time, SeoJoon calmly insisted that his unprecedented growth was purely the result of being lucky. Suddenly, his final mental grade of 22.8 points flashed on the screen, and days later, he was excitedly reviewing his final mock exam results. Although he had failed every individual subject, his total score had reached 52.2 points, confirming that he had successfully achieved his goal. He had aimed for a 70% grade increase but had shattered that target by achieving an 80% improvement, securing a massive discount coupon. With unrestrained joy, he celebrated the fact that he could finally afford to take the coveted lecture from the heavens equal great sage. He quietly rejoiced, realizing he could finally take the heavens equal great sage's lecture, and he reflected on how the unwavering heart lecture had been his saving grace, even as a distant voice muttered in disbelief. In another location, SeoJoon's mentor was on the phone, urgently reporting the unexpected development that had occurred. SeoJoon later inquired about the specific requirements for passing, learning from his mentor that a score above 60 points was needed in every subject to avoid failure. The mentor elaborated that even a high total score was meaningless if any single subject fell below the 60-point threshold, prompting SeoJoon to ask what overall grade was necessary to pass. He was told that the passing score fluctuated but typically required an average of over 90 points. With a quick mental calculation, SeoJoon understood that he needed a total grade of 630 or more. The sheer difficulty of that goal made him curse under his breath. His thoughts, however, quickly returned to the prize he sought, the lecture from the heavens equal great sage. The mentor asked if he intended to take the sage's lecture immediately, to which SeoJoon affirmed, adding that he had yet to choose a mana lecture. Browsing the available courses, his eyes fell upon 2 lectures by the great sage, a basic spear and staff technique course and a more advanced one. He briefly wondered what the advanced heavenly meteor staff lecture would cost, optimistically hoping his book account could cover it, only to be met with the harsh reality of its price. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, SeoJoon vowed that he would one day become strong enough to learn that ultimate technique. Putting that dream aside for the moment, he decided to begin with the lecture he could actually afford and selected the basics of spear and staff techniques. The system calculated a new causality rate, presenting a lecture fee of a staggering 5.4 billion won even after his 80% discount, and asked if he wished to register to obtain the S-rank techniques. He gawked at the massive price tag, even as he acknowledged how much cheaper it had become. Reassuring himself that it was a far cry from the original 27 billion won, he decisively confirmed the registration. A new message prompted him to click the button below to begin the highly anticipated lecture. After clicking, SeoJoon was momentarily confused when nothing seemed to happen. A wave of panic washed over him as he wondered if the program had frozen, terrified at the thought of losing his 5.4 billion won. Just then, a powerful voice boomed through the system, offering a sincere apology for its tardiness. SeoJoon let out a startled cry as the lecture finally began. A determined figure appeared on screen, unleashing a flowing ribbon of brilliant golden energy. The instructor, the legendary Heaven's equal great sage himself, explained that he was late because Master Tripitaka had suddenly called him away. He then grumbled about the monk's general helplessness, noting that only respect for Shakyamuni kept him from teaching the man a lesson, while SeoJoon watched in pure awe. The great sage apologized once more for the delay but confidently promised to deliver a lecture worthy of his name. He began his lesson, stating that he would teach the fundamentals of staff and spear combat, the deflecting, grasping, and piercing techniques, which he had briefly outlined in a past orientation. The instructor explained that all advanced techniques were born from these three fundamental forms, but then he paused. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce the screen as he noted that some cadets had apparently already forgotten his teachings, causing SeoJoon to flinch. The sage sighed, deciding that since his tardiness was his own fault, he would provide one more demonstration. He then commanded his students to open their eyes and observe his movements with the utmost care. His lesson began with the first form, deflecting, which he described as an outward sweeping movement. In a breathtaking display of power, the warrior created a massive, circular shockwave with a single swing of his weapon. SeoJoon found the demonstration just as amazing the second time he saw it, as the sage prepared to show the second form, grasping. The great sage explained this technique as the movement of pulling the staff inward toward the body. Another spectacular visual followed as the instructor swung his fiery weapon with enough force to shatter the large rocks surrounding him. He then announced the final basic technique of the trio, piercing. The instructor described the motion as a focused thrust, as if aiming to penetrate a single, infinitesimal point. He concluded the demonstration by reiterating that these three forms were the absolute basics of all spear and staff arts. The sage warned that anyone wishing to learn his advanced heavenly meteor staff technique in the future first had to completely master these fundamental movements. Furthermore, he stressed that these basics were not exclusive to his style but were absolutely indispensable for learning any other spear or staff techniques. Having imparted this knowledge, he assigned his students homework, to practice the deflecting technique until their next session. Immediately, a system notification assigned SeoJoon a daily task to perform the deflecting technique 1,000 times, leaving him to wonder how he could possibly accomplish it. The instructor then added that all subsequent lectures were considered Transcension lectures, which explained their exorbitant cost, prompting SeoJoon to ask what the difference was. The great sage cryptically replied that the new lectures would be on a completely different level from what he had experienced before. He then advised SeoJoon that it would be faster for him to feel the difference for himself. Taking the advice to heart, SeoJoon attempted to mimic the form he had just been shown. In his practice space, 3 glowing blue spears materialized and shot rapidly through the air. He stood his ground, gripping his own spear as a powerful trail of blue energy whipped violently around him. A brief sound of surprise escaped his lips as he felt the technique manifest. From his lone figure, a massive and uncontrolled blast of blue lightning energy erupted outwards. The air crackled violently as the immense power surged beyond his control. An eerie silence fell in the aftermath of the explosion. SeoJoon stood in stunned disbelief, trying to comprehend what had just transpired. The great sage's words echoed in his mind, and he finally understood the warning about the different level of power he now wielded. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, sunlight streamed down upon a large, traditional wooden gate, setting a new scene. Inside a finely decorated room, 3 important figures sat around a low table for a meal. 2 of the attendees were identified as Ch51, Ale Academy's representative, and Lee Jinxiang from Jaein Academy. The third was SeoJoon, the representative from Hunter Mills Academy. SeoJoon initiated the tense meeting by remarking on the currently poor public standing of their 3 prestigious academies. He mentioned a pervasive rumor that all 3 of their institutions combined could not hold a candle to Dream Academy, which led Ch51 to bluntly ask if he wanted to target Kim SeoJoon. SeoJoon clarified that he only meant to break the boy's fighting spirit, but Lee Jinxiang immediately rebuked him as crazy, reminding him of the powerful sword saint who supported SeoJoon. Lee Jinxiang continued his warning, stating that any misstep would not only cost SeoJoon his life but could lead to the complete destruction of Hunter Mills Academy itself. Having heard enough, Ch51 coldly stated that she would simply pretend their conversation never happened. Lee Jinxiang followed her cue and also announced that he was taking his leave from the tense discussion. SeoJoon, a man with sharp eyes behind a pair of glasses, simply watched his 2 counterparts walk away. His mind, however, was already turning to a specific opportunity on the horizon, the exchange tournament. Another person in the room with him observed that the exchange tournament was indeed going to be held soon. This unseen associate then questioned SeoJoon's intentions, asking if he was perhaps planning to send Lee Haeun as a participant. SeoJoon turned to his allies, a calculating look in his eyes, and asked them what they thought of that particular idea. SeoJoon stood in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend that all the destruction had resulted from just a single, minimalist swing of his sword. He internally marveled at the sensation, feeling as if he had channeled the strength of a god into that one simple movement. The immense power, however, came at a cost, as he noted the considerable drain on his energy, a clear consequence of the great sage's intermediate-level course. The sage's words echoed in his mind, and he finally understood that taking a lecture so far beyond his limits meant he was destined to struggle. He recalled his mentor's knowing chuckle, realizing that the curriculum was structured with a specific purpose and progression in mind. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that even 10 repetitions felt impossible, let alone the assigned 1,000, though he clung to the mentor's prior reassurance. He remembered being told that if the task were truly impossible, he would have been warned against it, which made him wonder if there was an alternative approach. The memory of his mentor suggesting he also take a mana lecture surfaced in his thoughts. A spark of insight ignited as he recalled being told that combining a mana lecture with his high progress in Heracles course would make the training roughly manageable. Lost in thought and weary from the exertion, SeoJoon leaned over a park bench, his hand tightly gripping the armrest for support. He let out a thoughtful hum, deeply contemplating his next move. He reviewed his mentor's earlier advice: ki cultivation prioritized stability, while mana cultivation focused on efficiency, leaving the choice entirely up to his preference. Deciding it was a good idea to explore his options, he considered listening to a sample lecture. SeoJoon then browsed the selection of advanced courses, his eyes scanning over lectures on ki cultivation, Heaven's Escape, the Round Table's Aura, and a Dragon's Aura. He started a sample lecture from Swordmaster Dongbin Liu, who began by explaining that growing one's ki was akin to increasing the size of a bowl. The instructor identified this metaphorical bowl as the Dantian, also known as the elixir point. The Swordmaster continued, clarifying that the Dantian was the most crucial part of the body and was defined by 3 major sections. He named these distinct parts as the upper Dantian, the central Dantian, and the lower Dantian. The lecture then focused on the upper Dantian, describing it as the key to the spiritual world and the ultimate vessel for transcendence, capable of elevating a human to godhood. It was explained that this power utilized the central part of one's head, a specific realm referred to as Ni Wan Gong. The instructor emphasized the upper Dantian's supreme importance but then announced it wouldn't be covered in the lecture, leaving SeoJoon momentarily confused by the strange lesson plan. Despite the esoteric explanation, SeoJoon found he could grasp the core concept, a newfound insight he attributed to his progress in Merlin's lecture. He connected the dots, reasoning that if Ni Gon was the brain, then the upper dantian must equate to the mind's domain. Building on this, he mapped the three areas logically, the brain as the upper, the heart as the central, and the stomach as the lower, concluding that key cultivation was indeed the safer, more cumulative path. This insight solidified his understanding of his mentor's advice. The choice between safety with ki and efficiency with mana was now perfectly clear. But just as he processed this, a thought struck him, and he paused with a quizzical expression. His attention was suddenly drawn back to another lecture on the list, Siegfried's course on Dragon Aura, as he sensed something was off. He stared at the title for the sample lecture, trying to pinpoint what exactly was bothering him about it. While scrolling through community forums discussing mana lectures, he noticed a peculiar pattern that made him frown. He began to question his own understanding, wondering if he had fundamentally misunderstood the relationship between the two cultivation methods. Seeking clarity, SeoJoon approached his mentor to ask a question that had just formed in his mind. He directly inquired if it was truly impossible to take both the ki and mana cultivation lectures simultaneously, a question that clearly startled her. He then articulated his groundbreaking theory, suggesting that Siddhartha Gautama's unwavering heart could function as the mind's domain, effectively serving as the upper dantian. SeoJoon continued his hypothesis, reasoning that if the unwavering heart fulfilled that role, one could then use the central and lower dantians for mana, making it possible to master all three forms of power. His mentor stared back, utterly bewildered by his logic, and could only ask if such a thing was even possible, to which he calmly asked if it was not. She stammered, admitting she couldn't possibly know from just the lecture descriptions, while SeoJoon noticed a notification that his Merlin lecture progress had increased yet again. Confident in his path, he declared his intention to take both, then asked if any of her other students had ever considered this, but she replied they always just chose one. SeoJoon reasoned that if no one else had tried it, it probably didn't work, prompting him to ask if she could perhaps consult the instructors directly. He explained that since he couldn't post his sensitive theory on the public bulletin board, he needed her to act as an intermediary. He argued that asking the relevant instructors was the best way to get an accurate answer, then Riley wondered if some rule or, more likely, money was the obstacle, though she quickly denied the latter. The mentor conceded that it was a reasonable request, as students often had questions about lecture content. With a promise to go ask them, she departed, leaving SeoJoon to contemplate the one remaining, and most significant, hurdle. He let out a frustrated sigh as he faced the familiar problem once more. It all came down to money. Just as he was lost in financial woes, his mentor suddenly reappeared, announcing her return and catching his attention. She remarked that his timing was perfect, which only served to pique his curiosity. SeoJoon looked past her and was surprised to see three well-dressed, unfamiliar individuals standing there with her. His mentor gestured to the guests, formally introducing them as the representatives from Hunter Mills, Ale, and Jain Academies. A man with sharp eyes and glasses introduced himself as Jin Hyun-so from Hunter Mills, followed by a woman who identified herself as Hyen Cha of Ale Academy. The third and final guest simply stated that his name was Jin Sung Lee. SeoJoon was completely baffled, silently questioning why the representatives from the world's top 3 academies had come to see him. The reason was soon revealed when the words exchange tournament were spoken. Jin Hyun-so explained that while the tournament was traditionally an unofficial event between their 3 institutions, Dream Academy was now more than qualified to participate. He formally extended an invitation, expressing his hope that SeoJoon and Dream Academy would grace the tournament with their presence and shine brightly. SeoJoon's mentor, Ms. SeoJoon, quickly assured him there was no pressure, telling him to do whatever he was most comfortable with. Cutting straight to the chase, SeoJoon asked what the prize for winning was, only to be met with the blunt answer that there was none. He simply stared at them, his expression a mask of silent, perplexed disbelief. So Jin Hyun, taken aback, explained that it was purely in exchange for sharpening one's skills by competing against other geniuses. SeoJoon then turned to Ms. SeoJoon and asked if his participation would benefit Dream Academy in any way, to which she admitted that there wasn't a necessary benefit. She elaborated that because the tournament was unofficial, his attendance or absence would ultimately have no real impact, which solidified his decision. Having heard all he needed to, SeoJoon delivered his simple and final answer: he didn't want to participate. The representatives were aghast, questioning how he could refuse such an incredible opportunity, but he retorted by asking what the point was if there was nothing to win. Despite his firm refusal, they continued to press him to reconsider, their persistence grating on his nerves. Having had enough of the conversation, SeoJoon turned away from the delegates and called out for his friend, Minhyul. He casually asked a surprised Minhyul if he had any interest in attending the exchange tournament instead. SeoJoon explained his refusal by stating he was too busy to make time for it, prompting Minhyul to admit he hadn't cared much for the event either. However, Minhyul's interest was piqued as he mused that it would be an excellent opportunity to test a new skill he'd been hoping to try out on a real opponent. SeoJoon decisively declared that Minhyul would go in his place, ignoring the representative's frantic protests as he walked away from the entire affair. The three representatives were left in a state of utter shock, desperately trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. It had all started just moments before, when SeoJoon bluntly stated his one and only condition for participating: a 6 billion won prize. Jin Hyun-soo reeled internally, completely baffled by what he perceived as a lunatic's obsession with money. The group quickly realized that without SeoJoon, their primary goal of testing their own students against him would be completely defeated. Jin Sung-lee found the entire concept laughable, considering the idea of a cash reward for a simple exchange tournament to be utterly ridiculous. Unaware of the tense negotiation, Minhyul wondered aloud to his friend about their boss' relentless pursuit of money, admitting it was driving him crazy. Jin Hyun-soo let out a sharp cough, composing himself before addressing SeoJoon and his mentor once more. He began by formally apologizing for the lengthy delay caused by their private discussion. Ms. SeoJoon politely asked if their conflict had been resolved, to which Jin Hyun-soo evasively replied that it was not a matter for her to worry about. He then admitted their true intention was to use SeoJoon as a benchmark to humble their own conceited students and foster their growth. But, he conceded, SeoJoon's firm stance on requiring a reward had forced them to re-evaluate their entire approach. After much deliberation, he finally announced their groundbreaking decision: they would officially offer a prize for the tournament. SeoJoon's ears perked up at the news, but the representative immediately followed up, explaining there was a slight catch. In return for providing the prize money, they had a few conditions of their own that had to be met. Meanwhile, in a distant training hall, a rival student focused his mind, summoning a swirling mass of blue mana between his palms. The concentrated power erupted from him, creating a radiating shockwave of pure energy. An unseen master urged him to compress his mana even further, an order the student acknowledged with determined obedience. The young warrior's expression was a mask of fierce resolve as he prepared to unleash his next attack. He took a single, explosive step forward. His feet became a blur, leaving faint trails of blue light that traced his lightning-fast movements across the floor. Elsewhere, a white-haired student executed a devastating high kick while clutching a dagger, his every move scrutinized by a watchful instructor. The instructor let out an audible gasp, clearly impressed by the raw talent on display. Back at the meeting, SeoJoon's companion remarked on how hard everyone was clearly working for the event. SeoJoon then relayed the news to his friends, confirming that the representatives had agreed to his initial demand of a 6 billion won prize. He elaborated on the prize structure, which included payouts for second and third place, and clarified it was an individual tournament, making the grand prize his to win. He then began to outline the conditions they had set, acknowledging it was only fair since they were footing the bill. Their first condition was that the three major academies would retain full control over the tournament's rules and format, a term SeoJoon found acceptable. The second condition, however, was that every member of Dream Academy, without exception, was required to participate, a prospect that excited both Minhyul and his friend. The friend expressed his eagerness, stating he wanted to see just how much stronger his recent training had made him. SeoJoon asked if there were any other demands, and the representative confirmed there was one final, crucial condition. He ominously stated that one person from their group had not yet agreed to participate, which left SeoJoon momentarily puzzled. SeoJoon mentally counted the members of his team before a sudden, dawning horror struck him as he realized who was being referred to. He couldn't believe they would make such an audacious demand. Ms. SeoJoon pointed to herself in shock, questioning if they truly meant for her to compete in the tournament as well. In a brief flash, an image of her training appeared, showing her deftly wielding a dagger glowing with potent green energy. The vision continued, showing her practicing intricate sword forms as an observer watched her masterful technique. SeoJoon's mind raced, questioning why they would insist on his mentor joining what was supposed to be an individual student tournament. He turned to Ms. SeoJoon, gently calling her name to get her attention. He urged her not to feel pressured to participate on his account, but she immediately and firmly rejected his concern. She explained that she felt indebted to him and saw this as her chance to finally be helpful, though he protested that her help had already been invaluable. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch firm and reassuring. She told him not to worry about her, but their quiet moment was suddenly interrupted by another academy's representative. Taking a determined breath, Ms. SeoJoon told SeoJoon to focus on his own needs, as she would handle her own. She then declared that she had her own preparations to make for the exchange tournament and promptly left. As he watched her go, SeoJoon suddenly remembered his other mentor, wondering why he hadn't heard from him since he promised to return soon. As if on cue, a message arrived from that very mentor, containing a strange and urgent order for him to halt his mana lectures immediately. SeoJoon stared at his screen, silently mouthing the confusing instruction to himself. A follow-up text explained the situation was too complicated to discuss electronically and that the mentor would find him after consulting the director, which made SeoJoon worry that something was wrong. Left with unexpected free time, SeoJoon decided he would simply focus on increasing all of his current skill progression bars. Several days later, on the morning of the tournament, the Dream Academy students arrived at the venue and were stunned by its immense scale. Minhyul commented that for an unofficial event, it was as grand as a large-scale raid, suspecting it was more than just a simple exchange. SeoJoon simply remarked that the top 3 academies clearly deserved their reputation, before bizarrely asking his friend if they sold rice crackers nearby. His friend questioned his strange craving at such a tense moment, but SeoJoon confidently insisted that his stomach could handle anything. Their conversation was cut short when Minhyul spotted a cluster of people with cameras, correctly identifying them as journalists. SeoJoon's eyes narrowed as he realized the organizers were planning to broadcast the event to the media this time around. One of their group members read from a schedule, confirming that the tournament's first round would be fought exclusively between students. A look of deep concentration appeared on a student's face as he considered the implications of the bracket. All around them, students from other academies prayed not to be matched against SeoJoon, until one girl's nervous slip of the tongue revealed her crush on him. Minhyul sighed, telling them it was useless to pray, as he had witnessed SeoJoon's practice session and described his spear movements as insanely powerful, akin to a legendary technique. Elsewhere, one unfortunate student lamented his bad luck, wondering why he had to be the one to draw such a fearsome opponent. Suddenly, a gasp went through the arena as a spectator shouted out the name of the famous hunter, Haeun Lee. A polished black boot stepped firmly onto the ground, heralding the arrival of a major player. The formidable woman strode confidently through the venue, her long dark hair trailing behind her as she was escorted by a team of bodyguards in suits. In the stands, another powerful figure with short black hair and intense red eyes watched the unfolding events with a predatory gaze. Down on the arena floor, a serious young competitor met her stare, his own eyes burning with the cold fire of determination. The formidable hunter, Haeun Lee, strode confidently through the venue, flanked on either side by a team of imposing bodyguards. A horde of journalists immediately descended upon her, with one reporter from Hanpyeong Daily demanding to know why this particular exchange tournament had been made public. Another pushed forward, asking if she was there to compete or merely to observe, as her security detail diligently steered her through the throng. One journalist then cut through the noise with a provocative question, speculating that her absence from a previous tournament was directly because of SeoJoon Kim. The sudden, targeted inquiry seemed to give her a moment's pause. Sensing he had overstepped, the reporter quickly tried to backtrack, stammering that his words were not meant to be accusatory. Unfazed, Haeun coolly dismissed the question, simply asking who this SeoJoon Kim was. She continued her procession, moving with an unshakable poise toward a group of waiting individuals. Elsewhere in the crowd, a student identified her as the legendary Lee Haeun of Hunter Mills, admitting he had only ever heard of her by reputation. His companion, utterly captivated, could only breathe out a comment about how beautiful she was. Their friend questioned the random outburst, but the admirer defended himself, asking what was wrong with calling a pretty person pretty. The friend argued that the timing was inappropriate, jokingly complaining that he himself had never received such a compliment. The playful banter between the high schoolers continued, a light-hearted moment amidst the growing tension. Finally growing flustered, one of them yelled for the teasing to stop. Their argument was suddenly interrupted as they spotted SeoJoon Kim, which led to the shocking realization that Dream Academy was participating in the tournament. It all clicked into place. They understood now that his presence was the real reason for the media frenzy. The press immediately swarmed SeoJoon, asking if he was preparing for a match against Lee Haeun, as one of his admiring classmates reveled in his fame. SeoJoon simply offered a serene, closed-eyed smile, completely unbothered by the commotion. He calmly directed his team to head inside the building, leaving the chaos behind them. Once inside the Dream Academy waiting room, an official laid out a crucial rule, strictly prohibiting the use of any personal equipment. The official confirmed the provided loaner weapons for SeoJoon, SeoJoon, and Minhyul, before asking Suyeon if she required anything, which she politely declined. SeoJoon's teammates inspected the provided gear, remarking that while the quality was decent, the weapons felt completely unfamiliar in their hands. Minhyul offered the old platitude that a true craftsman never blames their tools. SeoJoon laughingly called his bluff, retorting that craftsmen only say such things because they always use superior tools, before admitting she was just joking. Suyeon then playfully accused Minhyul of teasing them simply because he didn't need a weapon, calling it his revenge for earlier. Turning their attention to their leader, they asked if he was fine with the standard issue gear, to which SeoJoon gave a vague, non-committal response. His friends took his quiet demeanor as a sign that SeoJoon wasn't picky about his weapons at all. SeoJoon tried to clarify his position, but his words were lost as his friends were already absorbed in their own conversation. He picked up one of the provided spears, quietly wondering to himself if it would be strong enough for what he had planned. A moment of deep contemplation followed as he weighed the unfamiliar weapon in his grip. In another waiting room, the renowned Ch51 wondered aloud just who SeoJoon Kim was to warrant such a specific rule against personal equipment. He followed this thought with a stunning announcement, declaring that he had no intention of participating in the tournament. His companion scoffed, assuming he was afraid of Lee Haeun's rumored participation, but Ch51 flatly denied that was the reason. He then revealed the true cause for his withdrawal, the fact that SeoJoon Kim was competing. The shocking confession left his teammates completely dazed and speechless. Meanwhile, in the arena, another fighter let out a long, frustrated sigh. He cursed Ch51 as a fool for backing out, vowing to use this chance to prove to everyone that he was the real super rookie of their generation. With his two partners at his side, the battle was finally set to begin. The official gave the signal, shouting for the match to start. In less than a second, SeoJoon's opponent's confident smirk vanished, replaced by an expression of pure disbelief. The self-proclaimed rookie realized with dawning horror that he had already lost track of SeoJoon's movements entirely. His eyes darted desperately to the side, his earlier arrogance evaporating into a look of grim determination. A split second later, his instincts screamed at him, warning of an immediate and unavoidable danger. A sharp grunt of pain escaped his lips as a powerful blow landed squarely against him. He reeled from the impact, unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength behind the attack. Across the dueling grounds, a whirlwind of furious purple energy erupted from an opponent's devastating attack. In another match, a student in red was sent flying backward, powerless against a similar circular wave of force. The student struggled to his feet, clutching his sword and panting for breath after withstanding the powerful assault. Yet another battle unfolded as a combatant nimbly dodged a heavy downward strike from a staff-wielding foe. The fighter looked up from his successful dodge, his expression quickly shifting to one of shock. He let out a desperate cry of denial as he saw his opponent's follow-up attack. Defeated on the ground, all he could do was stare at the glowing blue tip of the spear pointed at his throat. Another intense duel reached its final moments as two warriors stood at a tense impasse. Nearby, two polearms clashed with violent force, sending streaks of raw energy careening across the arena floor. Back in SeoJoon's match, however, a profound silence had fallen over the battlefield. The referee, visibly shaken by the speed of the fight, stammered out the official announcement that SeoJoon Kim was the winner. His opponent stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the tip of the spear that had stopped just inches from his shoulder. Onlookers pointed out that SeoJoon's spear now had visible cracks, confirming their suspicions that the standard-issue weapon was too weak for him. SeoJoon himself let out a quiet sigh, looking down at the damaged weapon with slight annoyance. He calmly walked over to an official and requested a sturdier spear, explaining with a small laugh that he had to hold back his strength just to keep the first one from shattering. The tournament's first round thus concluded with SeoJoon demonstrating a level of power that the provided equipment simply could not handle. SeoJoon let out a contemplative hum, examining his newly replaced weapon. He concluded that, just as he suspected, the standard-issue staff couldn't withstand his power. A shiver of annoyance ran down his spine as he recalled the weapon cracking after only 3 swings, worrying he might need a replacement for every single round. He fell into a thoughtful silence, contemplating the troublesome equipment situation. His friends rushed over, with one exclaiming that SeoJoon hadn't even shown his full power during training and that the crowd was going wild. Another friend showed him his phone, revealing that a news article about his match had already been published. SeoJoon confirmed that a real article from the reporters at the entrance was detailing the anticipated match between him and Lee Hae-eun. His friend noted the insane public response, pointing out that SeoJoon's name was even trending as a recommended search, all because the top 3 guilds wanted to scout him. SeoJoon remarked on Lee Hae-eun's incredible reputation, but his friends quickly corrected him, insisting that he was the amazing one. His companions passionately argued that Lee Hae-eun was nothing compared to their boss, with Minyeol voicing his staunch support. They explained that people saw Lee Hae-eun as an insurmountable wall, so they were losing their minds now that SeoJoon, an irregular, was shattering that image. One friend declared he would rather face Lee Hae-eun than SeoJoon, which prompted a girl to playfully volunteer to fight Minyeol instead. Minyeol was caught off guard, questioning why he was suddenly being brought into their hypothetical matchup. Elsewhere, a woman with a stern and focused expression stared intently forward. A man beside her commented on SeoJoon's performance, acknowledging that there was a clear reason for all the hype surrounding him. He then turned to the woman and directly asked if she believed she could win against Kim SeoJoon. The man tried to ease the pressure on her, suggesting that even if she lost, coming in second place was still a great achievement before she cut him off. She confidently retorted that no matter how hard he tried, SeoJoon was ultimately just an irregular on the level of a student. The man quickly backtracked, asking her to disregard his earlier words which he claimed were just spoken out of concern. In a quiet room, a powerful figure sat alone, his form silhouetted against the bright light of a large window. An intense gaze burned from behind his glasses as he watched the events of the tournament unfold. His attention was fixed on a monitor showing SeoJoon standing victoriously over a bowing opponent. He replayed the moment in his mind when the inadequate spear had shattered under SeoJoon's immense power. The man scoffed quietly, mocking the other executive's flimsy claim of having spoken out of concern. As the tournament raged on, Minyeol was shown to be climbing the ranks with impressive skill. Meanwhile, Suyin, who many thought would struggle, was also putting up a surprisingly good fight and securing victories. And inevitably, another match concluded with the referee announcing Kim SeoJoon as the winner yet again. SeoJoon calmly approached an official to request another spear, much to the staff member's disbelief that he had broken one again. He laughed it off, explaining that while he was trying to control his strength, his skilled opponents made it difficult, as the officials noted this was his 9th replacement weapon. One official calculated in horror that at tens of millions of won per weapon, the replacement costs were about to surpass 1 billion won, far exceeding the prize money. His colleague agreed, lamenting that they couldn't possibly deny him a new weapon when the old one was so clearly broken. SeoJoon, overhearing their plight, then offered a simple solution, asking if it would be better for him to just use his own spear. The officials considered his proposal, wondering if the CEOs would change the rules, framing it as a matter of flexibility and safety rather than special treatment. One of the flustered staff members finally volunteered to go and ask the higher-ups for a decision. SeoJoon watched him go, feeling confident that they would figure something out. He then turned his attention to his friend, asking Suyin if her match was next. He noticed she was trembling uncontrollably and that her face had gone completely pale with fear. Suyin struggled to get the words out, her voice quivering with anxiety. She finally managed to explain that her fear was because her next opponent was the infamous Lee Hae-eun. Her friends immediately understood the source of her terror. They realized the burden must be immense, especially since she had only recently started her training with the magic saint, prompting her to ask if she could do well. SeoJoon tried to reassure her, reminding her that this was just a friendly match, not a life-or-death dungeon raid. He advised her not to be stressed about winning or losing, explaining that while competitiveness is good, obsession can be harmful. Suyin, however, confessed that her anxiety stemmed from feeling unhelpful during their last raid battle. She recalled the profound sense of accomplishment they had all shared as a team. She remembered the joy of being acknowledged for her growing abilities and the satisfaction she felt as she improved alongside them. The entire process of growing stronger together had been an incredibly enjoyable experience for her. It was for that very reason that she felt such a strong desire to prove herself now. Suyin felt the gap in their abilities more keenly than anyone else. She was determined to show everyone that she could contribute something meaningful. She wanted to prove she was worthy of standing by their side, just as the announcer called for her to take her place in the arena. SeoJoon offered her a simple but meaningful word of encouragement, wishing her good luck. She nodded in response, filled with newfound determination. Suyin walked toward the stage, her mind set on having her true worth tested in the upcoming battle. She took a deep, steadying breath as she stepped into the dueling grounds. Her eyes widened as she came face to face with her opponent. Across the arena stood Lee Hae-eun, her purple cape flowing as she looked down with an air of absolute confidence. The referee stood between them, asking both combatants if they were ready to begin. With their confirmation, the official gave the signal, and the highly anticipated match finally began. In another arena, a young man in a green hoodie crouched low, his body enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. His opponent watched him silently, an unreadable expression on her face. She broke the silence with a simple challenge for him to try and attack her, which caught him by surprise. She then elaborated, daring him to try and use everything in his arsenal against her. The dark-haired warrior challenged her opponent to use every ounce of his power against her. She explained that only by doing so would he come to realize his own utter insignificance. The woman then unsheathed 2 deadly swords from her hips, their polished steel gleaming under the arena lights. She commanded him to give it everything he had, to fight until he was completely spent. He observed with growing anger that she wasn't even in a proper combat stance, her weapon tips casually touching the floor. Meanwhile, in another arena, Suyin's expression twisted into a furious scowl as she clenched her jaw. She swore to her opponent, Lee Hae-eun, that she would make her regret her arrogant words. Hae-eun simply scoffed, wondering aloud how every single person she fought always managed to say the exact same thing. In response, Suyin closed her eyes and crossed her hands, summoning a brilliant blue aura that pulsed around her. She began casting the spell known as Fear, a magic that simultaneously hardened the caster's skin and exerted immense pressure on the enemy. At the same time, she activated a presence block to conceal her energy and movements. The ground beneath her feet fractured under the immense pressure of her concentrated mana. In a blinding flash, Suyin exploded forward, shattering everyone's expectations. The crowd gasped, stunned to witness a mage willingly engaging in close-quarters combat. It was even more shocking that she would attempt such a reckless strategy against the infamous Lee Haeun. Suyin weaved through Haeun's initial flurry of attacks, her footwork a blur of motion across the arena floor. With a sharp clang, she expertly deflected a powerful strike aimed at her. The dueling grounds thundered with the concussive force of their rapid exchanges. An instructor in the stands remarked that he couldn't believe a mere student was capable of casting complex magic during such turbulent combat. He begrudgingly admitted that while it hurt his pride, he finally understood why his own students had been so thoroughly defeated. The announcer explained that traditionally, a mage's job was considered complete if they simply stayed back and cast powerful magic. However, he posed a question to the audience, asking if such a passive strategy was truly effective in a real battle. He spoke of the inherent dangers a stationary mage faced, from mana corruption to being left defenseless without a vanguard. As SeoJoon yelled for Suyin to pressure her opponent more, the announcer noted that this aggressive combat style had all but vanished after the time of the Magic Saint. He elaborated that this method was once the signature of the legendary Magic Saint, a hero of the Cataclysm and the undisputed peak of all mages. During the height of that chaotic era, the Magic Saint was so feared that other nations came to know them as a walking disaster. This legendary figure had earned the unique and fearsome title of War Mage. Channeling this ancient power, Suyin unleashed a ferocious battle cry as she discharged a wave of energy. Unimpressed, Haeun coolly asked if that was the full extent of Suyin's abilities. In an instant, Haeun moved behind her, her blade piercing Suyin's back just as she was casting a lightning spell. As a last resort, Suyin lunged forward and embraced Haeun, detonating her remaining energy in a final, sacrificial explosion of red light. The desperate gambit failed, and Suyin screamed in agony as another blow tore through her chest, splattering blood across the floor. Haeun stood over her defeated form, coughing lightly before asking if she finally understood the difference between them. Suyin could barely speak, wheezing that she had at least managed to land a single hit. Haeun looked down with a flicker of confusion, questioning what she could possibly mean. At that moment in the other match, the young man in the green hoodie unleashed a massive explosion of purple energy that engulfed his opponent. An eerie silence fell over his arena as the smoke and dust from his ultimate attack began to clear. He looked on in despair, realizing his all-out assault had only managed to slightly rip her clothes, leaving not a single scratch on her body. The devastating truth crashed down upon him, he never imagined the gap in their strength would be so vast. Back in the first arena, Haeun delivered a sharp, humiliating slap across Suyin's face. From the stands, a horrified SeoJoon shot to his feet, instinctively reaching a hand out towards the stage. Suyin looked up from the ground, her eyes wide with dazed confusion. Haeun then casually tossed Suyin's body aside, sending her tumbling violently across the cold stone. She let out a soft sigh, as if the entire fight had been nothing more than a minor annoyance. SeoJoon remained frozen in place, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Haeun then approached the fallen Suyin and took a rough hold of her uniform. She tightened her grip, effortlessly lifting Suyin's unconscious body from the ground. Her eyes glowing a menacing red, Haeun held the limp and defeated girl in her arms like a broken doll. Suddenly, a loud slam echoed through the stadium as an arena barrier was forced open. A female staff member watched in shock as SeoJoon burst through the glowing entryway, sprinting onto the field. He raced towards Haeun and seized her arm, his grip filled with protective fury. Barely conscious, Suyin weakly pleaded with him to stop his reckless intervention. SeoJoon turned toward the faint sound of her voice, his face etched with surprise and concern. She tried to reassure him through pained breaths, telling him that she was going to be okay. Elsewhere in the stands, their blue-haired teammate watched the chaos unfold, his expression a mixture of disbelief and simmering rage. The referee finally found his voice, frantically shouting for Haeun to cease her actions at once. Haeun offered only a cold silence in return, her face an unreadable mask. With a swift, contemptuous motion, she struck SeoJoon with the flat of her blade, knocking him to the ground. As he fell, SeoJoon cried out Suyun's name, his voice filled with anguish and helplessness. A pained groan escaped Suyun's lips as she lay broken on the arena floor. Scrambling on the ground, SeoJoon yelled her name again, desperately begging her to wake up. Haeun looked down on them both with disdain, remarking that Suyun had been nothing special after all. With what little strength she had left, Suyun's hand trembled as she reached out toward SeoJoon. She whispered a final plea, begging him not to fight on her behalf. Her resolve finally shattered, and tears of shame and frustration streamed down her face in a hysterical flood. Through heart-wrenching sobs, she blamed herself, insisting that this entire tragedy only happened because she wasn't strong enough. In the immediate aftermath of Haeun Lee's brutal victory, the tournament's atmosphere was thick with tension. Healers quickly attended to Suyun, and fortunately, a preliminary examination revealed no critical injuries. Despite the shocking display of excessive force, the officials gave Haeun nothing more than a formal warning for her actions. Back in the waiting area, a defeated Minhyul offered a pained laugh, apologizing for failing to avenge Suyun. He then issued a grave warning to SeoJoon, reminding him that Haeun's reputation as the best was well earned. A staff member, incensed by the injustice, announced her intent to protest, but SeoJoon calmly told her to let it go. The woman was taken aback by his quiet refusal to escalate the situation. She stammered in confusion, asking him why he would simply stand down. SeoJoon firmly repeated his command, insisting that she should just leave the matter be. The exchange tournament carried on, but for SeoJoon, the following matches became a blur, punctuated only by Seon's worried expression. His memory of that time was hazy, only recalling the astonishing number of spears he broke in his relentless climb to the finals. The announcer's voice finally broke through his reverie, nervously calling SeoJoon Kim from Dream Academy to take his place on the stage. Immediately after, Haeun Lee from Hunter Mill was summoned to her position for the final match. An expectant silence filled the arena as the two champions stared each other down from across the field. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring that the moment everyone had been waiting for was finally at hand. In a quiet room far from the stadium, a woman in a tracksuit stared up at a framed photograph on the wall. A brief memory flashed, showing 3 individuals gathered together, their faces etched with serious concern. Back in the stadium, a spectator swallowed hard, the tension in the air becoming almost palpable. The 2 finalists stood ready in the vast hall, SeoJoon with his spear and Haeun with her sword. SeoJoon was the first to speak, stating that he had one thing he needed to ask her. He questioned whether it had truly been necessary for her to take things so far against Suyun. He acknowledged her immense talent, theorizing she had never known the despair of working hard only to find herself unable to move forward. However, he then countered that this despair was the very proof of a person's earnest effort. He pointedly accused Haeun of having mercilessly trampled upon all of that hard-won effort. With a final, heavy breath, he asserted that her skill did not give her the right to disregard such a struggle. Haeun responded with cold indifference, simply asking if he was finished with his speech. SeoJoon understood then that words alone would have no effect on her. She then challenged him to try and prove his point with action, a dare which momentarily caught him off guard. She clarified her taunt, telling him to try everything in his arsenal. With a dismissive glare, she goaded him again, demanding he unleash his full power. SeoJoon's resolve hardened as he decided she needed to experience that same despair for herself. He became determined to make her personally understand just how demoralizing it felt to be broken. Haeun mocked him, suggesting that a little praise had inflated his ego and accused him of hypocrisy for defeating weaker opponents to get there. She condescendingly remarked that it seemed her point still hadn't gotten through to him. The nervous referee stammered, asking if both competitors were finally ready. Upon receiving their silent confirmation, he yelled for the match to begin. Haeun's eye flared with a menacing red glow as she locked her gaze onto her target. SeoJoon's breath hitched in his throat at the sudden, overwhelming pressure she exuded. She remained perfectly still, questioning why he wasn't attacking and repeating her demand for him to try everything. A surge of rage filled SeoJoon as he realized how every one of his powerful opponents said the exact same condescending things. He gritted his teeth, channeling his immense frustration into his grip on his spear. A fleeting memory of a woman with long dark hair embracing him from behind flashed through his mind. Another brief image appeared, this one of a different young man with dark hair observing calmly. The battle finally began, exploding in a blinding flurry of rapid-fire red energy slashes. With her eyes burning crimson, Haeun unleashed a devastating swing of her sword, creating a powerful red arc. Not to be outdone, SeoJoon countered with a determined slash of his spear that glowed with its own red energy. Haeun let out a sharp grunt, putting her full weight into a powerful downward strike. Yet in an incredible display of arrogance, she let out a bored yawn in the middle of their exchange. She pressed her attack, but SeoJoon expertly parried her sword with the shaft of his spear. The force of a subsequent blow sent a figure hurtling backward into a swirling vortex of purple energy. Haeun taunted her opponent, mockingly asking if that was really the best he could do. The two fighters found themselves separated, with SeoJoon now standing on a platform above her. In response, Haeun began to channel a dense blue aura around her blade, preparing a massive attack. SeoJoon's eyes widened as he recognized the infamous technique known as Aura Blade. He knew in that instant that he had to close the distance or the attack would undoubtedly finish him. The two warriors shot toward each other, their empowered weapons colliding in a brilliant burst of light. Their clash detonated in a colossal explosion of blue energy that shook the foundations of the arena. For the first time in the tournament, a flicker of genuine shock registered on Haeun's face. SeoJoon was equally stunned by the sheer magnitude of the force their exchange had generated. Haeun watched in disbelief as she felt her own power being overwhelmed, realizing she was being pushed back. Her pride was shattered by the inconceivable notion that she, of all people, could be losing a contest of strength. Seizing the momentary opening, SeoJoon leaped high into the air, clearing Haeun's glowing sword. Watching from the sidelines, Suyin looked on with an expression of utter shock and disbelief. SeoJoon landed perfectly behind Haeun, immediately spinning into a ready stance with his spear. He looked over his shoulder and calmly informed her that he was done holding back. As Haeun lunged, he met her advance by calling upon his signature defensive skill. Haeun had always believed she was special, born with a gift that set her apart from everyone else. She reflected on how she had effortlessly reached the pinnacle of her field, her overwhelming ability proving that true talent easily eclipsed mere effort. Even when people began hailing her as the most talented hunter in history, she felt no sense of pride, seeing it as a simple statement of fact. In her mind, it was the undeniable truth, for she was. SeoJoon's voice cut through her thoughts, calmly informing her that he was finally done holding back. A wave of confusion washed over Haeun, unable to process his words. She wondered in disbelief if the incredible power he had shown so far was not even his true strength. With a single word, SeoJoon activated a new skill, preparing to deflect her next assault. A furious montage of combat erupted as their empowered weapons clashed in a blinding spectacle of light and energy. The exchange ended abruptly as Haeun violently coughed up a spray of blood. She struggled to understand what had just happened, marveling that a seemingly light swing of his spear could cause such damage. Her hand shot out instinctively, as if trying to physically grasp the incomprehensible reality before her. A strangled cry of pain and shock escaped from deep within her chest. SeoJoon stood as the epicenter of a storm, his body wreathed in a vibrant blue aura that caused rocks and debris to levitate around him. An extreme close-up of Haeun's crimson eye revealed the depth of her utter astonishment. A powerful upward strike from SeoJoon's spear sent her flying helplessly into the air. From the shadows, a mysterious figure with piercing green eyes and a strange metallic beak gazed down upon the battlefield. SeoJoon had unleashed his ultimate piercing attack, a technique designed to shatter any defense. A colossal pillar of azure light erupted between them, cleaving the arena in two and forcing the fighters apart. Haeun's trembling hand was shown still gripping the hilt of her sword, its blade now completely shattered. A desperate gasp of disbelief escaped her lips as she stared at her broken weapon. Her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, her ruined sword falling from her grasp. Her expression was a mask of agony and disbelief, her world turned completely upside down. Her mind raced in a frantic state of denial, unable to accept that what was happening was real. She repeated to herself that there was no way he could be stronger than her, it was simply impossible. The very idea that someone more skilled than her could exist in the universe was a concept she could not fathom. Clinging to her pride, she reminded herself that she possessed the greatest skill in pro hunter history and that the fight was far from over. With a final, desperate roar, she screamed that she would never accept this humiliating defeat. Her knuckles turned white as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her broken sword one last time. Fueled by pure rage, she shrieked and lunged forward, raising her shattered blade for a final, suicidal strike. In a flash, SeoJoon's fist was shown connecting squarely with the side of her face. The brutal, unexpected punch sent her reeling backward, her desperate attack completely neutralized. Through gritted teeth, she managed to curse him for his audacious counterattack. From the sidelines, officials anxiously debated if they should intervene, noting Haeun still wielded a weapon against the now unarmed SeoJoon. They concluded, however, that Haeun showed no intention of conceding the match, her eyes still burning with defiance. A choked grunt of pain escaped Haeun as she struggled to stay on her feet. SeoJoon then began to lecture her, telling her that she had no concept of the lives of people who were constantly beaten down by others. He explained that unlike her, many people were not gifted with overwhelming talent and had to face an incredibly difficult life. These individuals, he said, had no choice but to endure being beaten up every single day. Haeun desperately tried to fight back, her mind screaming in frustration as she questioned why her attacks no longer reached him. SeoJoon then asked if she wanted to know the most surprising thing about the people he spoke of. He revealed that their primary concern was not about fighting back or achieving victory. A ragged gasp for air escaped Haeun as she reeled from another of his relentless blows. He continued his lesson, stating that even though they were beaten their entire lives, their true focus was always on moving forward. Because of this mindset, he explained, no matter how powerful the punch they received, they refused to stay down. Their progress was a slow, painful crawl, advancing little by little against impossible odds. When faced with overwhelming force again and again, those people would simply get up repeatedly. He acknowledged that they might stay down for a moment, but they would inevitably push themselves forward once more. This, he declared, was the only way to win a battle that seemed impossible to win, to simply keep fighting. SeoJoon then redefined her entire worldview, telling her that this unbreakable spirit was the essence of true talent. Haeun furiously dismissed his words as nonsense, insisting that such a pathetic trait couldn't be talent before SeoJoon cut her off, mocking her claim. He ridiculed her supposed greatness, pointing out how she was already trembling from just a few of his bare-fisted strikes. As he activated a skill called God Strength, he told her she was unworthy of even looking down on the very people she belittled. A brilliant field of divine energy erupted from SeoJoon, pressing down on Haeun with immense force. His eyes narrowed into an intense glare, his face a mask of cold, unyielding determination. His fist, now glowing with the mark of his power, flew forward with unstoppable momentum. A stark, symbolic vision showed a lone warrior standing victorious atop a mountain of fallen enemies. The echoes of the final blow reverberated through the now silent arena. The last vestiges of energy crackled and dissipated into the air. The camera focused in on the aftermath, the screen momentarily filled with a stark graphic. A final, defeated gasp was heard as the battle concluded. The world seemed to shatter like glass around Haeun, her wide, red eyes reflecting her complete and utter defeat. A sharp, definitive sound signaled the absolute end of the confrontation. The stunned onlookers and exhausted fighters watched as a victorious Suyin smiled, her faith in SeoJoon rewarded. Suyin then posed a question to the fallen warrior, asking if she had finally had her eyes opened to reality. The official announcement rang out, declaring SeoJoon Kim the winner of the exchange tournament's first round. In the wake of their defeat, the remaining students from Transcendent Academy contemplated what their next move should be. One of the students, a prominent figure among them, began to speak with a heavy tone of resignation. He confessed that he no longer had any confidence he could defeat SeoJoon Kim if they were to fight at that moment. His teammates were stunned by this admission, recalling that he was not only a former S-rank hunter but also the representative of one of Korea's most prestigious academies. With a reluctant groan, another student had to agree, admitting he felt the exact same way despite not wanting to. They recounted the 3 devastating blows that had overwhelmed Haeun, concluding that SeoJoon's power had grown exponentially since their last raid battle and was far beyond that of a normal student. A more pragmatic student insisted there was no point discussing it, as SeoJoon was now completely out of their reach, though he noted the tournament itself was not yet over. His peer agreed, stating that they simply had to accept the harsh reality that defeating SeoJoon Kim was an impossible task. A glint then appeared in his eye as he slyly suggested that they could use SeoJoon's perceived invincibility against him. Meanwhile, SeoJoon found himself ambushed by a horde of reporters who swarmed him with questions about his rumored apprenticeship under the Sword Saint and his future career plans. The press corps shouted in a frenzy as he leaped into the air to escape, yelling for the photographers to capture the impossible feat. Unbeknownst to him, the Jaein student continued to formulate his plan, musing that while they had lost to SeoJoon, they had not yet lost to the Dream Academy as a whole. His fellow students listened on, completely baffled by his cryptic statement. Back in the waiting room, SeoJoon suddenly appeared and announced her return to a very surprised SeoJoon. He asked how she managed to get through the throng of reporters, and she casually explained she had simply pushed her way through the frustrating blockade. She then revealed that his victory had sent the entire nation into an uproar, showing him an online article that labeled him a hero-level irregular. SeoJoon scrolled through a live feed of comments where the public debated whether Haeun had been weak or if SeoJoon's power was simply on another level entirely. Her expression then soured as she pointed out the barrage of negative comments directed at her, accusing her of being a mere B-rank who was riding on SeoJoon's coattails. SeoJoon cast a quick, concerned glance her way. He then let out a light-hearted laugh, attempting to dispel the tense atmosphere. Changing the subject, he declared that they needed to start thinking about their strategy for the tournament's second round. SeoJoon confirmed his thoughts, stating that the next stage was a team dungeon raid with the remaining members. She immediately voiced her concern, pointing out that with Suyin and Minyeol in the hospital, a team match seemed completely out of the question. Looking outside, SeoJoon observed that the chaos caused by the reporters finally seemed to be winding down. She then told SeoJoon to get some rest while she went to sort out the situation with the tournament officials. SeoJoon agreed, bidding her a brief farewell. As soon as she was gone, he let out a deep sigh, the profound exhaustion of the battle finally catching up to him. He slid to the floor, attributing his fatigue to the immense strain of using his god strength skill at the very end of the fight. He reflected that his emotions had gotten the better of him, admitting in hindsight that such an overwhelming display of power might not have been necessary. His thoughts were abruptly cut short when an energetic young man burst into the room, announcing his arrival with a startling lack of subtlety. SeoJoon let out a short gasp, completely caught off guard. The newcomer seemed surprised by SeoJoon's reaction, questioning why he was so shocked by the sudden entrance. Despite the young man's deeply apologetic expression, SeoJoon had a feeling this was a recurring habit of his. With a tired sigh, SeoJoon dismissed the apology and immediately asked if there was any news on the important matter he had been looking into. The man proudly reported that he had consulted numerous instructors and, to be certain, had taken the question all the way to the principal herself. He began with the bad news, informing SeoJoon that every instructor he asked had shaken their heads and said his goal was impossible. SeoJoon quietly reasoned that other transcended beings must have considered the same path before the messenger quickly interrupted, urging him to hear the full story. In a dramatic shift, the young man revealed that the principal believed that for SeoJoon Kim, it might just be possible. A bewildered SeoJoon asked what that meant, and the messenger clarified that while the principal considered the feat fundamentally impossible for others, he was an exception. He pressed for an explanation as to why he was different, prompting the young man to clear his throat and adopt a more formal tone. The messenger announced that everything he was about to say was the principal's official opinion on the matter. He started by explaining that every living being possesses a predetermined capacity for mana, which serves as the very source of their existence. This inherent limit of one's source, also known as causality, meant a person could only handle the power of either the middle or lower dantian, as one was sufficient to reach their cap. He elaborated that any being who managed to exceed this allotted quota of causality would risk their very existence collapsing or disappearing altogether. However, the principal believed there was a chance SeoJoon could use both dantians without collapsing. The extraordinary reason for this was that SeoJoon Kim's causality had, for some unknown reason, never been measured. The messenger reminded him that throughout his entire life, no matter the circumstances, his causality had remained an unquantifiable mystery. SeoJoon faintly recalled a past incident involving his lack of an ID, which had been escalated to the principal because of this very anomaly. The young man quickly steered the conversation back to the main point. He officially relayed the principal's conclusion: because his causality was unmeasured, he lacked an assigned limitation, making it theoretically possible for him to sustain both dantians. He then added that the principal had provided a few critical conditions that had to be met. The first condition was to open both dantians at the exact same time, and the second was to successfully withstand the immense burden of causality that would follow. SeoJoon processed this, understanding that the mana required to fill two dantians simultaneously wouldn't just double, but would increase exponentially. The messenger confirmed that while such power was achievable, it couldn't be sustained by simple training and would require a constant supply of expensive elixirs to supplement his mana. SeoJoon despaired at this revelation, lamenting that the staggering financial cost would keep him stuck living in a one-bedroom apartment forever. The messenger then offered his own personal opinion, passionately stating that he believed it was a risk worth taking. He insisted that the principal never used the word possible lightly, and her confidence all but guaranteed success. He then began to relay the principal's musings on the theoretical existence of a transcended being who could utilize all three dantians. If such a feat were ever achieved, she believed that previously unthinkable events would begin to unfold across the world. The messenger finished by noting how genuinely excited the principal was by this prospect, even joking she might have to step down from her position if it came to pass. His curiosity piqued, SeoJoon couldn't help but ask just what kind of person the enigmatic principal of the Transcension Academy truly was. The young man hesitated, explaining that her identity was a closely guarded secret, but he could offer a single clue as a precautionary measure. He leaned in closer and revealed a world-shattering secret: the principal was none other than the second transcended being to have ever existed. The messenger concluded his shocking revelation, confirming that this was all he was permitted to share. SeoJoon processed the unbelievable news, his mind reeling as he questioned the identity of this second transcended being. The young messenger then realized he had neglected to tell SeoJoon about the history of the Transcension Academy, a story SeoJoon confirmed he was hearing for the first time. Feeling it was an unacceptable oversight, the messenger enthusiastically offered to tell the important and entertaining story, but his tale was cut short as the door slid open. Director SeoJoon entered the room and jumped back in surprise, startled by the sudden emptiness of the space. She asked SeoJoon if he had been speaking with someone, prompting him to awkwardly deny it with a forced laugh, insisting she must have been imagining things. SeoJoon quickly changed the subject, inquiring if the discussions about the second round were finished, to which the director confirmed she had news to share. She informed him that the meeting had, in fact, just ended. The director began by explaining that the exchange tournament represented a crucial opportunity for students to prove their mettle alongside their peers. She revealed that the academy representatives had voted to proceed with the second round, but with the caveat that only SeoJoon would be allowed to represent their academy. Because of this, she explained, they had decided to alter the rules for the upcoming event, leaving SeoJoon to wonder what this meant. The new proposed format was a dungeon raid with teams comprised of one student and one instructor, a significant change from the original plan. SeoJoon immediately understood the implication. This new rule made it possible for him and director SeoJoon to enter as a team. However, he voiced his concern that SeoJoon's B-rank status would be a major disadvantage against the A-rank instructors from the top academies, before cheekily asking if there was any extra prize money involved. The director was momentarily stunned by his sudden and unexpected inquiry about their compensation. SeoJoon defended his question, arguing that since the rules had been unilaterally changed to their disadvantage, they were owed something in return. He pressed his point, asserting their right to make a counter-request, which made the opposing representative nervously ask just how much money he had in mind. An intense stare-down ensued as director SeoJoon glared at the anxious man, while SeoJoon watched the exchange unfold with a confident smile. SeoJoon then told SeoJoon not to worry on her behalf, insisting that after being unhelpful as a director for so long, she had to support him this one time. She firmly added that she was completely indifferent to what other people might say about her. Hearing her resolve, a new wave of determination washed over SeoJoon as he gritted his teeth. Seizing the moment, he declared that before they discussed prize money, he had a counter-proposal of his own. He boldly suggested that instead of instructors, the teams should be formed with the academy representatives themselves. He reasoned that since SeoJoon was Dream Academy's official representative, it was only fair for the representatives of the top 3 hunter academies to participate as well. He then paused, adding that his proposal came with one crucial condition. SeoJoon delivered his ultimatum: if they were given the entire 8 billion won tournament prize money up front, they would agree to any rules or methods the organizers devised. He stood his ground, making it clear that without this payment, he would refuse to participate entirely. Recounting the event later, one of the organizers smirked, admitting that they had no choice but to accept, thus finalizing the unique rules for the second round. The new rules dictated that teams, each consisting of a representative and a student, would raid a dungeon split into 3 distinct areas. The students were tasked with clearing Dungeon 1, while the representatives had to solo raid Dungeon 2. Once both parties had procured mana crystals from their respective dungeons, they would place them on an altar to summon the final boss in Dungeon 3, which they had to defeat together. The victor would be the team with the fastest combined clear time across all 3 stages, a fact that made SeoJoon inwardly celebrate his newly acquired 8 billion won. A system window then materialized before him, offering a new course, which he immediately accepted. He was presented with 2 powerful new skills to learn, a cultivation technique from Swordmaster Dongbin and the fearsome dragon's aura taught by Siegfried. Just then, SeoJoon called out, asking if he was ready, and SeoJoon replied that he was on his way. As he approached the testing grounds, he called out her name in return. SeoJoon noticed he had been standing there alone and asked what he was up to which he gave a light-hearted, evasive answer. He then pointed to the altar, asking for confirmation that placing the crystals there would indeed open the gate to Dungeon 3. A wave of distress washed over SeoJoon as she sighed, while SeoJoon, pole in hand, watched her reaction with surprise. He knew SeoJoon would likely fall behind the other representatives, but he reminded himself that victory depended on their combined time as a team. It became clear to SeoJoon that shortening his own clear time as much as possible was the only key to winning the second round. Despite having opened his upper dantian, he worried if it would be enough against former S-class hunters, right before the announcement called for the Dream Hunter Academy to enter. SeoJoon turned and shouted a final farewell to director SeoJoon. He confidently promised that he would see her again shortly. Director SeoJoon simply waved back, watching him go. Within the dungeon's ethereal blue atmosphere, SeoJoon found himself face to face with a mysterious cloaked figure. An ominous voice echoed through the chamber, remarking that with all the participants gathered in one place, its job had just become much easier. Elsewhere in the competition, another warrior wielding a spear found himself completely surrounded by a horde of shadowy monsters. Back in his own dungeon, SeoJoon decided he would start off with a light attack to test the waters. A powerful vortex of blue energy and a condensed orb of pink magic erupted within the dungeon. SeoJoon's eyes widened in surprise at the immense power he had just unleashed. He frantically tried to pull back his attack, realizing he had miscalculated its strength. But it was too late. A brilliant aura flared around him as his attack effortlessly sliced through a crowd of monsters. He stood in the silent aftermath, the glowing energy slowly fading around him. He grimaced, realizing with frustration that he had missed his actual target. A tiny monster, which had been his intended target, let out a terrified squeal as the devastating attack narrowly missed it. SeoJoon yelled at the small creature, ordering it not to run away as it scrambled for safety. He grumbled to himself, wondering why the developers had made the monster's AI so detailed and cowardly, as it made hunting them far more tedious. His hunt now complete, SeoJoon stood alone and cast a serious look to the side. He began to worry, wondering if director SeoJoon had managed to finish her part of the raid yet. Deciding not to wait any longer, he resolved to place his crystal on the altar and record his clear time. A digital beep confirmed that his time for Dungeon 1 was officially locked in. His attention was then drawn to a live broadcast screen, which to his shock was already displaying the final clear times for other teams, showing Hunter Mill Academy had cleared Dungeon 3 in just 12 minutes. His face fell as the weight of that impossibly fast time began to sink in. In utter disbelief, he looked at their individual scores, seeing they had cleared Dungeon 1 in 35 minutes and, more astonishingly, Dungeon 2 in only 11 minutes. The cold, hard numbers on the screen led to a single, crushing conclusion: their team had already lost. A crushing weight settled on SeoJoon as he stared at the screen, realizing they had already lost. He reasoned that Hunter Mill's time discrepancy made sense, but their own team situation was the complete reverse. The young hunter hesitated, knowing that submitting his crystal now would guarantee victory but would also expose director SeoJoon to vicious criticism for having a slower time. Yet, he also knew that if he tried to match her pace and waited, their defeat would be certain. He grimaced, recalling that her 8-star dungeon posed a real risk of failure, and he cursed his own financial desperation for clouding his judgment at such a critical moment. His thoughts drifted back to a conversation with director SeoJoon, where she had urged him not to worry about her, wanting to finally be helpful. In that memory, her hand had closed firmly around a purple mana crystal, a symbol of her resolve. She had insisted back then that the opinions of others held no power over her. The scene shifted to SeoJoon within the fiery dungeon, panting heavily from the grueling fight. She stood victorious atop the corpse of a giant lizard monster, surveying the hellish landscape. But her triumph was short-lived as she looked up in horror at a massive red dragon unleashing a torrent of flames from above. Another warrior was shown leaping with incredible speed towards a monstrous lizard, sword poised to strike. SeoJoon herself pointed her blade forward, her expression a mask of unyielding determination against the odds. A close-up of her glowing golden eye revealed a flicker of shock as a new danger emerged. Her blade sank deeply into the scaly arm of a beast, drawing a spray of dark blood. Her eyes widened in alarm as she glanced back at a sudden, violent explosion erupting behind her. A cataclysmic blast of fire and debris ripped through the chamber, showcasing the sheer chaos of her battle. A dual-wielding swordswoman, embodying her fierce fighting style, lunged forward in a dynamic and swift assault. A monster let out a final, guttural shriek as it was struck down. The lone warrior bravely leaped through a swirling pillar of intense, roaring fire. SeoJoon's thoughts were consumed with a single goal: to clear the dungeon, believing SeoJoon was waiting for her just outside. She pushed herself harder, driven by the need to at least complete the raid, even if her time couldn't match his. Abruptly, something unexpected happened, forcing her to halt her advance. A nearby monster seized the opportunity and let out a fearsome roar. SeoJoon grunted in pain, staggered by a sudden blow. Retaliating with brutal efficiency, she stomped her boot down, crushing the creature's head underfoot. In a moment of serene focus amid the carnage, she smiled peacefully, her long hair seeming to defy gravity. She reflected honestly on her own power, admitting to herself that her skills were not objectively outstanding. She remembered her lineage as the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, and how despite his legendary tutelage, she had only managed to become a B-rank hunter. The dungeon around her continued to burn, a swirling inferno of fire and explosions mirroring her inner turmoil. While she respected her grandfather, a hero of the cataclysm, she also secretly resented being constantly compared to his legendary status. More than anyone, however, she confessed to herself that she resented her own perceived weakness. Snapping back to the present, she gathered her strength, dropping into a low stance so powerful the ground began to crack around her. A fond memory of SeoJoon cheerfully promising he would see her in a bit flashed through her mind. She recalled a time when she believed she didn't truly have the desire to be a hunter. The image of her own bloodied hand tightly gripping a sharp piece of rock from a past battle surfaced in her thoughts. Her mind conjured an image of SeoJoon walking away from a field of defeated foes, a pillar of strength. She then remembered the day she had first met the promising young student. At the time, she had assumed their relationship would be one of mutual use and nothing more. Her initial plan had been simple: use a handsome student to promote Dream Academy's name and leave it at that. She had accepted that with the Pro Hunter exam looming, this tournament would signify the end of their brief professional relationship. Reflecting on their short time together, she hoped that she could provide him some small assistance in the end, determined not to be a burden. Even being a minor stepping stone on his path to greatness felt like enough for her. Another memory played out, showing SeoJoon exiting a dungeon and complaining about how difficult it had supposedly been. He had feigned surprise upon seeing her, asking if she had just finished her raid as well. With a casual laugh, he had played along, claiming he was also just coming out at that exact moment. The memory shifted to a training hall where a wooden sword had fallen to the ground, marking a moment of truth. She had confronted him then, her voice filled with emotion as she asked why he had deliberately waited for her. He had tried to play innocent, stammering that he hadn't done anything unusual. A thick, meaningful silence had followed his unconvincing denial. SeoJoon then looked at her seriously, admitting that while he desperately needed money, it wasn't the most important thing to him. He had explained that wealth was something he could always acquire again. A broken heart, however, was something that he believed could never truly be mended. He had simply thanked her for her effort, a quiet understanding passing between them. The flashback ended with the image of them standing apart in the vast, empty training hall, bridged by a newfound respect. Back in the present, SeoJoon decided that on his journey to become a transcended pro hunter, he refused to walk alone. He wanted to share that path with people like Director SeoJoon, and with that final thought, he placed his mana crystal on the altar, locking in their times. The screen updated to display Dream Academy's final combined record, 55 minutes and 4 seconds. SeoJoon turned to SeoJoon, explaining they now had to defeat the boss in under 48 seconds, before confessing something he had long wanted to tell her. He admitted with heartfelt sincerity that he never would have reached this point if he had been by himself. Therefore, he declared that for this one crucial moment, he was leaving everything in her hands. He then corrected himself, stating with absolute trust that he would be leaving things to her from now on. Overcome by his faith in her, SeoJoon's composure broke, and tears streamed down her face. SeoJoon tried to lighten the mood, confessing that she was the only person he could truly rely on. He then cheekily requested that she take care of him if he happened to pass out from exhaustion. SeoJoon could only stare back at him, utterly baffled by his sudden and bizarre request. An announcer's voice clarified the high-stakes situation, explaining that Dream Team had exactly 48 seconds to defeat the boss and claim victory. The voice then erupted into an energetic cheer, rallying them for the final, decisive battle. SeoJoon cheekily requested that she look out for him if he were to pass out from the coming exertion. She could only stare back, completely dumbfounded by his bizarre and sudden plea. SeoJoon then laid out their grim reality, explaining that it was impossible to find and defeat the basilisk with only 30 seconds remaining. He revealed his audacious alternative plan, to inflict so much shock upon the dungeon itself that it would be unable to sustain its form. His goal, he declared, was to force the entire dungeon to collapse from the sheer force of his next attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Laura Blade God Strength, channeling its immense power. Yet, as the energy surged within him, he immediately realized that even this formidable power was not enough for what he had planned. In a decisive move, he instantly purchased a 2 billion won key elixir from the system to amplify his strength further. SeoJoon looked on in utter astonishment, sensing the sudden, monumental shift in his power. The very air around them began to vibrate violently, a testament to the incredible energy SeoJoon was now gathering. She struggled to comprehend how he could command such an immense force, recognizing its origin in his lower dantian. To her amazement, the energy then surged upwards, blazing through his middle dantian with even greater intensity. He recalled the critical lesson for the DGP disperse technique: never let the movement exceed the range of the spear's tip. The technique began with a focus on the internal flow of energy, moving from the inside, and then projecting that power outward through his weapon. He executed the disperse, waving the spear as if gently pressing against the air and scattering his immense energy into the surroundings. The next step required him to grasp the internal war, the roiling chaos of the dispersed energy. He began to draw in the power he had just spread out, twisting it inwards with immense control. The swirling energies condensed tighter and tighter under his expert command. The final movement was to pierce, uniting his body and the spear's tip into a single, devastating returning strike. He channeled every ounce of his will into the attack, as if to prove a point to the entire world. A fierce determination hardened his expression, his eyes blazing with a brilliant golden light. He lunged forward with explosive force, a spectral aura mirroring his powerful movement. The attack culminated in a massive explosion of golden light, with his solitary figure standing unshaken at its very epicenter. His hand remained firm on the spear, its tip now pulsing with residual, concentrated energy. The spearhead itself shimmered, its crystalline structure sparkling from the immense power it had just unleashed. He pushed forward to complete the final thrust of his monumental technique, his eyes still burning with golden fire. An intense close-up revealed the sheer, overwhelming power contained within his glowing golden eye. The golden luminescence of his gaze seemed to burn with the aftermath of the attack, reflecting his unyielding will. Elsewhere, a muscular, blonde-haired man looked up, his face a mask of pure shock. At the same time, two women turned their backs to the room, staring intently through a windowed wall at the unfolding events. A serious-looking man in a white shirt and glasses also raised his head, his expression grim and focused. A wave of shared disbelief washed over the onlookers, who struggled to process what they had just witnessed. Then, the official results flashed across the monitors, declaring Dream Academy the victors with a total clear time of 38 minutes and 42 seconds. Sometime later, SeoJoon's eyes snapped open as he awoke abruptly in a bed. SeoJoon, who had been watching over him, jumped in surprise and asked if he was finally awake. Disoriented, SeoJoon immediately asked what had happened after he lost consciousness. She answered him with two simple, triumphant words: they had won. She quickly brushed aside their victory to ask about his condition, but he confidently assured her that both his body and mind were exceptionally tough. He boasted that his mind was like steel and that passing out a few times was nothing to him, before trailing off into an awkward silence. Noticing her quiet stare, he nervously asked if something was wrong. With profound sincerity, she looked at him and expressed her deepest gratitude. A gentle, genuine smile graced her features, visible even beneath the bandages on her face. Her heartfelt thanks left him momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. He seemed to shrink back slightly, a silent reaction to the weight of her sincere appreciation. He tried to brush it off, insisting he was the one who should be thankful, but their quiet moment was shattered by a commotion just outside the door. An argument erupted between guards insisting SeoJoon needed rest and frantic reporters demanding to see him and cover his side of the story. The reporters were pushed back, complaining that they couldn't just visit Dream Academy later due to their fear of running into the infamous Sword Saint. They shouted a barrage of questions, desperate to know if he had truly collapsed the dungeon with his strength alone or if some other method was involved. A reporter yelled out that the top 3 Hunter Academies were all publicly denying the legitimacy of Dream Academy's victory. Another demanded his thoughts on their official statement, that they had lost to him alone, not to the Academy as a whole. Hearing this, SeoJoon simply turned his head, casting a meaningful glance towards director SeoJoon. He took a steadying breath, preparing to address the chaotic media frenzy just outside his room. Facing the reporters, he calmly stated that he was simply a student of Dream Academy. With a casual shrug, he humbly claimed that he hadn't actually done very much. He then deflected all the credit, asserting to the stunned reporters that he had simply followed the instructions given to him by his director. Utterly taken aback by his statement, SeoJoon started to question him before trailing off in confusion. Instantly, the swarm of reporters turned their attention to her, demanding to know her thoughts on the Academy's new status and the specific training methods she used for SeoJoon. They clamored for her to share a few words for prospective students and reveal the secrets to becoming a pro hunter like him. Overwhelmed by the sudden spotlight, SeoJoon tried to protest, insisting that it wasn't how things had happened. However, SeoJoon cheerfully cut her off, instructing the press to forward all their inquiries directly to her, leaving her to face the media storm he had created. A popular streamer from Faithful TV began his broadcast, promising his audience he would deliver the shocking truth behind SeoJoon Kim and the now famous Dream Academy. He explained that the recent exchange tournament had garnered national attention precisely because of Dream Academy's participation, led by SeoJoon himself. The streamer recounted the unbelievable events, from SeoJoon defeating the legendary talent Haeun Lee to him collapsing the entire dungeon, which had set every online forum ablaze with discussion. He declared that the incident was nothing short of a battle between gods and that SeoJoon deserved to be called a hero, but hinted that there was a hidden justification for his power. With dramatic flair, the YouTuber announced that he was about to wrap up all the surrounding controversy. He then revealed the supposed secret to SeoJoon's victory, the director of Dream Academy. In a stunning revelation, he declared that the director was none other than the Sword Saint's own granddaughter. The streamer claimed the second round was a combined raid, meaning SeoJoon's feat was only possible because he and the director had worked together. The comments section erupted with ecstatic fans, with many vowing to enroll in Dream Academy no matter the cost, expressing their intense admiration for SeoJoon. One fan humorously dubbed a picture of SeoJoon used as a makeshift lamp the SeoJoon light. The online chatter continued, with users pointing out that director SeoJoon had also generously given SeoJoon her entire share of the 6 billion won prize money. Unaware of the online frenzy, SeoJoon decided it was time to return to the academy and fully absorb the wonder elixir he had obtained. However, as he prepared to depart, his path was suddenly blocked by an unexpected figure. He immediately recognized the person standing before him as Haeun Lee. Haeun requested a moment to talk, but SeoJoon curtly dismissed her, stating that he was too busy. He followed up his dismissal with a disinterested yawn, making his impatience clear. As he turned to leave, Haeun urgently called out for him to wait. She appeared both nervous and embarrassed, clutching her arm as she struggled to speak. SeoJoon stood under the dark night sky, his expression utterly blank as he waited for her to continue. An awkward silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken questions. Losing his patience, he threatened to leave if she had nothing to say, prompting her to finally bring up the Sword Saint. Haeun hesitantly mentioned the rumor circulating that SeoJoon was the Sword Saint's disciple. He scoffed at the very idea, pointing out the simple logic that if he were the Sword Saint's student, he would be wielding a sword instead of a spear. SeoJoon condescendingly asked if she had seriously not considered such an obvious point. Her expression shifted as she processed his logic, realizing her assumption about the Sword Saint's involvement might be wrong. Believing their conversation was finished, SeoJoon once again tried to leave, only for Haeun to desperately stop him. She then began to rapid-fire questions at him, asking if he had learned anything from the Sword Saint and what the training at Dream Academy was like. Her inquiries grew more specific, wondering about his training methods, his diet, and the presence of other students. SeoJoon felt a wave of irritation wash over him, finding her persistence incredibly annoying. He made a quick escape, his form blurring into streaks of blue light as he dashed through the nighttime city. He paused mid-flight, a flicker of surprise on his face as he sensed he was not alone. Incredibly, he realized Haeun had managed to follow his advanced movement technique and was nearly upon him. He grudgingly admitted that her title as the greatest talent was well-deserved, just as she caught him off guard. Now cornered, he irritably demanded to know why she was so intensely curious about him. He accused her of trying to find an excuse for her loss by attributing his power to the Sword Saint, a notion she quickly denied. Haeun insisted her question stemmed from pure curiosity, a response that left SeoJoon momentarily puzzled. He observed that her demeanor had changed, noting she was far less cold and arrogant than before suddenly asking where her director was. When he asked why she was looking for Ms. SeoJoon, Haeun admitted she had something she needed to tell her. SeoJoon explained that Director SeoJoon had already left to take care of some business, so he had no idea where she went. He shot her a piercing glare, warning her to finally stop following him. After she departed, SeoJoon found himself wondering where Ms. SeoJoon had rushed off to so quickly after the tournament. He remained there for a moment, lost in his own thoughts under the moonlight. Ultimately, he shrugged it off, assuming he would eventually see her back at the academy during his training. Elsewhere, a single window glowed warmly in an old, traditional-style building against the dark night. Inside a Spartan dojo, Director SeoJoon knelt respectfully before two older men. One of the men, her grandfather, broke the silence by asking the reason for her sudden visit. SeoJoon looked up with resolve and declared that she wished to wield the sword again, stunning both men. It was a shocking request, as Ms. SeoJoon had never once expressed a desire to take up the sword of her own volition. Her grandfather demanded to know her reason, to which she simply replied that she wanted to go together with someone. He immediately understood she was talking about the young man from the tournament. He sternly challenged her, asking if she was truly prepared to abandon her own dreams just to follow that man into the life of a pro hunter. SeoJoon answered with a firm and unwavering no. She calmly clarified that she was not abandoning her dreams in the slightest. She then baffled them by stating that becoming a pro hunter was not her dream. The other man expressed his confusion, pointing out that all her training and efforts seemed aimed at that very goal, a fact she acknowledged but dismissed as secondary. When pressed for an explanation, she began to recount some profound advice she had once received from a certain high-ranking individual. With a slight smile, she teased that it was someone they both knew well, though she refused to say who. She shared the wisdom that had changed her perspective, that a dream is a verb, while a job is merely a noun. Based on that lesson, she had come to understand that one's job could never truly be their dream. Therefore, she concluded that the profession of being a pro hunter was simply not her true dream. The Sword Saint clenched his fist tightly, his mind grappling with the powerful concept of a dream being a verb. Filled with a new sense of purpose, SeoJoon repeated her request with even greater conviction, asking once more to wield the sword. The elderly, white-haired man in the suit stared back at his granddaughter, his expression stern and deeply contemplative as he considered her heartfelt plea. The hero's thoughts spiraled as he realized he was now completely broke. A system notification coldly confirmed the purchase of the Clear Du Key elixir, the final cost due to causality tallying a staggering 2 billion. He had anticipated a price increase, perhaps a doubling at most, but his mind reeled at the unbelievable reality that it had actually tripled. A wave of despair washed over him as he desperately wondered where he could possibly find such an enormous sum of money. Just then, a subtle shift in the air caught his attention, and he sensed he was no longer alone. He turned and questioned the unseen visitor about their infuriating habit of appearing without a sound. Out of the shadows, he identified the imposing figure as the formidable Dark Saint. The Dark Saint expressed his continued amazement at the young man's perception, remarking that even the skilled agents from the Order of Truth were unable to detect his presence. The director casually brushed it off as a simple gut feeling, jokingly suggesting that perhaps his age was finally catching up to him. Shifting to business, he inquired about the progress in tracking the Order of Truth, mentioning that he also had some vital information to share on the matter. But before they could continue, the Dark Saint expressed his concern for Minyo, having heard he was discharged from the hospital after facing a disadvantageous opponent in the tournament. He clicked his tongue in frustration, lamenting that the foolish young man refused to heed his advice about mastering a single weapon, instead sticking to his own unique style. The Dark Saint then handed over a set of notes, containing additional instructions designed to prevent his disciple from being beaten so easily in the future. He followed this by reassuring the director that the promised payment of 3 billion would be delivered soon. Changing the subject, the Dark Saint revealed that the Magic Saint's disciple was also a student at Dream Academy, which prompted the director to ask if he meant Young Jimin. The Dark Saint corrected him, explaining that the Magic Saint had recently taken on an entirely new apprentice. He then casually mentioned that he had been paid a massive 10 billion won simply to look after this new student. The Dark Saint launched into a long-winded tale of how he had explained their complicated financial situation to the Magic Saint, who then insisted on giving him 10 billion, an offer he claimed he only accepted to avoid being rude. He then paused for effect, pointedly repeating that the Magic Saint had given him 10 billion just for entrusting his disciple to his care. The Dark Saint told the director not to worry about it, while once again unsubtle emphasizing the 10 billion won he had received. The director stared back, utterly bewildered by the strange and manipulative conversation that was unfolding. Their tense discussion was interrupted as they both noticed a powerful, solitary figure standing ominously at the far end of the hallway. They recognized him instantly, questioning what the Sword Saint could possibly be doing in their academy. The legendary swordsman fixed his gaze on his old rival and addressed the Dark Saint by name. A palpable aura of energy flared around the Sword Saint as he began to walk away from the two younger men. The Sword Saint sarcastically questioned the Dark Saint's presence, implying that he alone had legitimate business there. Feeling the hostility escalate, the director quickly stepped forward in an attempt to mediate. The Dark Saint shot back, accusing his rival of betrayal, but the Sword Saint retorted that his actions had been a warning that went unheeded. The director pleaded with them, asking the two powerful men to take their fight somewhere else if they couldn't control themselves. Ignoring him, the Sword Saint mocked the so-called warning, accusing the Dark Saint of being fooled by the Order of Truth, which earned a furious denial. Seeing that his words were having no effect, the director realized there was no other way to stop them. In an instant, a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy erupted around the three men, forcing the confrontation to a halt. Both the Dark Saint and the Sword Saint recoiled in shock, stunned by the director's sudden display of power. The director breathed a sigh of relief as they finally stopped, remarking on the sheer ferocity of the Sword Saint's fighting spirit. He scolded them both for their recklessness, noting how the Sword Saint's power had grown so much that their brief clash had nearly collapsed the entire building. He then turned to the Dark Saint, asking him to consider what would become of his disciple Minyo if the academy was destroyed. Next, he directed his words to the Sword Saint, pointing out that if he destroyed the building, he would lose any excuse to visit Ms. SeoJoon. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he firmly told them that if they insisted on fighting, they needed to take it elsewhere. The director sighed in exhaustion and attempted to return to the original topic of his conversation with the Dark Saint. However, the Dark Saint cut him off, stating that there was no point in staying any longer and that he would get straight to his main point. He delivered the grave news that he believed the Order of Truth was plotting something involving the monstrous entity known as Berserk. While the director was shocked by this revelation, the Dark Saint clarified that it wasn't confirmed, but the recent movements of the apostles were highly suspicious. The director voiced his skepticism about connecting the apostles to Berserk based on speculation, prompting the Dark Saint to irritably repeat that his intel was still preliminary. The Dark Saint declared his intention to investigate the matter properly and formally requested the director's help. He emphasized his previous statement, admitting that this was a mission far too large for him to handle by himself. He revealed intelligence suggesting the enemy was conducting repeated experiments within specific dungeons, and he needed the director to covertly investigate these locations. The director pointed out a major obstacle, explaining that as a student, there was a limit to the dungeons he could legally access. The Dark Saint dismissed this concern, stating that he could simply undertake the mission after passing his upcoming Pro Hunter exam. He pressed for an answer, asking if he would help, but the Sword Saint suddenly interjected, demanding to know why he was asking this specific man. The Dark Saint answered cryptically, claiming that the director was the only one capable of accomplishing the task. He then refused to elaborate further, telling the Sword Saint it was pointless since he wouldn't believe him anyway, just as he had failed to in the past. The Sword Saint fell into a tense, brooding silence, his expression unreadable after the sharp rebuke. Sensing the animosity rising again, the director panicked and begged them to at least take their fight outside this time. He sighed wearily as the tension subsided, muttering under his breath about their childish and destructive rivalry. Changing the subject to defuse the situation, the director finally asked the Sword Saint for the true reason he had come to the academy. He guessed that the Sword Saint was looking for Ms. SeoJoon, but unfortunately had to inform him that she had already left for an unknown location. The Sword Saint's mind briefly flashed back to his granddaughter's determined face as she declared her wish to wield the sword again. He then muttered bitterly about the bastard who held such influence over her, leaving the director utterly confused by the sudden shift in his demeanor. A violent memory surfaced of a powerful blow landing on an elderly man as two younger figures watched on with grim determination. Another memory followed, a chaotic blur of a ferocious battle where glowing weapons and crackling energy attacks collided at impossible speeds. The scene shifted again to a memory of a dark-haired young man, his face etched with deep concern as he looked toward something unseen. A quiet, focused image appeared of a single, deliberate step being taken, the motion filled with unspoken purpose. His thoughts were shattered by a piercing, inhuman shriek that suddenly echoed from somewhere nearby. The director whipped his head around, his expression one of pure shock at the unexpected sound. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure who had just appeared, calling out the name Lee Haeun. A young woman named Lee Haeun suddenly introduced herself, confirming the unexpected confrontation was indeed still happening within Transcension Academy. She nervously tried to explain that her appearance was purely coincidental, claiming a leisurely walk had somehow led her to the Dream Hunter Academy after she sensed a powerful energy from within. The director cut her off, his voice sharp as he aggressively demanded to know her identity. The young woman trembled uncontrollably, caught between the intense gazes of two overwhelmingly powerful men. The Dark Saint casually dismissed her, stating he didn't know the girl and telling the director to simply throw her out, which prompted a desperate cry of protest from Haeun. Ignoring the terrified girl completely, the Dark Saint turned back to the director and pressed him for a final answer regarding the proposed mission. With a heavy sigh, the director reluctantly confirmed that he would, of course, agree to undertake the investigation. Business immediately followed his consent, as the director brought up the topic of payment, which the Dark Saint coolly acknowledged before asking him to name his price. A calculating glint appeared in the director's eye as he mused aloud that the difficult circumstances would surely drive the price higher. He was inwardly flabbergasted by his own audacity, barely comprehending that he was extorting money from the Dark Saint and questioning if his initial thought of 10 billion won was even sane. To his shock, the Dark Saint readily agreed to the 10 billion, casually promising to take care of the payment sooner or later. The director then audaciously tacked on another 3 billion for what he called child support, sarcastically questioning if the Dark Saint's conscience was truly as selfless as his title implied. The Dark Saint made a counteroffer, suggesting his invaluable sacred arts or even personal tutelage instead of money, but the director stunned himself by flatly refusing the legendary hero's tutelage. The Sword Saint immediately chimed in with a sharp taunt, mocking the director for being so useless that he was offered money instead, then bitterly wondered if his own grandson would be treated any differently. His comment was a deliberate jab, referencing the fact that the director had recently cut ties with the boy. At his wit's end, the director exploded, screaming at them to take their fight outside while privately quaking in fear of the two legendary figures. Concluding their arrangement, the Dark Saint announced that he would find the director again once the Pro Hunter exam had concluded. He gave a final, cryptic instruction for the sacred arts to be sent carefully, to which the director responded professionally, reminding his customer not to forget the deposit. The moment the Dark Saint vanished, the Sword Saint turned to the director and demanded to know the exact nature of his relationship with the man. The director gave a vague and noncommittal answer, describing their connection as a loose business relationship that existed from time to time. Having dealt with one legend, he immediately turned his attention to the trembling girl, demanding to know her reason for being there. He directly accused her of following him, reminding her of his explicit instructions not to, but she frantically denied his claim. Unconvinced by her panicked denial, the director pressed her again for the true purpose of her visit. He sternly warned her to speak clearly, gesturing to the Sword Saint's intimidating stare as a threat, though Haeun found the director himself to be far more terrifying. A long, weary sigh escaped the director's lips, his patience clearly wearing thin. Just as he began to walk away, assuming she was too flustered to speak, she finally blurted out that she also wanted to enroll in Dream Academy. Her sudden declaration caught him completely off guard, and he questioned her motivation, pointing out that there was hardly any time left before the Pro Hunter exam. As he considered her strange request and suspicious timing, a dark theory began to take root in his mind. He voiced his accusation aloud, demanding to know if she was a spy from another hunter guild, which caused her to let out a terrified shriek for someone to save her. While she vehemently denied being a spy and insisted she genuinely wanted to enroll, her strange behavior only fueled his suspicion. The Sword Saint then spoke up, asking if the director was planning to leave, and the director confirmed he saw no reason to stay any longer. When the Sword Saint asked what he should do with the girl, the director callously replied that he should just get rid of her however he saw fit. Overhearing her potential fate, Haeun cried out in desperation, begging the director not to leave her behind and to please take her with him. She pleaded with him not to leave her alone with the fearsome Sword Saint, whose interest was suddenly piqued as he asked if she truly wished to join their academy. The old man noted that he couldn't tell if she was being genuine, but stated that the final decision belonged to Ms. SeoJoon, who was unfortunately not present. Haeun briefly saw a chance to escape, planning to use the headmaster's absence as an excuse to leave and return later, but her thought was suddenly interrupted. The Sword Saint presented her with a heavy object, instructing her to hold it and wait patiently until Ms. SeoJoon returned. A pained cry escaped her lips as she took the object, its incredible weight nearly causing her to collapse. She realized in astonishment that she had to draw upon all her mana just to hold it, whereas he had held it without any effort at all, before he dismissed her to begin his own training. In a different place and time, an older man in a formal suit walked with purpose down a long, traditional wooden corridor. A close-up view showed his foot, covered by a white sock, making a single, deliberate step onto the polished floor. He came to a halt, his large frame completely obscuring a woman who was kneeling on the floor before him. In a low, serious tone, he asked the kneeling figure if she had changed her opinion on the matter they had discussed. Without a word, the woman simply gave a single, firm nod of confirmation. A profound silence hung in the air between them, filled with the weight of her unspoken decision. The scene then returned to a dojo, where the white-haired Sword Saint made his entrance, observed by two waiting individuals. One of the observers, a young woman, gripped the wooden hilt of her sword with firm resolve. In a fluid motion, a beautifully ornate sword was drawn, its blade shimmering with an inner light. The Sword Saint stood in the center of the dojo, holding a long, glowing blade as he prepared for his demonstration. A powerful and intimidating aura began to emanate from his solitary figure, filling the entire room with pressure. He began his lesson, explaining the fast sword, a style defined by its incredible speed, designed to constantly pressure an opponent with a barrage of quick attacks. He then moved on to describe the sharp sword, which he identified as the primary sword style for executing powerful stabbing techniques. While acknowledging its weakness to close-range fighters, he explained that its true strength was unlocked when paired with the fast sword, creating the single most rapid attack possible. Next, he introduced the change sword, a deceptive style that used ever-changing patterns to reveal an enemy's weaknesses and deliver an unexpected, fatal blow. In stark contrast, he described the dull sword, a slow and methodical technique that gradually invaded and eroded the opponent's territory like a rising tide. He spoke of the strong sword, which focused on adding weight to each swing for immense impact, and its evolution, the heavy sword, which was the most destructive of all his techniques. After that, he detailed the magic sword, a style that used illusions and swift footwork to confuse the opponent's senses and create false images of the blade. He then explained the running sword, a gentle, flowing style that sought to counter enemy attacks by dissipating their power while reducing the burden on the wielder. Finally, he revealed the defeat sword, a devastating combination of the fast and strong styles that could overwhelm any opponent in a duel through sheer speed and weight. As his lesson concluded, the two students watched in awe as a magnificent golden aura flared to life around the master. The elderly sword saint's face was a mask of intense determination, his lecture on the sword forms now complete. He informed his student that these 8 forms were the basic fundamentals of his ultimate technique, the sword of the breaking gods. He then issued her a monumental challenge, giving her a deadline to master every sword style he had shown before the current year's Pro Hunter exam concluded. The stakes were absolute. He warned that if she couldn't complete the task in time, he would forbid her from ever holding a sword again, causing her companion to protest that it was impossible. The master paid the objection no mind, telling the young woman directly that she should give up now if she felt she could not do it. With unwavering conviction, she accepted his challenge, declaring that she wouldn't just try, but that she would succeed. Her companion could only utter her name in disbelief, stunned by her immense resolve. A flicker of approval showed on the master's face as he gave her a simple command to hold her sword. The young woman, her ponytail swinging with the movement, stared forward with a burning, unshakable determination in her eyes. He stared in disbelief, questioning the bizarre sight before him. An unnerving energy swirled around the man, and he wondered about its creepy nature. The sword saint barked an order at the young woman, telling her to correct her grip. Just then, another woman arrived looking for the director, but her attention was quickly stolen by the sight of SeoJoon and Manhwa. The master mused internally that the girl's potential was like a vast vessel, one that seemed impossible to fill completely. He briefly wondered how many potions it would take before his attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. The girl expressed her confusion, reminding him that he was the one who had instructed her to hold her strenuous position. She seethed inwardly as her hands trembled violently, realizing with a jolt of frustration that he had completely forgotten her presence. A bystander wryly noted her obliviousness, encouraging his friend to maintain the formal bow. From behind, SeoJoon raised his hand in a gesture to halt their odd exchange. Manhwa misinterpreted the gesture, accusing SeoJoon of trying to flirt with him before trailing off in confusion. SeoJoon vehemently denied the accusation, questioning how his actions could possibly be seen as flirtatious. He then cut the conversation short, demanding to inspect the weapon once more. With a smooth motion, he examined it and noted with curiosity that it seemed to be functioning perfectly normally. He instructed the young woman to take hold of it again, much to her hesitant surprise. As she held it, she grunted in pain, bewildered as the engraving on the item suddenly began to activate. SeoJoon wondered why the engraving had reactivated, believing he was the only one who could touch it without consequence. A memory then surfaced of how SeoJoon had been able to remove it when he was trapped back in Kibisis. He also recalled that Mincheol and Master Mahjong had retrieved his weapons for him when he was unconscious after fighting the giant. He theorized that the engraving only activated with the intent to use the weapon, then told her to test this by placing an item in her pouch. She struggled with the simple task, the item's immense power causing her a great deal of strain. A sudden jolt of energy made her cry out in pain, confirming SeoJoon's theory was correct. The newcomer finally noticed SeoJoon, expressing her surprise at seeing him there with their captain. Minhyul explained they had met at the front before pointedly asking why the other girl was there, protesting the idea of her joining their academy. SeoJoon deflected the question towards SeoJoon and dryly told the girl on the ground to get up. He then remembered something important and called out to Minhyul, catching his attention. SeoJoon passed an item to Minhyul, relaying a message from his master to stop getting beaten up, for which Minhyul expressed his gratitude. SeoJoon brushed off the thanks and claimed he was the one who should be grateful, leaving Minhyul completely baffled. Minhyul reminded his companion that her true purpose was to learn the secret of SeoJoon's incredible strength, calling it a golden opportunity. He emphatically urged her to seize this chance and learn everything she possibly could from the powerful hunter. The first young woman interrupted, asking SeoJoon if he could practice his jumping after dark because of incoming complaints. SeoJoon reacted with mild surprise, as he had been completely unaware that his training was causing a disturbance. She then demanded he hand over a specific piece of equipment, stating that she needed it for her Hercules assignment. As SeoJoon tried to leave, she stopped him in his tracks and ordered him to go help Suyin with her training. She specified that he must not disturb Minhyul and instead train with her, prompting a shocked protest from SeoJoon. She coldly challenged his reluctance, causing him to quickly and nervously backtrack on his objection. He was then instructed to seek help from Suyin instead of Minhyul from now on, as it was deemed a requirement for her academy application. She demanded they both give it their all, causing Suyin to wonder if this incredibly strict person would genuinely help her train. A powerful surge of flame erupted from SeoJoon's hands as the young woman observed his demonstration intently. With a new fire in her eyes, Suyin declared that she was placing her complete trust in him for her training. SeoJoon called out for her to wait a moment, clearly caught off guard by her sudden and intense enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the other woman impatiently wondered about the director's arrival while continuing the count for her own exercise. The scene shifted to the imposing headquarters of the Pro Hunter Association's Seoul branch. A low, impatient murmur of anticipation filled the crowded press room. A collective sigh of sheer exhaustion rippled through the throng of waiting reporters. One reporter commented on the extreme length of the meeting, speculating it had been going on for nearly an entire day. Another agreed, reasoning that the unprecedented situation caused by Kim SeoJoon warranted such a lengthy and serious deliberation. Various online forums and news sites were shown exploding with heated debates over Kim SeoJoon and the controversial Pro Hunter exam. Suddenly, the doors to the meeting room slid open with a soft, decisive whoosh. An association official stepped forward, formally apologizing to the assembled press for the long and arduous wait. The reporters immediately erupted into a frenzy of questions, demanding to know the outcome of the exam and Kim SeoJoon's status. The official announced their resolution was to drastically increase the exam's difficulty, just as one reporter introduced himself to ask a question. The reporter asked for specifics on the difficulty increase, to which the official shockingly stated their intent was to make a perfect score impossible. A sharp question cut through the noise, asking if this impossible standard was meant to apply even to a prodigy like Kim SeoJoon. The official confirmed without a hint of hesitation that this was indeed their firm intention. Reporters began to protest this decision, arguing that it was an unfair leveling down of standards and questioning the point of an absolute evaluation system. Another reporter brought up a critical flaw in their plan, asking what would happen to the A-rank qualification traditionally given only to the top scorer. The official delivered the bombshell announcement that if no one achieved a perfect score, then no A-rank hunters would be created that year. An internal thought revealed that the association had intended to amend the A-rank rule for the new system, but their hands had been tied. This failure was attributed to immense lobbying pressure from large, established guilds that vehemently opposed the change. The narrator exposed the guild's true motive, to prevent SeoJoon from achieving A rank, thereby stopping him from creating his own guild and forcing him to join theirs. However, it was asserted that these guilds were foolishly underestimating Kim SeoJoon, whom they described as an untamable, colossal dragon. The official added that new pro-hunters would receive protected status for 5 years, hinting at the monumental shift SeoJoon's debut would cause in Korea. He then corrected himself, declaring that not just Korea, but the entire world was on the cusp of a new era, before announcing the exam would be public. A young woman, her face and neck crisscrossed with fresh bandages, stood with a determined gaze. She critiqued his attacks as powerful but too simple, questioning what kind of fool would just wait to be hit, prompting him to ask if he should add complexity at the cost of power. The director appeared, looking utterly stunned to see the bandaged woman, whom he addressed as Ms. SeoJoon. SeoJoon calmly inquired if she had finally taken care of all her urgent matters. A brief, heavy silence hung in the air between them. SeoJoon explained that until the pro-hunter exam concluded, she wouldn't be able to visit the academy often, which caused one of her students to cry out in dismay. She reasoned that since there were no competitions he could join before the exam anyway, it wouldn't be a major issue, but he lamented that this meant they wouldn't see each other anymore. He desperately pleaded with her, asking if he could still come to the academy to train even after he became a pro-hunter. He quickly justified his request by explaining that his own house was too small and that he lacked any other suitable place to continue his training. He then admitted that, for some reason, the academy just felt comfortable to him, like a second home. SeoJoon then shifted the conversation, revealing that she also had something important she needed to discuss with him. She boldly proposed her idea to transform the Dream Academy into a new guild. SeoJoon was taken aback by the suggestion of a guild, so she clarified that given their small size, it would function more like a dedicated raid team, which made him wonder about the academy's future. She warmly reminded him of his old, stated dream of raiding dungeons, a memory which he acknowledged with a fond, embarrassed laugh. However, she followed up by stating that her proposal came with one significant condition. She then completely shocked him by insisting that he, Kim SeoJoon, take charge as the guild leader. SeoJoon quickly laid out the details of her plan, explaining that since she was only a B rank, he would first need to secure an A rank license from the upcoming exam to officially form the guild, and offered the academy building as their base. Suddenly, another person excitedly voiced their agreement with the plan, leaving SeoJoon to wonder who they were even agreeing with. Suyin revealed that she had wanted to suggest the very same thing but that her big sister SeoJoon had beaten her to it. She then turned to SeoJoon, begging her new captain not to abandon her, as another member immediately chimed in with his own 100% agreement. The group immediately began to excitedly and chaotically debate their future positions, arguing over who would be the vice master. SeoJoon attempted to cut through their enthusiastic chatter, trying to regain control of the spiraling conversation. SeoJoon gently refocused his attention, telling him he must do well on the exam and expressing her unwavering belief that it would be no problem for him. She then quietly whispered her own determination to do her best, and when SeoJoon asked what she'd said, she quickly covered her tracks. She clarified that she had simply said they should all do their best together. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, SeoJoon could only manage a slight, accepting smile. The fleeting and simple relationship between the instructor and student had come to an end, even as the others continued to cheerfully assign themselves new roles in the burgeoning guild. Their laughter echoed as they happily discussed future positions like research director, completely swept up in the moment. However, the end of that particular connection was far from a true ending. In its place, new bonds were being forged, setting the stage for an entirely new story to unfold. A powerful, symbolic sword swing represented the destruction of their old dynamic to make way for the new. This conclusion was not the end of everything they had built together. It was simply the continuation of their journey into a new life and a brand new beginning. SeoJoon's lecture progress screen showed a significant leap in his training with various legendary figures. Time flew by, and on the long-awaited day of the Pro Hunter exam, his companions marveled at the immense crowd, one of them nervously wondering if they could truly succeed. Suyin wistfully remarked that it would have been wonderful if SeoJoon could have joined them. SeoJoon explained SeoJoon's unavoidable absence, deciding it was best to respect her privacy and focus on the exam ahead of them. But his thoughts were interrupted as his attention was drawn to something far more important in that moment. He was startled to see Haeun standing there and demanded to know why she was present. He coldly reminded her that she hadn't gained SeoJoon's approval and that the academy was not accepting any more cadets. His friends quickly came to her defense, pointing out Haeun's helpfulness and suggesting they all head to the exam center as a group. After learning that Haeun had been helping SeoJoon train every day, SeoJoon was surprised by their newfound closeness but ultimately relented, deciding it was fine as long as his sister was okay with it. Just as he acquiesced, a voice from the crowd recognized the infamous Kim SeoJoon. A wave of murmurs and pointed fingers spread through the area as people realized the prodigy would be taking the exam at their center. Without a word, SeoJoon wished his friends good luck and then instantly vanished from their sight. The group was left standing in a noisy crowd, utterly stunned by his abrupt and impossibly fast departure. SeoJoon stared at the empty space her brother had occupied, feeling a sense of awe at the immense, seemingly uncatchable gap in their power levels. Meanwhile, within the exam center's exclusive VIP room, the top pro hunters of Korea convened. The nation's second-ranked hunter, mythical guild leader Lee Sung-min, commented on the impressive amount of talent present that year. He was immediately met with a taunt from Jong Yunmi, the third-ranked Garam guild leader, who jabbed at the mythical guild's rumored financial shortages. Lee Sung-min retorted that his guild was still in better shape than hers or the Hibiscus Guild, whose leader irritably demanded to be left out of their bickering. The verbal sparring continued as the Hibiscus Guild leader pointed out that the Sorabi Guild was likely the poorest among them, prompting its leader to defensively state that they prized honor over wealth. They collectively dismissed the association president's plan as foolish, cynical that he truly believed SeoJoon could achieve a perfect score, a feat they all secretly knew he was capable of. The first-ranked hunter acknowledged the thorough preparations and back-channel connections each of them had deployed for this very event. Ryu Jinchul, the formidable leader of the Dark Dragon Guild, reminded them all of the disastrous consequences should Kim SeoJoon actually succeed in obtaining an A-rank status. He confidently assured them that it would never happen and told them to worry only about recruiting the boy, before pointedly asking what they would do if he refused them all. He coolly acknowledged that SeoJoon becoming an A rank was inevitable in the long run, but darkly implied he had his own methods for eliminating competition. Jinchul sternly commanded them to focus all their efforts on preventing SeoJoon from acquiring his A rank license today, as that failure was a far more pressing threat than any recruitment rejection. The other guild masters nervously fell in line, quickly agreeing and retracting any hint of dissent. The guilds were certain that Kim SeoJoon would, of course, still rank first overall. However, they had ensured that the exam's first subject, the written test, was of an excruciatingly high difficulty. As the exam papers were passed out, the test's true nature was revealed. It was a challenge designed to confound even seasoned pro hunters, not cadets. A palpable shock rippled through the examinees as they stared at the impossible questions before them. With this measure in place, the guild masters were absolutely convinced that a perfect score was now impossible. But against all their schemes, the results board lit up, displaying Kim SeoJoon in first place with a flawless 100 points on the written exam. A heavy, stunned silence descended upon the VIP room. One of the guild leaders spoke in a hushed, disbelieving tone, stating the obvious: he had actually done it. The Pro Hunter exam was structured into 6 distinct evaluations, covering a wide range of essential skills. These subjects included combat proficiency against both monsters and other hunters in a player-versus-player format. Spread over 3 intense days, the first day's long-awaited trials consisted of a grueling written exam followed by a test of basic endurance. Back in the waiting area, the other cadets murmured in disbelief, shocked by the unreasonable difficulty of the written test they had just endured. One examinee stared at his 50.5-point score in despair, lamenting that he couldn't even defeat his captain in an academic setting, where SeoJoon had achieved a perfect 100. A female cadet with a high score of 87 points looked over at her companion with a puzzled expression. He nonchalantly replied that he simply knew the answers the moment he looked at the questions. The flustered man and the unimpressed woman both focused their attention on the examinee who found the test so simple. The woman called him lame, but SeoJoon inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his insight skill was the only reason he'd achieved a perfect score by instantly revealing the answers. A younger cadet approached Haeun, demanding to know her score and boldly declaring he would beat her in the next subject. Haeun mumbled her result indistinctly, forcing the other cadet to ask for the number again. She quietly admitted that she had only scored 32 points. From a high vantage point, the four top cadets were seen standing far apart, isolated within the massive, empty hall. Meanwhile in the VIP room, a guild master questioned Lee Haeun's title as the greatest talent in history, noting that her other abilities seemed to be lagging far behind. Jong Yunmi angrily turned on Ryu Jinchul, reminding him of his confident assertion that SeoJoon could never get a perfect score. It was pointed out that against all odds, Kim SeoJoon had now achieved a flawless 100 points in both the written exam and the basic endurance test. An irate Jinchul demanded an explanation, furious that the endurance test, which had been calibrated to the level of the guild leaders themselves, had been passed so easily. This horrifying realization meant SeoJoon's basic endurance was on par with theirs, but an organizer desperately tried to salvage the situation, insisting the plan wasn't over with 2 days still left. Jinchul grimly reminded them of the rumor that the Dream Academy would soon convert into a guild led by SeoJoon, with the Sword Saint's granddaughter as a member. He sarcastically asked the other leaders if they were capable of understanding the dire implications of this news. He elaborated on the threat, a new guild with the full backing of the Sword Saint, further bolstered by 5 years of priority dungeon access granted by the association president. Jinchul's voice boomed as he declared that this signaled the birth of a rival guild powerful enough to jeopardize the empires they had all painstakingly built. A panicked official promised such a failure would not happen again, explaining that they could now tailor the upcoming tests based on every record of SeoJoon's past competitions. He assured them that unless SeoJoon experienced a sudden, miraculous surge in power overnight, another perfect score was absolutely impossible. Yet, the results for the third subject, mana proficiency, flashed on the board, displaying Kim SeoJoon in first place with another perfect 100. Moments later, the fourth subject, dungeon raid, concluded with the same unbelievable outcome, Kim SeoJoon at the top with a flawless score. A heavy, stunned silence descended upon the VIP room as the guild masters stared blankly at the results. Jinchul's voice cut through the tension, accusingly asking if any of them were secretly working with SeoJoon, which was met with immediate, panicked denials. Han Manchiol of the Sorabi Guild staunchly declared that betrayal was dishonorable, before Jinchul coldly inquired about their preparations for the remaining subjects. An organizer confirmed that everything was ready but confessed they never anticipated this situation, noting with dread that if they failed again, SeoJoon would become an A-rank hunter. He desperately promised they would stop him this time, but Jinchul cut him off, sternly commanding them to completely revise their plans. The official sputtered in protest, arguing that such a sudden and drastic revision would be incredibly difficult to implement. Jinchul's cold, unwavering stare was enough to silence any further objections. The Sorabi Guild leader spoke up, mentioning that the examiner for the PvP subject was an active A-rank hunter from his guild. Just as he began to boast about the examiner's undeniable skill, Jinchul interrupted, stating flatly that they were replacing the examiner. The scene then shifted, taking place on that same night. The stern, dark-haired headmaster of the Dream Academy was seen in profile, his expression unreadable. An aide, Elder Seo, pleaded with him to intervene, unable to comprehend why the headmaster would simply let the 5 major guilds interfere with the exam. When the elder worried about what might happen to the young lady if SeoJoon failed, the headmaster calmly retorted that if SeoJoon broke under this pressure, then he was not worthy of their hopes. He asserted that a man so weak would never have been able to come this far, dismissing the elder's frantic protests. The headmaster shrewdly added that the 5 guilds lacked the courage to orchestrate this alone, hinting at a more powerful entity pulling the strings. Despite this, he repeated his order to stand down and let the events play out. Deeply troubled, Elder Seo's thoughts turned to the young lad's well-being. Deciding he couldn't just do nothing despite the headmaster's orders, he rushed to find Kim SeoJoon, calling out his name in the training hall. The elder's face contorted in a shout of pure shock at what he witnessed. He saw SeoJoon standing in the distance, completely engulfed in a brilliant blue aura of immense power. SeoJoon turned, surprised by the elder's presence, and asked what had brought him here so late. His first thought was of SeoJoon, and he anxiously asked if something terrible had happened to her. Elder Seo quickly reassured him that she was fine, while internally reeling from the overwhelming energy SeoJoon was now emitting, a power on a completely different level than before. A sense of profound relief washed over the elder as he marveled at the incredible leap in power SeoJoon had achieved in just a few short months. It dawned on him then that the headmaster might have known about SeoJoon's explosive growth from the very beginning. SeoJoon, noticing the elder's stunned silence, hesitantly asked if there was something wrong. Composing himself, Elder Seo announced that he had something of great importance to discuss. The next morning arrived, marking the third and final day of the Pro Hunter examination. The results for the fifth subject, Monster Subjugation, were posted, and while SeoJoon had once again earned a perfect score, his teammates joyfully celebrated achieving the same feat alongside him. But SeoJoon remained silent, his expression uncharacteristically distant and serious. One of his teammates noticed his strange mood, but their question was interrupted by another cadet bursting in with urgent news that the PvP examiner had been changed. The room buzzed with questions about the replacement, though some felt it made no difference given the exam's already extreme difficulty. One cadet vehemently disagreed, insisting that this particular change was anything but insignificant. The shocking truth was finally revealed: the four major guild leaders themselves had personally stepped in to act as the final examiners. A wave of stunned disbelief washed over the cadets as they processed the terrifying reality of their new opponents. The narrative paused on this dramatic revelation, leaving their fates hanging in the balance. A desperate shriek of failure echoed from the examination hall as yet another hopeful was overwhelmed. The final result flashed on the screen, a mere 64 points. The crowd murmured that even Lee Hae-eun, a top cadet whose score was considered quite high, had failed to achieve perfection. It was no surprise, as the examiner was Han Mancheol, the master of the ultimate truth sword, a man whose power was acknowledged even by the legendary sword saint. The guild master silently conceded that the skill level of this year's examinees was truly exceptional. While he felt a pang of guilt for crushing such promising talents, he steeled himself, believing it was the necessary path of a truth seeker before calling the next candidate, Kim SeoJoon, to step forward. With his staff in hand, SeoJoon walked onto the arena floor, his hooded figure radiating a quiet intensity. His expression was grim and unyielding, his gaze fixed forward with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, news of the shocking examiner change spread like wildfire across the internet, with people frantically sharing links confirming that Han Mancheol himself was overseeing SeoJoon's exam. Online forums exploded with debate, though most scoffed at the idea of SeoJoon winning, deriding it as an impossibility in the entire history of Pro Hunter exams. But amidst the overwhelming skepticism, a single voice of uncertainty questioned if perhaps the impossible could happen. The broadcast had reached everyone, as even a group of construction workers stared at a smartphone in shared astonishment. In a quiet office high above, a man in a suit observed the unfolding events, looking down upon his anxious subordinates who huddled together in worry. Back in the vast examination hall, the two combatants finally stood opposite one another, the air thick with tension. Han Mancheol let out a soft hum, carefully sizing up the young man who stood before him. He began by commending SeoJoon, admitting that his performance throughout the exam had been genuinely impressive. However, the examiner then declared that this was the end of the line, stating with absolute certainty that SeoJoon would not receive a perfect score in this final test. SeoJoon calmly replied that he already knew this would be the case, a response that clearly surprised the guild master. Han Mancheol's eyes widened slightly as he questioned how the boy could have possibly been aware of their plan. The narrative then flashed back to the previous day, where Elder Seo had revealed the shocking truth that the 5 major guilds were actively working to keep SeoJoon from becoming an A-rank hunter, and that Seon's entire career was also on the line. SeoJoon had realized his own success would be meaningless if SeoJoon failed, just as the Elder confirmed that the true obstacle would be the next day's PvP match. The Elder had explained the unfairness of the system, where the examiner held absolute power to deny a perfect score by simply claiming a 95-point performance fell just short of 100. He had seethed at their shamelessness, certain they would use their immense influence to suppress any public outcry. The Elder had then expressed his profound disappointment in the Sorabi Guild Master, lamenting that their long tenure at the top had corrupted them with a desperate need to protect their status. He had presented what he saw as the only solution, for SeoJoon to once again seek out the Sword Saint and leverage a deal to force his hand. SeoJoon had fallen into a deep, calculating silence as he processed the dire information. He then shifted his focus, his voice filled with concern as he asked about SeoJoon's condition and whether she could truly master the sword within the tight deadline. Elder Seo had given a painfully honest answer, admitting that he believed it was an impossible task for her. He had then warned SeoJoon not to interfere, emphasizing that it was the young lad's fight and that she would want him to secure his own perfect scores no matter what. It was then that SeoJoon made an unusual request, asking the Elder to inform SeoJoon about the impossible situation he himself was now facing. The Elder had misunderstood, assuming SeoJoon wanted to ease Seon's conscience by showing her that they were both destined to fail. SeoJoon had immediately corrected him, revealing that his true intention was the complete opposite. He had explained his powerful belief that if he could achieve the impossible, it would ignite a similar fire in SeoJoon, convincing her that she could do the same. Looking the Elder straight in the eye, SeoJoon had made his final decision, declaring that he would not be going to the Sword Saint for help. In another part of the estate, worried servants fretted over SeoJoon, who had been training relentlessly for days without food or sleep on this, the final day of the exam. The head Elder, looking on with a heavy heart, had told them to leave her be, despite knowing it was impossible to master the sword in such a short time. He had admitted his own restlessness but affirmed that since this was a path the young lady had chosen for herself, they had no right to interfere. A profound sadness had settled upon the Elder's features as he watched her struggle. He had thought of the young lady, his mind filled with a sense of solemn understanding. In that moment, he felt he finally grasped the deep-seated reason behind her actions. He understood why she so desperately yearned to hold a sword in her hands once more. Back in the present, SeoJoon apologized to Han Manchiol but firmly stated his resolve to get a perfect score, explaining that someone was waiting for him. The examiner acknowledged SeoJoon's mysterious circumstances but cautioned that the world of pro hunters was cruel, before beginning to outline the only way to earn a perfect score. SeoJoon boldly interrupted, posing a chilling question about who would assign a score if the examiner was rendered unable to make an evaluation. He pressed further, his words laced with challenge, asking what his score would become if a situation forced a perfect score as the only logical outcome, leaving Han Manchiol momentarily speechless. The guild master's expression hardened as he explained that there was only one circumstance in which an examiner could not perform their duty. He revealed the stark truth: it was when they were defeated by the examinee, warning SeoJoon that such an act would land him in a hospital bed for a month. Han Manchiol let out a dismissive sigh, utterly baffled by the sheer audacity of a mere candidate. He laughed at what he perceived as pure arrogance, but SeoJoon cut him off, once again repeating his unshakable goal of achieving a perfect score. With a condescending air, the guild master patronizingly offered to let the young challenger make the first move. SeoJoon's demeanor shifted as he remarked that he had been actively trying to prevent the situation from escalating. In an explosive burst of movement, he planted his foot and stomped down with incredible force, shattering the ground beneath him. His voice rang out with chilling conviction as he promised to make the examiner regret his condescension. An immense cataclysm of brilliant blue lightning erupted between the two fighters, engulfing the arena in its raw power. The examiner's eyes went wide in pure, unadulterated shock at the overwhelming force. Amidst the raging energy, SeoJoon delivered a final, startling plea, telling his opponent not to die. He then revealed the terrifying name of his technique, the Lance of Longinus, admitting that he would be unable to control its devastating power. The scene flashed back 9 years, where a young boy curiously asked if Uncle Manchiol shared his name with the famous leader of the Borari Guild. Han Manchiol affirmed this, explaining that the boy's father had named him after the guild leader's son as a profound sign of respect for being saved by hunter Han Wonjae. He then began to recount a harrowing tale from the past, asking the boy if he knew about the Great Cataclysm. The elder man described a time when a shelter was completely surrounded by monsters, and with awakeners being so scarce, the government and military made the grim decision to abandon it. The boy asked in horror what became of the people trapped inside, and Manchiol confirmed they were left with no choice but to await their certain doom. It was a desperate situation where even the legendary 5 heroes were unable to step forward and halt the monstrous onslaught. In that dark moment, as all hope faded, the trapped civilians believed their end had finally come. A crowd of terrified people suddenly looked up in disbelief as a massive hole was torn through the ceiling of their shelter. The camera zoomed in on a man's face, his expression a mixture of profound shock and rising anger at the unfolding chaos. A lone figure then appeared, standing resolutely over the fearful crowd amidst the broken, war-torn ground. That solitary hero was revealed to be Han Wonjae, the founder of the ultimate truth sword and father of Han Manchiol, who alone stood against the legion of beasts. The memory of Han Wonjae's philosophy echoed, stating that any who wished to walk the path of an ultimate truth seeker must first ask themselves 3 critical questions. The first question was a challenge to one's own limits, asking if they had given their absolute best. The second question pushed further, demanding to know if they had fought with such ferocity that they had brushed against the very edge of death. The final question centered on total commitment, asking if they had poured every last ounce of their being into the singular goal of defeating their opponent. Han Manchiol recounted how his father had then cut through the entire legion of monsters with a single, decisive slash, saving all 50,000 people without a single casualty. Tragically, after accomplishing this miraculous feat and ensuring the survival of everyone within the shelter, the great hero lost his own life. He concluded the story by revealing that the boy's father was among the 50,000 survivors, which was the very reason he chose to name his son after Han Wonjae's child. The conversation shifted back to the young SeoJoon, who confirmed his own aspiration to become a hunter, though he was still struggling to save enough money for the academy. Han Manchiol praised the young man's dedication at such a tender age, encouraging him to do his best but cautioning him never to get hurt. He stressed that for people like them, their bodies were their greatest assets, and self-care had to be the top priority before a foreman irritably shouted for them to return to work. One of the men muttered in annoyance about the foreman's inability to let anyone have a moment's rest as a news report played in the background. The broadcast announced that a 10-star dungeon break in the downtown area had been safely subjugated by none other than Hunter Han Manchiol from the Sorabi Guild. As a news anchor began to speak on the Hunter Association's official statement, the foreman called for Kim SeoJoon to get moving. A voiceover reflected on the core tenets of the ultimate truth sword, explaining that its true power was not merely in its external strength. The television screen showed Han Manchiol, now the revered leader of the Sorabi Guild, being praised for his heroic deeds. A young SeoJoon stared at the screen in awe, recognizing that the indomitable spirit was the true essence of the ultimate truth sword and vowing to become just as cool one day. The scene snapped back to the present, where Han Manchiol desperately dodged a powerful, sweeping attack made of brilliant blue energy. Despite his efforts, raw electricity coursed through the guild master's body while SeoJoon gritted his teeth, pouring more power into his assault. Manchiol managed to deflect a portion of the devastating attack, but the impact still forced a strangled gasp from his lips. In the next moment, the energy coalesced and grasped him, causing him to cry out in pain from the crushing force. The guild master put up a desperate defense against the relentless storm of blue energy emanating from the distant challenger. SeoJoon's technique culminated in a final, piercing blow that tore through Manchiol's guard. An agonized scream erupted from the guild master as the full force of the attack slammed into him. When the blinding light subsided, a massive chasm had split the arena floor, with SeoJoon standing as the sole figure remaining on his feet. The watching guild masters were stunned, one exclaiming in utter disbelief that Han Manchiol was actually being pushed back. Another sputtered, finding it inconceivable that one of the leaders of the 4 major guilds was overwhelmed and left coughing from the blow. Han Manchiol collected himself, admitting internally that he had initially thought his opponent's challenge was ridiculous. He was now forced to accept the truth. Had SeoJoon delivered a final, killing blow, he would have undoubtedly died. The guild master silently conceded that this was, without question, his complete and utter defeat. However, a crucial realization dawned on him: an examiner was obligated to continue the test unless incapacitated, and he could sense his opponent's intent. He understood that SeoJoon had no desire to kill him, and he resolved that to simply give up in the face of imminent defeat would be a betrayal of a true seeker of the ultimate truth. His father's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of the 3 core questions that one must ask themselves to walk the path of the ultimate truth seeker. He mentally recited the first 2 questions, his spirit reignited by the challenge to give his absolute best and fight until he nearly died. The final question resounded with renewed purpose, demanding that he put every last bit of himself into defeating his opponent. The mantra of the ultimate truth sword pulsed through him as he swore to himself that he would never lose consciousness. He declared internally with unshakable conviction that the only time he would fall unconscious was in the moment of his death. Having found his resolve, the guild master prepared himself for what was to come. But then, SeoJoon's voice cut through the air, posing a devastating question that made the guild master flinch. He asked if Manchiol had surrendered to the Dark Dragon. SeoJoon pressed his verbal assault, accusing Manchiol of pulling this stunt out of desperation, and the guild master furiously told him to shut up. He continued his accusation, suggesting that Manchiol's refusal to yield was a selfish act, merely a way to desperately cling to his own pride. SeoJoon delivered the final blow, coldly asking if this twisted display was the ultimate truth that his father, the great hunter Han Wonjae, had once spoken of. He recalled the memory of Manchiol on television, who had once stated that the essence of the ultimate truth sword was an indomitable spirit. SeoJoon confessed that there was a time when he had genuinely admired Sorabi's Han Manchiol for that very reason. He no longer admired the man, but the spirit he once embodied, and he pointedly asked if Manchiol felt any shame facing the memory of Sir Han Wonjae. Enraged, Han Manchiol roared, demanding to know what a mere boy could possibly understand to dare mention his father's name. He seethed with fury, questioning how SeoJoon had the audacity to speak of his father after practically begging to be killed just moments before. SeoJoon's expression turned cold as a chilling shudder ran through his opponent. He affirmed his desire to kill Manchiol but stated that he would not grant him that mercy. He calmly reminded the guild master of his earlier promise, revising the sentence from 1 month in a hospital bed to 2. Consumed by rage, Han Manchiol snarled as a tempest of crackling green lightning erupted around his body. He roared at SeoJoon, telling him not to dare look down on the spirit of the ultimate truth. SeoJoon's gaze remained unwavering as he calmly retorted that it was Manchiol himself who was disrespecting that sacred spirit. A powerful, fiery explosion suddenly erupted from the ground beneath the guild master, blasting upward with incredible force. In the aftermath, SeoJoon stood unscathed, glaring down with cold intensity at the shocked and grievously injured Han Manchiol. Han Manchiol looked up from the cratered floor, his face a mask of pure shock at the sheer power radiating from SeoJoon. A tempest of questions raged in his mind as he tried to comprehend the devastating force that had just struck him down. The guild master simply couldn't believe this overwhelming strength was coming from nothing more than his opponent's bare fist. A fleeting memory of his own power flashed by, a vision of himself swinging his mighty, glowing energy sword. He seethed with impotent rage, cursing the young upstart who had so thoroughly humiliated him. But even his fury was violently interrupted by the shock of yet another staggering blow. A powerful torrent of flame energy shot across the cracked arena floor, searing the very stone it touched. With brutal precision, SeoJoon drove his fist into the guild master's face, the impact echoing through the silent hall. A montage of past defeats flashed through Manchiol's mind, seeing a warrior in traditional garb being overwhelmed by energy blasts. He then recalled a moment of weakness, a time he had turned away from an incoming attack, unable to face it. An image of a legendary spear floating over a battlefield appeared in his thoughts, a distant figure below being completely annihilated by its power. With a choked breath, Manhwa admitted to himself that this one-sided beatdown could no longer even be considered a fight. He had always acknowledged SeoJoon's strength, but he had arrogantly assumed he was still the superior warrior, a delusion shattered by a racking cough. The grim reality settled in. He was utterly powerless, unable to land a single strike or even close the distance between them. It was an absolute, crushing difference in their fundamental strength that he had never imagined possible. Back in the present, SeoJoon's hand, glowing with a brilliant golden light, tightened its grip around the old hunter's neck. Through a strangled gasp, Manhwa desperately pleaded for him to stop. His pride now shattered, he went further, begging for the mercy of a quick death instead of prolonged humiliation. SeoJoon offered no reply, his expression remaining cold and unreadable as he looked down at the broken man. The immense power flowing through SeoJoon's veins was a force akin to divine strength itself. As Manhwa struggled to breathe, the deliberate sound of SeoJoon's footsteps echoed with chilling finality. SeoJoon internally scorned the pathetic pleas for mercy, finding the sight of the once great hunter groveling to be completely unsightly. He reflected that the display was not merely unsightly but utterly repulsive, disgusted by this spineless bargaining. This cowardly behavior was a total betrayal of the ultimate truth sword's philosophy, making SeoJoon wonder if this was how Manhwa had surrendered to Ryu Jinchul. SeoJoon considered that even if he could overpower the disgraced master, achieving a perfect score was complicated by the twisted merit Manhwa's path still held. He remembered Ryu Jinchul's own scheming, realizing that killing the guild master for that score would lead to his license being revoked. He finally understood that the system had been rigged from the start, making it impossible for him to acquire an A-rank license through this exam. However, SeoJoon was never one to be constrained by impossible situations. He reaffirmed his personal creed, knowing that the legendary transcendents he sought to emulate were all pioneers who created their own paths. As a being who would transcend all impossibilities, he delivered his final sentence, telling Manhwa to simply lie down for 2 months. A jolt of terror shot through the guild master as he realized SeoJoon was targeting his dantians, screaming for him to wait. His last desperate plea to be spared was abruptly cut off by a blinding surge of power. Manhwa's face contorted in absolute agony as a brilliant light completely overwhelmed his senses. A monumental explosion of golden energy then erupted, its divine radiance engulfing the entire arena. In his fading consciousness, Manhwa heard the voice of his father speaking of the unwavering, indomitable mind required for the path of the ultimate truth seeker. The phantom voice continued, posing the 3 sacred questions: if he had done his best, fought to the brink of death, and put everything into defeating his opponent. With dawning horror, Manhwa realized SeoJoon perfectly embodied his father's words, which warned that only then could one be free of shame. In that moment, he finally grasped that this relentless spirit was the true essence of the ultimate truth he had sought his entire life. Yet, looking at the young man, he knew that SeoJoon's will went far beyond that philosophy, transcending it entirely. On the fractured battlefield, SeoJoon stood impassively over his defeated foe as the final shockwave of energy dissipated around him. He then turned his cold, unwavering gaze toward the spectators and called out Ryu Jinchul's name with chilling purpose. The guild's vice-master could only stare back, frozen in shocked silence. SeoJoon then delivered a simple, ice-cold promise that he would be coming for him next. An official announced SeoJoon's incredible victory, while an aide urged the association president forward to meet the waiting reporters. Amidst the crowd, an elderly woman remarked with surprise that she'd seen the young victor in her hospital ward just months before, but her companion dismissed it as an impossible fabrication. Meanwhile, in the halls of the White Tiger Guild, Ryu Jinchul walked forward with grim resolve as his subordinates ran about in a state of panic. He calmly asked for a full report on the outcome of their schemes. A subordinate nervously began to explain that they had mobilized all their guild forces before trailing off with a significant hesitation. He continued, revealing that the association president himself had stepped in, immediately publicizing the exam's results with a prearranged media circus. Another report confirmed that they had investigated ways to awaken Manhwa, but found his body had been overloaded with a catastrophic amount of mana. While his life was not in immediate danger, he would be completely incapacitated for at least the 2 months SeoJoon had decreed. Ryu Jinchul sighed in weary defeat, admitting to himself that they had been completely and utterly outplayed. He grimly acknowledged that they had lost in skill, in public opinion, and in justification, all to a mere cadet who had not yet even debuted as a hunter. He stood in somber silence, absorbing the full, crushing weight of their monumental failure. Under his breath, a venomous curse escaped his lips, aimed at the cocky bastard who had ruined everything. Hidden from view, his hands trembled behind his back, clenched into tight fists of suppressed fury and humiliation. In a jarringly normal scene elsewhere, a cheerful banner offered well wishes to students for their upcoming college entrance exams. In the wake of his victory, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of disbelief, screaming that SeoJoon was utterly and completely insane. Their minds reeled as they tried to process what they had just witnessed, all previous understanding of power now completely shattered. One of SeoJoon's stunned classmates came to a chilling realization that in all their previous spars, SeoJoon had been going easy on him. The young man stood in absolute silence, the weight of this new understanding rendering him speechless. While one peer began to stammer out an apology for his past arrogance, another playfully accused SeoJoon of being a doppelganger, demanding her real friend back, to which he simply replied they were all being too noisy. Unfazed, the girl continued her charade, jokingly demanding that this impostor bring back the real SeoJoon at once. SeoJoon simply stared back at his boisterous friends, his expression unchanged by their chaotic energy. Someone else in the group lamented how much the academy had changed, almost feeling unrecognizable now that it had a new name. The conversation then shifted as they eagerly asked SeoJoon if his A-rank hunter certificate was now guaranteed, but he coolly replied that nothing was confirmed yet. His friends reasoned that the association president's personal involvement made it a sure thing, before wondering aloud if they themselves would all be granted B-rank status. Sometime later, the group of friends cheerfully announced their arrival back at their usual hangout spot. But a moment later, one of them let out a sound of confusion, noticing something was amiss. They quickly pointed out that SeoJoon was still absent, expressing their disappointment that she hadn't even shown up at the academy that day. One of the girls turned to ask SeoJoon if he had heard anything from SeoJoon, hoping for any news. Her question was immediately cut short by another gasp of surprise from the group. They looked around in bewilderment, realizing that SeoJoon, who had been right there a moment ago, had completely vanished. Unseen by his friends, SeoJoon was already racing through the blurred city streets, his face a mask of fierce determination. His mind raced as he recalled the Sword Saint's ultimatum. SeoJoon's deadline was the end of the Pro Hunter exam. With dawning horror, he connected her absence at the academy to this deadline, crying out her name as he ran. He finally arrived at his destination, only to be stopped by an attendant who informed him that the headmaster had forbidden any visitors for the day. SeoJoon pleaded for an exception to be made, but the attendant flatly refused. A grim thought entered SeoJoon's mind: this blockade had been set up specifically because the headmaster knew he would come. Though he had no intention of leaving, he hesitated to disrespectfully barge his way through. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the standoff, calmly instructing the attendant to send the boy in. The attendant stammered in surprise, recognizing the voice as Councilman Seo, who simply repeated his order. As the attendant tried to protest, citing the headmaster's instructions, the councilman cut him off, stating that he would take full responsibility. Following the command, a heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing the path forward. The councilman then quietly told SeoJoon to follow him inside. The older man walked with a grave and serious expression, his profile cutting a somber figure in the hallway. SeoJoon followed closely behind, his own expression neutral and focused on the task ahead. A moment later, their footsteps came to a synchronized halt on the polished floor just outside a dojo. Peering inside, they saw a devastating scene. The elderly sword saint stood over a defeated SeoJoon, who was kneeling on the ground. The attendant who had followed them let out a shocked gasp, having not expected to see SeoJoon himself. The sword saint's voice was dangerously low as he addressed the attendant, reminding him that he had given clear orders not to let anyone in. The old master's question hung in the air like a threat, asking if his words were being deliberately ignored. The attendant grunted in pain, buckling under the immense pressure of the sword saint's displeasure. Councilman Seo quickly stepped forward, offering his own sincere apologies for the unexpected intrusion. However, it was SeoJoon who spoke next, admitting his rudeness but insisting that he had to see the sword saint about a matter of great importance. The sword saint silently sized up the young man, surprised to see how much he had grown in such a short period. He recognized that the immature brat from before was gone, replaced by a formidable individual he would now have to take seriously. Despite this, he dismissed SeoJoon, telling him to go back as the deadline had already passed and there was nothing left to say. The master explained that his trial was a test of minimum qualifications, and to take someone who failed would only lead to them suffering and blaming themselves. He concluded that such an outcome would be far worse than not going together at all. SeoJoon stood his ground and boldly declared that it wasn't over yet. He challenged the sword saint by reminding him that the deadline was explicitly set for when the Pro Hunter test was over, and argued that the test hadn't officially concluded. The sword saint scoffed, dismissing the claim as utter nonsense and stating the obvious fact that the exam was finished. He pointed directly at SeoJoon, arguing that his very presence there was proof that the test had ended and the deadline had passed. In a stunning rebuttal that left the old master speechless, SeoJoon revealed that his own score had not yet been officially confirmed. He pressed his point, logically defining the end of the exam as the moment when scores for all test takers had been officially announced. SeoJoon specified that the scores for the final subject, personal combat proficiency, were still pending. Therefore, he began to connect this crucial technicality to Seon's own trial. He delivered his final, irrefutable point: her fight wasn't over either. A heavy, charged silence filled the dojo as the young challenger and the old master locked eyes in an intense battle of wills. The sword saint remained quiet for a long moment, processing the boy's clever and undeniable argument. At last, with a low and weary voice, the master conceded the point. SeoJoon then turned his attention away from the master, his gaze falling upon the kneeling and defeated SeoJoon. He reached out his hand to the surprised, bandaged girl, offering her his support. With a firm grip, he took her hand, a silent promise to help her rise once more. He then told her softly that they would face what was to come together. In that moment, SeoJoon's mind reeled. She had thought it was an impossible dream and that everything was truly over for her. But now, his presence had turned her impossible situation on its head, his unwavering confidence screaming that the word impossible meant nothing. A single, powerful thought bloomed in her mind: he had just earned her another chance. The scene shifted, and SeoJoon was on her feet again, swinging her sword with renewed purpose as the sword saint watched on. Filled with a fresh wave of determination, she requested to attempt the trial one more time. As SeoJoon prepared for her final attempt, SeoJoon stood watching from the dojo's entrance, his companion waiting just behind him. The sword saint gripped his own blade, his expression a mask of stern determination, ready to administer the trial one last time. With a renewed sense of purpose, SeoJoon swung her sword through the air, her focus absolute and unwavering. Her mind raced through the foundational principles, beginning with the swift sword, a technique that pursued the very pinnacle of speed. She then visualized the thrust sword, a style designed to strike a single, precise spot with blinding celerity. Her thoughts moved to the variant sword, an ever-shifting form that rapidly changed its target to keep an opponent unbalanced. Next, she considered the creeping sword, a method that focused on encroaching upon and methodically oppressing the enemy's personal space. Her hands tightened around the hilt, the leather straining under the sheer force of her newfound conviction. She recalled the mighty sword, a powerful style that systematically stacked weight behind a single, decisive blow. Gritting her teeth through the immense strain, she put all her weight into a forward step, channeling her energy into the blade. Finally, she contemplated the heavy sword, the ultimate evolution that maximized destructive force by adding even more weight to an already heavy strike. But as she executed the forms, a familiar and seemingly insurmountable wall of resistance rose before her once again. In a single, jarring moment of failure, her entire sword flow shattered completely. A pained gasp escaped her lips as she stumbled, believing with dawning horror that it was truly over. She lamented internally that her sword flow, which was supposed to be seamless, felt utterly disconnected and broken. The crushing realization washed over her that she simply could not take on her grandfather's overwhelming sword style on her own. But then, a defiant spark ignited deep within her, refusing to accept yet another defeat. A subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the dojo, a change that even she couldn't yet comprehend. From the doorway, SeoJoon watched her struggle with an intense and unblinking gaze. A flicker of brilliant gold ignited deep within his eye, a silent power reaching out across the room. In her mind's eye, SeoJoon suddenly envisioned SeoJoon's form, his own sword glowing as he brought it down in a perfect, fluid arc. Through this vision, she instantly understood the concept of the flowing sword, a counter-attacking art that gently redirected an opponent's momentum. The profound revelation struck her with the force of a physical blow, leaving her momentarily stunned. She recognized with a surge of frustration that her senses were now reacting far faster than her conscious mind could process. The very weapon in her hands suddenly felt alien and unfamiliar, as if she were holding it for the very first time. Her thoughts spiraled into her past, recalling a difficult life spent surrounded by legendary figures where her own perceived mediocrity felt like a heavy curse. She wondered if her life would have been different among ordinary people, but admitted to herself that she had always been running from that reality. However, her entire perspective had shifted the moment she met SeoJoon, whose dazzling phantom sword seemed to bend reality itself. Inspired by his unwavering confidence, she found a new will to fight, refusing to settle for mediocrity ever again. A powerful new desire bloomed within her, she wanted to stand proudly beside him as a true equal. A tempestuous gust of wind seemed to blow through her heart, a feeling she couldn't name but wondered if it was the enlightenment her grandfather spoke of. Yet, she instinctively sensed that this burgeoning power was something more, something even greater than what he had ever described. It was a clear and undeniable sensation that resonated deep within her very core, awakening a dormant strength. This power was not a conscious choice but an unconscious, primal act born from the depths of her desperation. In a brilliant flash, her small frame erupted with a massive pillar of golden light that engulfed the entire dojo. Panting heavily from the exertion, she realized she had instinctively unleashed the tyrannical sword, a form both fast and heavy enough to overwhelm any foe. With wide, disbelieving eyes fixed on her grandfather, she breathed out that she had finally completed the trial. The sword saint stared in utter shock, his mind reeling as he questioned how she could have possibly accomplished such a feat. He knew she had been at her absolute limit, and this realm of power was something she should never have been able to reach at her current level. SeoJoon's gaze found SeoJoon as she wondered what had sparked this change, her heart swelling with the hope that she could now go with him. In her mind, she pleaded silently with her grandfather, asking if he would finally grant her his permission. Overcome with jubilant relief, she called out to SeoJoon, proudly announcing that she had finally made it. SeoJoon beamed back at her, his voice full of pride as he congratulated her and affirmed that he always knew she could succeed. Elsewhere, a powerful figure mused on the nature of existence, noting that the paths of most who strive for a goal are often predictable. He continued this thought, acknowledging that there are rare individuals whose potential is so vast that their limits cannot be seen. Then, he concluded, there were the truly exceptional few who could not only break their own limits but could also inspire others to surpass theirs as well. The magic saint projected his thoughts to the sword saint, admitting that this was an ability he himself had never possessed. His voice echoed with ancient wisdom, stating that sometimes the very person who believes they are nothing can achieve what no one else can. The sword saint grimaced, finally understanding the magic saint's cryptic words from long ago. Their era was passing, and he begrudgingly accepted his role in allowing this new age to dawn. The magic saint's distant voice sighed with weary amusement, remarking on how much time had passed, a fact that felt particularly cruel on that day. Having passed her grueling trial, SeoJoon gratefully turned to the young man who had made it all possible. Later, as they walked back to the Dream Academy, she asked SeoJoon what his backup plan would have been if she failed, and he casually replied he'd have sought out the association president. SeoJoon looked at him with wide-eyed surprise, asking him to explain his strange and audacious plan. He elaborated that he would have used any means necessary to postpone the official declaration that the Pro Hunter exam had concluded. Just then, the sharp chime of a phone notification suddenly cut through their conversation. SeoJoon checked his screen to find a frantic message informing him the association president was waiting for them at the academy, and he realized with a jolt that he had missed a call. Looking up with a newfound sense of urgency, he urged SeoJoon to hurry back with him. He explained with a smile that a great number of people were eagerly awaiting her successful return. A faint, gratified smile touched Seon's lips, the bandage on her cheek a testament to the difficult trial she had finally overcome. She eagerly called out for him to wait as she hurried to catch up, ready to face her new future alongside him. As SeoJoon arrived back at the academy, her younger guildmates rushed towards her, their voices filled with a mixture of excitement and worry. They anxiously asked where she had been and expressed their relief, admitting they had feared the worst. SeoJoon simply apologized, explaining she had something important to attend to. Just then, a distinguished voice cut through the reunion, as the association president formally addressed Kim SeoJoon. The president corrected himself with a knowing smile, suggesting that it was now more appropriate to call him Hunter Kim SeoJoon. He then warmly congratulated SeoJoon for officially passing the Pro Hunter exam. The president elaborated that SeoJoon had earned a perfect score on his final subject, which, combined with his flawless record, qualified him for an A-rank hunter license, while the others had all passed to become B-rank hunters. He added with a chuckle that he would have gladly given SeoJoon an S-rank license if it were possible, but conceded that such a thing might be too difficult to arrange. SeoJoon humbly replied that he was content to start working his way up from there, prompting the president to laugh and express his full confidence in SeoJoon's future success. SeoJoon offered a brief, confident nod of affirmation. The president continued, explaining that A-rank hunters were subject to special management by the association and that SeoJoon, due to his perfect score, had been issued a highly coveted dungeon raid priority pass. He then revealed the true reason for his visit, inquiring if SeoJoon had any intention of establishing a new guild. SeoJoon confirmed without a moment's hesitation that he did, which elicited a pleased reaction from the president. In a surprising move, the association president offered to personally oversee the guild's establishment, leaving SeoJoon momentarily stunned. He explained that the process was normally quite complicated, requiring a considerable amount of time to process the various documents and obtain the necessary permits. However, he assured them that with his direct involvement, it would not take long at all and promptly handed SeoJoon a form, asking him to list his chosen guild members. As SeoJoon began filling out the guild establishment application with the names of his friends, he paused, realizing they had encountered a problem. He stated that to form a guild, they needed 5 pro hunters with B-rank licenses or higher, but their current roster was one person short. The president offered to use his authority to bypass the rule but cautioned that this could attract unwanted trouble from the 5 major guilds, who were already looking for any excuse to find fault. SeoJoon considered this, reluctant to compromise his new guild by adding just anyone to meet the requirement. He fell into deep thought over the predicament, while SeoJoon watched him with a look of surprise. Suddenly, inspiration struck as SeoJoon recalled a potential candidate, and he quickly wrote down Lee Haeun's name. With their 5th member secured, SeoJoon welcomed the newcomer warmly, and the contract was signed, finalizing a seemingly chaotic but successful recruitment. The president then asked what the guild would be called, and SeoJoon proudly stated they had already decided on a name. With a confident smile, she announced that their new guild's name was Dream Team. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a shadowy council received the news that Kim SeoJoon was about to establish his own guild. One member questioned if they could stop him, but another dismissed the idea, suggesting they should at least try to stall for time, citing his dungeon raid priority pass as the primary issue. Another voice of reason pointed out that interfering would be difficult, as the association itself had made the decision to grant him the pass. Their scheming was suddenly interrupted by the unannounced arrival of the Sword Saint, who strode in and mockingly commented on how well they seemed to be doing. The legendary warrior coldly stated that he could read their treacherous plans just by looking at their expressions. He dismissed their attempts at denial, clarifying that he hadn't dealt with them sooner only because he refused to stoop to their disgusting level of manipulation. The Sword Saint declared that they hadn't fought to end the cataclysm just so they could rule over others like petty tyrants. A man named Ryu Jinchul sneered, sarcastically remarking that anyone listening would mistakenly believe the Sword Saint had ended the cataclysm all by himself. The Sword Saint's gaze hardened as he addressed Ryu Jinchul directly by name. He observed that Jinchul had grown quite a bit since they last met, to which Jinchul retorted that the Sword Saint had simply grown old. Before the tension could escalate further, another figure stepped between them, demanding they stop. The woman, Kalia, warned the Sword Saint that even for him, it was poor manners to wave a sword around in someone else's home. The Sword Saint's attention shifted to her, remarking that she had finally decided to crawl out from the shadows. Unfazed, Kalia noted his lack of surprise and correctly guessed that he had known about their involvement all along. The Sword Saint scoffed at their pathetic attempt to use his own Azure Dragon sword against his grandson, calling them cowards who should have faced him directly. He deduced that they must have had a powerful backer to even attempt such a brazen plan, concluding it had to be Kalia. He then asked why she had come to see him. The old warrior replied simply that, for the first time in a long time, he was trying to act like a proper grandfather. He acknowledged their predicament, stating that he knew SeoJoon's new guild would cause them a great deal of trouble. He correctly surmised that they had gathered there to plot a way to prevent the guild's formation. With a voice that carried immense weight, he issued a stern warning, telling them not to proceed with whatever they were planning. Ryu Jinchul defiantly challenged him, asking what would happen if they refused to listen. The Sword Saint met his gaze with an icy calm, replying that they were free to do so, as long as they were prepared to face the consequences. An intense and silent battle of wills unfolded as the old master and the ambitious young man glared at one another. The heavy silence in the room stretched on, thick with unspoken threats. With a swift, fluid motion, the Sword Saint sheathed his blade, signaling the end of the confrontation. Kalia questioned his abrupt departure, expressing her surprise that he was leaving without turning everything upside down. He gave a short, dismissive laugh, questioning why he would even bother. The council members watched in tense silence as the legendary figure turned and walked away. Once the Sword Saint was gone, Kalia immediately ordered all of their plans cancelled, shocking one of her subordinates. Ryu Jinchul openly mocked her decision, scornfully asking if the heir of the Apostle of Purity was now frightened of a decrepit old man. She sharply reprimanded him for his arrogance, reminding him that the Order of Truth was not the powerhouse it once was. Kalia then sternly warned him never to look down on the Sword Saint. She acknowledged that Ryu Jinchul's skills were formidable, so much so that the people of Korea considered him to be on a level close to that of a cataclysm hero. However, she followed this praise with a stark warning, telling him not to misunderstand his own limits. She stated unequivocally that while he may be close to that legendary level of power, he could never truly reach it. Jinchul gritted his teeth in frustration, but then deviously suggested that even if they couldn't interfere with Kim SeoJoon directly, there were other paths to victory. Intrigued, Kalia turned to him and demanded he explain what he meant. He answered with a cryptic and ominous smile, stating that their success was assured because fate itself would not change. Turning his back on the group, Ryu Jinchul walked down the corridor, casting one last meaningful glance over his shoulder. As his words sunk in, Kalia's expression suddenly shifted to one of dawning horror. On a bright day, Kim SeoJoon called out, checking to see if his entire team was present. Park SeoJoon, the B-rank vice guild master, rallied the group, encouraging everyone to do their best on the Dream Team's very first official raid. Lee Minyeol, another B-rank hunter, expressed his sheer delight at getting to raid a dungeon so soon after receiving his professional license. His teammate, Suk Suyeon, however, voiced her nervousness, admitting this was her first real dungeon and wondering if she would be alright. Lee Haeun attempted to calm her nerves by comparing it to sorcery-made dungeons, though she casually added that the real ones were harder and could actually kill you. This morbid clarification only alarmed the others, who pointed out that this made them entirely different, a fact Haeun readily confirmed. Kim SeoJoon, the A-rank guild master, then chimed in with the most important difference of all: unlike the practice dungeons, this was where they could finally make money. An almost manic gleam appeared in SeoJoon's eyes as he chanted about money, prompting his teammates to whisper about how his obsession had intensified after he checked his phone yesterday. Unbeknownst to them, SeoJoon was reeling from the memory of a notification informing him that his 2 billion won free pass had expired, leaving his bank account nearly empty. He snapped out of his inner panic and turned to his concerned teammates with an unnerving chuckle, asking if they had said something. They quickly feigned intense excitement for the raid to cover their unease and urged him to get moving, but SeoJoon told them to wait for one more person. When they asked who was missing, he mentioned it was an acquaintance of SeoJoon's, just as he spotted the man arriving in the distance. SeoJoon waved enthusiastically, calling out for his uncle to join them. The rest of the Dream Team could only stare in utter bewilderment. The newcomer was none other than Dao, who grumbled to himself that he was only there because he had been specifically asked to come. A stunned SeoJoon immediately confronted her father, demanding to know why he hadn't told her he was coming, though he curtly replied that he didn't have to report to her before asking SeoJoon about their destination. A sly, knowing smirk spread across Kim SeoJoon's face. He cryptically told the group they were heading to a very nice place, which only deepened their confusion. Their journey led them to a suburban area located just outside of Seoul. They had arrived at territory exclusively controlled by the Dark Dragon Guild, where a guard immediately challenged Dao, demanding to know who authorized his presence. The guard belligerently shouted that it was their guild's area and ordered the intruders out, but Dao calmly told the man to lower his voice. Dao then offhandedly remarked that had heard Kim SeoJoon possessed a priority pass for this dungeon, a name that made the guard freeze in his tracks. The guard's demeanor shifted instantly as he timidly asked for the name of the guild that had already gone inside. Dao plainly stated that it was the Dream Team. Deep within the dungeon, Kim SeoJoon's eyes flared with power as he unleashed a massive wave of blue energy. Countless blades of pure energy descended from above, slicing through the air with devastating force. In a single, overwhelming assault, he announced that the area was completely clear. His teammates despaired that his power was so absolute it left no monster corpses to sell, begging him to leave the remaining foes to them. Heeding their request, one member bravely charged into a horde of shadow creatures, engulfed in a blaze of red light. Elsewhere, another teammate successfully ensnared a monstrous, glowing-eyed hound within a restrictive field of blue energy. A triumphant shout echoed as one of the women informed Minyeol that she had secured her target. The captured beast was then obliterated by a concentrated barrage of energy attacks, vanishing in an intense flash of light. A short while later, 3 of the masked hunters stood victoriously over their defeated quarry. Back outside, SeoJoon nonchalantly asked Dao if he had been waiting long, to which the older man replied that it had only been a few minutes. With the battle concluded, Dao declared it was time for him to get to work and offered his assistance with the cleanup. He asked SeoJoon if the work reminded him of the old days, but SeoJoon scoffed at the memory and jokingly suggested Dao start a transport company for their guild. Dao's attention was then drawn to a group of men staring at them, but the moment he acknowledged the Dark Dragon Guild members, they yelped in terror and fled. Realization dawned on Dao, who correctly surmised that SeoJoon had chosen the Dark Dragon Guild's exclusive area on purpose. Just then, the rest of the team emerged, celebrating a complete clear and marveling at how much easier the raid was than they had expected. They excitedly estimated their haul, stunned by the calculation that they would each earn at least 100 million won. Overjoyed by the massive payout, they immediately started making plans for a celebratory party. Their cheerful mood was abruptly shattered when SeoJoon informed them they were only just getting started. He pointed onward, uttering a single, decisive command to move to the next dungeon. Without a moment's rest, he repeated his order to press forward. SeoJoon drove them on relentlessly, chanting for them to clear one dungeon after another in quick succession. The grueling, non-stop pace began to wear down the increasingly exhausted team members. Finally, one of them meekly asked how much longer they would be raiding, but SeoJoon simply insisted they needed to make money while the opportunity was there. Minyo reached his breaking point, accusing their captain of exploitation, but SeoJoon calmly retorted that their participation was necessary to preserve the monster corpses and gain experience for their A-rank promotions. Their suggestion of building experience slowly was met with scorn, as SeoJoon insisted they had to become A-rank hunters immediately to improve the guild's official ranking. He passionately lectured them on the superior tax and commission benefits that came with a higher guild level, emphasizing that it all boiled down to more money. He presented his relentless grind as a perfect system for everyone, where they gained experience while he gained profit, completely dismissing their argument that he alone already made the guild famous. SeoJoon silenced their complaints with an ultimatum to become A-rank if they wanted to stop, causing them to cry out against their wicked master and desperately plead for Haeun to intervene. They turned to their senior for help, only to find that she had discreetly disappeared from the group. Cursing her as a traitor, they spotted Haeun hiding nearby, who sheepishly admitted she was too scared of SeoJoon to speak up. In a last-ditch effort, they appealed to Vice Guild Master SeoJoon, but she merely reflected on her grandfather's hardships as a reason to endure her own, leaving them utterly defeated. With all opposition crushed, SeoJoon cheerfully marched his demoralized team toward the next dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, an official stared at a monitor in shock, muttering that the data he was seeing was completely insane. He couldn't believe the performance records belonged to a newly formed guild, noting their strategy of exclusively raiding high-level dungeons in Dark Dragon territory. Another analyst pointed out that the Dark Dragon Guild was helpless, as SeoJoon's dungeon priority pass allowed for raids so fast they couldn't be stopped, effectively draining their rivals' finances. The official grew suspicious of the Dark Dragon Guild's silence, just as an aide burst in with an urgent report of a major problem. The panicked aide announced that a high-threat Draugr dungeon had manifested. The president immediately asked if the Soul Saint had been contacted, and was told that while a message was sent, a response time was, as usual, completely unknown. Facing a potential disaster, the president despaired, knowing the Soul Saint was the only one of Korea's 5 heroes capable of clearing a Draugr dungeon. As he mulled over their bleak options, a new possibility suddenly occurred to him. He quietly spoke Kim SeoJoon's name, leaving his subordinate confused. The president then wondered aloud if SeoJoon could be convinced to help, concluding that he would probably do it for a large enough sum of money. With a new plan forming, he quickly asked his staff for the current status of Hunter Kim SeoJoon's ongoing raid. Onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves as they recognized the famed Hunter Kim SeoJoon. SeoJoon seethed internally, cursing his guildmates as traitors for leaving before they reached a 10 billion profit, and vanished using his stealth art. He grumbled about their strange aversion to making money while glancing at his personal account balance, which stood at over 2 billion. Faced with a system prompt, he reluctantly spent a massive 2 billion on a free pass, watching his account balance instantly shrink. He lamented this recurring expense, which he paid every 3 months just to avoid a lecture, annoyed that his progress had barely increased by 0.1%. SeoJoon sighed heavily, wishing for a way to rapidly increase his lecture progress and earn billions, especially since the Dark Saint still owed him 13 billion won. His thoughts were interrupted when a familiar voice called out, announcing that Hunter Kim SeoJoon had returned. SeoJoon turned, surprised to see that the visitor was none other than the president of the Hunter Association. The president graciously offered him a coffee, a gesture which SeoJoon politely accepted with thanks. Apologizing for the late visit, the president explained he had an important matter to discuss, and SeoJoon invited him to speak comfortably. Getting straight to the point, SeoJoon asked the president what was going on. The president gravely informed him that a Draugr dungeon had manifested in Korea, and SeoJoon immediately recalled that these were the mind-type monsters from the previous tournament. With utmost respect, the president then formally asked if Hunter Kim SeoJoon would be willing to handle the dungeon, a request that left him completely speechless. Still trying to process the situation, SeoJoon couldn't help but wonder why they were asking him specifically. He paused as a critical thought suddenly struck him, and he asked the president to wait a moment. His mind raced as he remembered defeating a Draugr had significantly boosted his Buddha's lecture progress, just as the president clarified that they would not be asking him to do it for free. The president elaborated that the association was prepared to offer financial support, two words that immediately seized SeoJoon's undivided attention. When SeoJoon timidly asked how much, the staggering sum of 30 billion won caused him to reflexively crush the cup in his hand. As the president detailed the rarity of such dungeons, SeoJoon's mind lit up with elation at the prospect of being paid a fortune for an opportunity he would have paid for himself. He struggled to wipe a massive grin off his face, knowing he needed to maintain a serious expression. Despite his best efforts to suppress his laughter, his slight pause was misinterpreted by the president as disappointment in the offered reward. The president lamented the dungeon's terrible timing, explaining that their budget was spent and they couldn't reach the Soul Saint, leaving SeoJoon as their only viable option. He stressed the immense danger, warning that if the intangible Draugr specters broke out of the dungeon, the consequences would be unimaginable. After emphasizing the urgency of the situation, the president sweetened the deal by offering to issue him an S-rank hunter license upon completion. He explained that with an S-rank hunter, the Dream Team would finally satisfy the requirements for a major promotion in its guild authority. This promotion, he added, would grant the guild significant reductions on taxes and fees, a final benefit that made SeoJoon's jaw drop. Internally admitting he would have begged for this mission, SeoJoon could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly accepted the incredible offer. He quickly composed himself with a cough, but his momentary hesitation caused the president to nervously ask if that meant he wouldn't help them. Putting on a calm facade, SeoJoon casually asked why the Soul Saint wasn't being called for this type of assignment. The president's confirmation that they couldn't contact her made SeoJoon realize he needed to lock in this deal before that changed. He finally agreed with feigned reluctance to give it a try, prompting a cry of disbelief and relief from the president. When asked for a timeline, SeoJoon almost blurted out tomorrow but quickly backtracked, claiming he needed time to prepare. He then amended his statement, acknowledging the urgency and promising to take care of it as soon as possible, which deeply moved the president. The president thanked him profusely, vowing that the Hunter Association would never forget his courageous sacrifice for the nation's safety. SeoJoon humbly deflected the praise with a slight cough, carefully maintaining his heroic persona. The president looked upon him with growing admiration, acknowledging that even for someone so talented, this was a life-threatening task. In the president's eyes, SeoJoon was a remarkable young man who could surpass a hero, yet was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. He concluded with absolute certainty that Kim SeoJoon was a true hero, laughing as if sharing the profound thought with the Sword Saint. Later, SeoJoon informed his team that he would be raiding the Draugr dungeon completely alone. He explained his immunity to mental attacks as the official reason, while privately knowing a solo raid would maximize his progress rate. The guild members slowly processed the news, their minds focusing on the single most important implication: their captain wouldn't be around. That thought instantly sparked a shared, silent celebration as they realized this meant they could finally rest. Overjoyed, they all wished him a safe trip, enthusiastically encouraging him to take all the time he needed. Their cheerful send-off caught SeoJoon by surprise, and he questioned if they were worried, but they simply cheered louder at the prospect of his absence. They confidently declared that nothing in the world, short of the apocalypse, could possibly pose a threat to their captain. On second thought, they corrected themselves, joking that the only thing he ever worried about was money, which made one of them feign a gag. SeoJoon glared at his disrespectful subordinates, silently referring to them as bastards. SeoJoon offered her assistance with his preparations, but SeoJoon swiftly turned her down, insisting he was leaving immediately. She was confused, pointing out that a Draugr dungeon required extensive preparation, unaware he was rushing to prevent the association from contacting the Soul Saint. He brushed off her concern with a quick farewell and headed for the door. The very instant the door slammed shut, the team erupted in cheers and immediately decided to order fried chicken to celebrate their newfound freedom. Meanwhile, news of the Draugr dungeon and SeoJoon's involvement spread like wildfire, with the public praising him as a true hero compared to his rivals. At the association headquarters, the president anxiously hoped for Kim SeoJoon's success. He was in the middle of considering whether they could scrape together an additional budget for him when an aide burst into the office with an urgent report. When the president asked what was wrong, the flustered aide could only stammer out the Soul Saint's name. The aide then delivered the shocking news that they had just received a call from the Soul Saint herself. The president demanded to know when, and the aide explained the call had come in just moments before he rushed over to report it. Impatient for details, the president decided to call her back personally right away. However, the aide stopped him, saying that a return call wouldn't be necessary, which only confused the president further. The aide then explained that the Soul Saint had informed him she was already in the area. He concluded his urgent report by stating that she was heading to the Draugr dungeon to take care of it immediately. At the dungeon site, an official stared at the scene before him and whispered the Soul Saint's name in awe. Just then, an elderly woman radiating a powerful blue aura arrived, her expression turning to one of complete surprise as she gazed upon the dungeon's already destroyed entrance. SeoJoon surveyed the area, noting that the dreary Draugr dungeon certainly lived up to its reputation as a gravekeeper's lair. He could feel the death chi permeating the air, but quickly concluded it wasn't potent enough to increase his progress rate. His senses then alerted him to the presence of another person nearby. A peculiar and mystical feeling washed over him as he observed that the overwhelming death chi seemed to completely avoid the woman. His mind raced as a stunning possibility began to form. He whispered her title in utter disbelief, realizing he was standing before the legendary Soul Saint. The elderly woman, wrapped in a glowing blue aura, gazed back at him with an expression of deep concern. She identified him as an apprentice of one of the 5 heroes but warned him to turn back, stating that this was not a place he could enter so recklessly. SeoJoon's mind reeled, confirming it was really her, but this incredible realization was immediately followed by a dreadful thought about her purpose here. He urgently called for her to wait, asking if she planned to clear the Draugr dungeon herself, and she calmly affirmed that she was. He reacted with utter shock, exclaiming that she couldn't possibly do that and questioning her calm demeanor. Though she dismissed his concern as just the way things were, he firmly restated that she could not be the one to clear this dungeon. SeoJoon desperately pleaded for her to listen to him for just a moment, only to find she had vanished from his sight. Having not felt her presence or movement, he was stunned when she reappeared blocking his path. She ordered him aside to deal with the Draugr, but he refused, insisting he must be the one to kill it. She began to forcefully demand that he move out of her way. Her threat was cut short as she suddenly cried out for the young man to get behind her. A monstrous, guttural growl echoed from the shadows of the dungeon entrance. An onlooker gasped in terror, identifying the creature as a Draugr. The Soul Saint told SeoJoon to leave the monster to her and flee to safety. She paused mid-sentence, her eyes wide with disbelief as she saw a system notification appear over his head, showing his progress rate had just increased. SeoJoon's face lit up with glee as he realized this was exactly what he needed, his progress rate climbing even higher. In a state of pure ecstasy, he goaded the creature, demanding it give him more of its sinister thoughts. Within his mind's eye, a menacing shadowy figure with glowing red eyes began to form a wicked smile. The Soul Saint could only watch in stunned silence as a cascade of notifications announced his progress rate was skyrocketing. He urged the creature on for more, but the Draugr itself seemed to hesitate before letting out a confused and pained groan. The battle shifted to SeoJoon's mental world, where his consciousness faced a spear-wielding entity on a cracked, desolate road. The Soul Saint let out an audible gasp of surprise. Her eyes widened with sudden, dawning horror. Cursing under her breath, she realized the Draugr had initiated a possession attack on the boy. She quickly analyzed that while his mental barrier was strong, a possession bypassed it entirely to inflict a direct and devastating blow. Knowing his mind would collapse in an instant if this continued, she willed him to hang on. She prepared to intervene and drag the Draugr out herself, but something made her hesitate. SeoJoon, however, was in a state of euphoria, realizing this power was on a completely different level from the sorcery-based creature had faced before as his progress rate soared. He let out a final, triumphant roar of pleasure before a sudden silence fell. Breaking the quiet, he declared that this was the most fun he'd had in ages, overjoyed at the massive boost to his precious progress rate. He continued to mutter how sweet the sensation was, completely absorbed in his victory. Inside his mental world, the defeated Draugr emitted a weak, guttural sound. The ethereal creature coughed weakly, its form starting to fade. SeoJoon looked down upon the defeated entity, calling it a pitiful being. The fading Draugr looked up, its expression one of confusion. SeoJoon casually tapped the creature's weakened form. Now completely drained of its death chi, the Draugr spirit lamented its shameful life. SeoJoon poked it again, asking if it was dead yet, to which the spirit replied that it was now entering nirvana. He cheered, having squeezed it dry, and calculated that his progress rate had jumped by a massive 4.3%. His mind raced with possibilities, realizing that if there were 10 more Draugr, he could potentially boost his progress rate to over 80%. An ecstatic shiver of anticipation ran down his spine. Snapping back to reality, the dark-haired SeoJoon looked surprised to find the white-haired soul saint still watching him intently. He cleared his throat and acknowledged her continued presence, while she remarked that there was no point in him pretending to be fine. He retorted that she had seen everything and insisted he would handle it from here, but she reminded him that destroying a Draugr required an incredible amount of soul power. She was still trying to process how he had somehow caused the monster to enter nirvana. Throughout her long life, she had never witnessed such a thing. SeoJoon stubbornly cut her off, declaring it was his dungeon by order of the association president. Internally, the soul saint found him to be an enigma, completely unable to read his mind or discern his true nature. She came to the staggering conclusion that his soul level had to be at least equal to, if not higher than, her own, and reluctantly agreed not to interfere with the Draugr. However, she refused to leave, explaining that she had something important to check within the dungeon, which immediately caught SeoJoon's attention. She elaborated that the Dark Saint had given her only vague information, prompting SeoJoon to question the other hero's involvement. He astutely connected the dots, asking if the Dark Saint's mission was related to the Order of Truth or Berserk, which clearly shocked her. SeoJoon calmly explained that he and the Dark Saint were in what could be called a business relationship. The Soul Saint then revealed the Dark Saint's suspicion that the Order of Truth had artificially created the Draugr dungeon, a possibility SeoJoon found unbelievable. She agreed that creating a dungeon should be impossible, and even if it weren't, there would be no way to confirm it. Still, they concurred that it had to be investigated, and she noted that only she could enter, which was why the Dark Saint had asked for her help. Meanwhile, SeoJoon fumed internally about the money the Dark Saint still owed him. Just then, a brilliant idea struck SeoJoon. He suddenly realized this was a perfect chance to get his money back, his abrupt change in demeanor leaving the Soul Saint baffled. He turned to her with a confident smile, offering his assistance with her work. The scene shifted to the deceptively peaceful interior of the dungeon. Within its depths, a large group of wild Draugr wandered aimlessly. An informational overlay described them as dangerous 10-star mind-type monsters that could induce a mental breakdown with a single touch. To SeoJoon, however, they were now just a convenient supply of progress rate, earning him the new title of Draugr Handler. Elsewhere, a mysterious robed figure ominously watched as dark, winged monsters swarmed through the ruins of a city. Back at the dungeon, SeoJoon cheerfully told the Soul Saint they were on the same path, asking her to simply tell the Dark Saint how helpful he had been, while she began to regret giving him permission. The storyteller mused on SeoJoon's excitement, breaking character to wish the audience a Merry Christmas. The festive sentiment was echoed enthusiastically, ending the intense scene on a bizarrely cheerful note. The scene opened within the dark, concealed interior of the Dark Saint's hideout. In a sudden, violent eruption, a massive blast of purple energy tore through the space, throwing the scene into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure blurred through a dense green forest, moving at an incredible speed. The Apostle of Temperance addressed the Dark Saint, remarking that it had been a considerable amount of time since their last encounter. The Dark Saint recognized his opponent as one of the 7 apostles. He bitterly remarked on the absurdity of a powerful apostle coming to such a shabby place for one old man, realizing he was now outmatched due to their constant interference. The apostle coolly stated that the Dark Saint's mistake was seeking out the Soul Saint. He continued, laying out the Dark Saint's own logic. A Draugr dungeon had appeared, and he naturally felt compelled to investigate its origins. The apostle then pointed out how obvious it was who the Dark Saint would turn to for help in such a situation. He taunted the Dark Saint for his carelessness, revealing that from the very beginning, their true target had been someone else entirely. A strangled gasp of pain escaped the Dark Saint's lips as the realization and the attack struck him simultaneously. The Dark Saint desperately demanded to know why they were so obsessed with eliminating the Cataclysm heroes, to which the apostle calmly replied that they were merely executing their god's will. Scoffing, the Dark Saint cursed their insane god, only for the apostle to ask if he truly enjoyed his fleeting moments of life. The apostle declared that despite his best efforts to delay the inevitable, the Dark Saint would never survive the endless war. He assured the hero that no matter how hard he struggled, he would never be able to stop their advance. A low chuckle escaped the Dark Saint, his expression shifting from despair to cunning amusement. He realized with triumphant certainty that his hidden ally, that troublesome brat, must be completely invisible to them. The apostle watched him with confusion, questioning the source of his sudden change in demeanor. His senses suddenly flared with alarm, detecting a new presence. Out of the shadows, a cloaked man appeared, facing another figure who was now cowering on the ground. An unseen assailant mocked the apostle, asking if he was still resorting to such cheap and predictable tricks. The apostle stood in stunned silence, processing the sudden turn of events. One of his subordinates asked if their target had managed to escape. Another follower noted that the Dark Saint's stealth technique was approaching the selfless realm, which explained why they had struggled to locate him, and asked if they should give chase. The leader, the Apostle of Temperance, ordered them to let him go. He declared that no matter how much the Dark Saint struggled, he could not alter the fate that awaited the Soul Saint, before calling out for her to reveal herself. He then made a chilling offer, promising to make her death as painless as possible if she surrendered immediately. In a desolate, war-torn landscape, 2 hooded figures stood ominously as dark, swirling tendrils of energy writhed around them. The Apostle of Temperance made a final, chilling proclamation: the Soul Saint was destined to die that very day. Another cloaked figure, his face twisted into a distorted smile, appeared surrounded by a constellation of bright stars. A powerful surge of glowing energy was unleashed, streaking through the air as an attack was launched. Back inside the dungeon, SeoJoon paused his efforts, sensing something was amiss. He checked his status, confused as to why his progress for Buddha's lecture had completely stalled at 49.9%. He stared at the unchanged numbers again, his confusion growing. The progress rate remained stubbornly frozen, refusing to budge a single fraction. His confusion turned to frustration as he realized his lecture progress was no longer increasing, leading him to wonder if he had hit some kind of limit. He recalled that his other skills had shown significant improvement at every 10% milestone, but unwavering heart had not, making him suspect a special condition was needed to break the 50% barrier. The Soul Saint cautiously approached, asking SeoJoon if he was finally finished with his unique activities. SeoJoon laughed nervously, replying that he hadn't found anything of note and asked if she had, but she confirmed she had discovered nothing either. He commented on how strange it was that despite his chaotic methods, they had yet to encounter any real problems within the dungeon. This led him to wonder aloud if there was truly nothing wrong with the dungeon itself, a question that prompted the Soul Saint to ask what he meant. SeoJoon elaborated, suggesting they consider a distortion as the cause, but the Soul Saint replied she had already looked for such traces and found none. He then pressed further, asking if she had considered other types of distortion beyond the obvious. He revealed that he had once been trapped in an Order of Truth dungeon, much like the Magic Saint, and had encountered a different kind of distortion he described as a mutation, a revelation that shocked her. The Soul Saint conceded that his theory made sense and announced she would investigate it herself, asking him to wait a moment. She held out her hand, gathering crackling blue energy as she prepared to scan the area. As she focused, she sensed an energy completely opposite to that of the Dark Saint and the Sword Saint. She felt as though anything this energy touched was being fundamentally changed. She recognized it instantly as a divine spirit, the noblest and most sacred of all spirits. The energy coalesced, revealing a magnificent, glowing spectral deer standing right before SeoJoon. SeoJoon stared in wide-eyed confusion at the sudden appearance of the majestic creature. He asked the Soul Saint why the spirit was acting this way, but she admitted that she had no idea either. She explained that the divine spirit was incredibly discerning and would typically ignore anyone whose character wasn't upright, noting it had barely reacted to any of the other Cataclysm heroes. She silently screamed in disbelief, questioning why the spirit was being so friendly toward this crazy man, who was now asking the creature if it could grant him progress rates. Just then, both of them were startled by a sudden, powerful presence. An overwhelming wave of sinister thoughts washed over the area. The Soul Saint felt an energy on a completely different level from the Draugr, wondering how it could have appeared so suddenly without any prior warning. She feared that this new entity was targeting the divine spirit. The sheer scale of the malice was frightening, a level she had not encountered even during the Cataclysm, save for her encounter with the great monster Berserk. She yelled at SeoJoon to get behind her, warning him that this new foe was far stronger than any Draugr. SeoJoon, however, simply equated its strength with a massive potential gain in experience points. He confidently told the Soul Saint that he would handle the threat and urged her to protect the divine spirit. A wide, eager grin spread across his face as he prepared for battle. Yelling for the progress rate bastard to get ready, he charged forward into the darkness, promising the Soul Saint and the spirit that he would be right back. SeoJoon charged into the encroaching darkness, his glowing spear leading the way. He mused that the situation felt similar to his past encounter involving the Magic Saint, yet something about it still seemed strange. He wondered why this new entity was targeting the divine spirit specifically, rather than the more powerful Soul Saint. Dismissing the reason as irrelevant, he focused on his dual goals of eliminating the threat and cheekily raising his lecture progress rate. With a sudden burst of insight, he triumphantly declared that he had found his target. The entity that materialized before him was a mythical, God-defying existence from the sixth heaven, the highest realm of the world of desire. It was the revered and feared ruler of the demonic heaven itself. He had come face to face with a true devil. SeoJoon, however, casually addressed the monstrous being with a simple greeting. He then criticized its power, expressing his profound disappointment that his progress rate hadn't budged at all. Continuing his tirade, he insultingly ordered the creature to move its filthy face away from him. He recoiled in theatrical disgust, loudly exclaiming how impossibly ugly the devil's visage was. After his barrage of insults, he curiously poked the stunned creature, asking if it had died from the shock. He pleaded with it not to perish from his verbal assault as the devil shuddered and let out a choked, confused cry. Growing impatient, SeoJoon yelled at it to stop attempting physical attacks and to use the mental assaults he actually needed. In response, the colossal dark monster simply unleashed a furious, guttural roar. SeoJoon cursed in frustration as it lunged with another physical strike, deciding this disobedient approach wouldn't do. He calmly concluded that the creature's insolence called for a sound beating. The devil snarled back, its voice a low and menacing growl. But then, it stopped mid-lunge, a flicker of startled realization crossing its features. The Soul Saint's worried cry for the child echoed through the void, mingling with the devil's sinister, chittering laughter. She realized a terrifying tower of dark magic was descending upon them and knew she had to extract SeoJoon immediately. Her power erupted in brilliant blue magical circles, pulsing with energy that illuminated the dark corridor. The Soul Saint could only express her sheer astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. The devil let out a sharp, pained shriek under the sudden onslaught. SeoJoon had activated a technique called the Cloud Ascending Ladder Void Path, creating a shimmering portal. The devil shrieked again, its cry escalating with even greater agony. A powerful impact from SeoJoon's attack sent the devil reeling backward with a choked cry. He let out a satisfied grunt, crossing his arms with an air of accomplishment. The battered beast could only whimper, now thoroughly subdued. Catching his breath, SeoJoon commanded the creature to stop making such a fuss. He then finally noticed the Soul Saint's presence and asked in surprise when she had arrived. He urged her to stay back for her own safety, wryly observing the irony of a mere A-rank hunter ordering around a cataclysm hero. Turning back to the devil, he prodded it once more, checking if it was still conscious after the beating. He demanded it to say something, but his words were suddenly cut short. An ancient, profound voice, like that of a Buddha, echoed in his mind, posing the one true question of life. The voice revealed the ultimate question, asking if life was truly worth living and dismissing all else as mere details. The mysterious entity then declared that it would now pose this very question to him. It directly challenged his will, demanding to know the reason why he had not yet ended his own life. The mental assault struck home, forcing SeoJoon to clutch his head as he stared into a psychic vision. He found himself momentarily transported to a ruined city, his expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. Snapping back to reality, he scoffed, questioning if that was the full extent of the devil's power. He hastily checked his status, only to be bewildered that his progress rate remained stuck at 49.9%. In stark contrast, the devil let out a prolonged, agonizing scream as it writhed in torment on the ground. The profound question about his reason for living echoed once more in SeoJoon's thoughts. He theorized that answering it might be the key to reaching 50%, telling the confused devil to wait while he took a moment to think. He found the question itself absurd, wondering what kind of query it was as the devil whimpered pathetically. As he contemplated the bizarre situation, a sudden brilliant idea struck him. But just then, the devil shrieked in renewed alarm, its attention suddenly fixed on a new target. The Soul Saint had moved to shield him, but he quickly waved her off, assuring her that he was all right. He turned to angrily chastise the devil for daring to attack the Soul Saint and interrupting his crucial train of thought. His furious tirade was cut short when he realized something was terribly wrong. He was stunned to see the devil had fled, a cowardly act he never imagined such a powerful being would commit. He initially reassured himself that finding it within the dungeon would only be a matter of time. A more urgent worry then surfaced, and he asked the Soul Saint where the divine spirit was, explaining had left it behind for its protection. The Soul Saint's face fell as she let out a curse, the grave implications of the situation dawning on her. SeoJoon was struck by a horrifying realization: the devil had been targeting the divine spirit from the very beginning. He pieced together that if the devil had encroached on the Soul Saint's mind earlier, it would have pinpointed the spirit's location. His heart sank as he called out the divine spirit's name, fearing the worst had already come to pass. Elsewhere, a terrifying creature with cosmic patterned skin opened its single, malevolent red eye, its gaze locked on its helpless prey. He cried out in disbelief, questioning what could have possibly happened to the divine spirit. An anguished scream tore from his throat as he called out for the Soul Saint in a panic. A nearby wooden gate violently exploded into a cloud of splinters as he charged through. He desperately called out to the Soul Saint again, asking if she was all right as he began to piece together the devil's horrifying plan. He finally understood why the devil had appeared to be targeting the divine spirit. He grunted in pain, the full weight of the realization hitting him that the spirit was never the true target. It became terrifyingly clear that the devil's objective had always been the soul saint. Wincing through another sharp pain, he deduced that the divine spirit was merely a spiritual conduit. He wondered if the devil's entire scheme was to use that spiritual connection to directly invade the soul saint's mind. Acknowledging the mortal danger she faced, he decided to forget the progress rate and focus on eliminating the devil, though he was unsure how. He questioned the very possibility of attacking only the devil while it was so intricately intertwined with its host. He concluded there was no more time left to think. With a burst of conviction, he decided to charge in and deal with the consequences later. His expression hardened with grim determination as powerful flames erupted around his form. But then, a shocking development stopped him dead in his tracks. He cursed under his breath as the situation grew infinitely more complicated. His stomach dropped as he realized the soul saint herself had also been corrupted. P1G, the possessed hero let out a pained, guttural groan. Narration transition. He desperately pleaded with the soul saint, urging her to fight the influence and come back to her senses. Through her corrupted form, she mockingly asked if he was ultimately no different than the bastards from her past. She then raised her staff high, unleashing a massive, overwhelming beam of pure energy. The spiky-haired warrior gritted his teeth, his entire body straining to withstand the immense power of the blast. His vision was consumed by a chaotic, muddy torrent of raw power. The attack culminated in a blindingly bright blue explosion that sent rocks and debris flying in every direction. He realized he could not get close to the evil spirit without going through her first. He grappled with the grim fact that defeating the evil spirit required defeating the soul saint, an outcome he wasn't sure he could achieve. He weighed the impossible odds, knowing that even if he won, there was no guarantee the soul saint would survive, and the fate of both himself and the spirit would remain uncertain. He saw the situation for the tactical nightmare it was, a perfect checkmate. He lamented that no matter what choice he made, a great sacrifice was now unavoidable. A voice from within pleaded with him not to be swayed by her despair, reminding him that she was the great hero who had once saved the world. The phrase "saved the world" echoed in his mind, sparking a connection to her words. He then understood that the voice was no longer the devil's, but the soul saint's own consciousness, recounting her dream of a perfect world and the terrible reality of the catastrophe. She asked if he had ever witnessed a world where people were forced to exchange their children just to get food. Her voice, thick with sorrow, painted a grisly image of children's corpses hanging from every street corner. She recounted the moral decay of a time when one had to sacrifice others to live, when law, order, and ethics had been completely torn apart by destruction. She explained that despite her desperate struggles to fix that world, nothing had truly changed, as hunger and pain proved to be everlasting. The soul saint confessed that while she once found happiness just in being alive, her existence had now become a source of constant pain. She mournfully described their reality as a world where the only thing separating humans from monsters was the simple ability to speak. She took responsibility for creating this world and revealed that when she tried to change it once more, her own comrades had stopped her. They had warned her against forcing her will upon others and, just like everyone else, had turned away from her cause. She felt utterly betrayed by their ability to ignore the palpable suffering of the people right in front of them. In the end, this ideological rift had forced the soul saint to abandon them. She had then retreated into solitude, using spiritual training as a way to calm her mind, only to find it amplified the world's resentment and the wails of the dead. This intense spiritual connection revealed to her the true, immeasurable depth of the world's pain. She heard the countless silent screams of those who felt abandoned, all asking her why they were denied the chance to be happy. And so, she declared her new mission: she would no longer ignore their sorrow and would give everyone equal rest through death itself. The corrupted saint confidently told him that he could not stop her, as her fall was not caused simply by the devil's influence. She explained that the evil spirit was merely the spark that ignited the seeds of doubt and anguish already festering within her as a hero of the cataclysm. The profound question about his reason for living echoed in his mind once more. And in that dark, desperate moment, he finally understood its true meaning. A tremendous surge of power erupted from deep within him. He now comprehended the profound reason why Buddha had posed such a question in the first place. He unleashed a brilliant, cleaving attack, a slash of mixed blue and orange energy that tore through the very air. With newfound clarity, he called out the Soul Saint's name. He then challenged her sorrowful worldview, demanding to know why she only looked at the people who had already been lost. He called out to the fallen hero, addressing the Madam Soul Saint directly. He challenged her, demanding to know why she focused only on the people who had already been lost. The Soul Saint froze, his words striking her with unexpected force. He acknowledged her view, agreeing that the world was not a beautiful place and that many died from unspoken pain. However, he argued that life was not a simple dichotomy between the strong who must be defeated and the weak who must be saved. He explained that everyone lives carrying their own daily burden, often too exhausted by their own lives to have the energy to share in another's pain. He continued, stating that judging people at their lowest point was not wisdom but arrogance, as they were simply too tired to suffer for anyone else. He clarified that people felt they had truly lived only after they had endured the torment of their own day. The Soul Saint retorted, insisting that as heroes of the cataclysm, her comrades, at least, should not have ignored the world's suffering. He countered her argument, reminding her that even the greatest heroes were, in the end, still human. He conceded that many people in the world died unjustly, and that her grief for them was understandable. Yet, he posed a sharp question, asking if she truly thought she could carry the weight of all their sadness for the rest of her life. He pressed on, questioning if she believed she could handle that immense sorrow until it was completely eradicated from the world. He then gently pointed out that in her quest, she herself was suffering a great and difficult burden. Dark, sorrowful tears streamed from her eyes, a testament to the truth in his words. He described the human condition as a constant struggle for survival, where each day is lived in fear of the next day's collapse. He emphasized that despite this harsh reality, people still manage to find small, yet profound, moments of joy. He painted a picture of these simple pleasures, laughing with friends, sharing meals, and the quiet hope that they could endure it all again tomorrow. He then revealed a powerful truth, declaring that this very happiness was something she herself had created for the world. He reminded her that it was her victory over the cataclysm that had returned daily life to a world once consumed by survival. He then posed his final, piercing question: why did the very person who restored normalcy now only see the sick and suffering? His profound insight left the Soul Saint utterly stunned and without a response. From deep within her, the corrupted devil, a horned red monster, let out a guttural roar from its wide, tooth-filled maw. He pleaded with her not to deny the happiness she created, explaining that goodness corrupts itself through its own contradictions, and that life's beauty is only realized in hindsight, like a path of flowers she herself had planted. A strangled gasp of pain erupted from the demonic entity within her. His words about not turning away from life echoed in its mind, causing it to reel in confusion. The powerful declaration that goodness is corrupted by itself, not by evil, struck the creature like a physical blow. The poetic imagery of life as a flower path only seen after passing caused it to shriek in agony. He continued his verbal assault, reminding her that the path became filled with flowers. Precisely because she had been the one to walk upon it. A system notification confirmed the profound impact of his words, showing a massive regression in the devil's influence. The evil spirit let out a choked, desperate cry as its power waned. It continued to convulse, its form flickering under the weight of his spiritual enlightenment. He told the tormented spirit that it already knew the truth of his words. He stated a simple fact: the moment a mind collapses, the body it inhabits becomes as fragile as paper. A colossal hand of pure, golden light descended from above, pressing down on the dark, chaotic mass of the devil. In a blinding flash, his spear plunged into the spectral red creature, piercing its core. The head of the demonic beast was instantly engulfed and consumed by the brilliant, purifying light. For a brief moment, the entire area was bleached white by the overwhelming explosion of sacred energy. When the light finally faded, the white-haired soul saint lay on the ground, her eyes wide with bewildered shock. Straining from the effort, he asked if she had finally regained her senses. He told her to rest, reassuring her that the devil had been completely vanquished. A companion confirmed that the divine spirit had also emerged from the battle perfectly unharmed. She expressed her immense relief, realizing his unwavering heart technique had precisely targeted and destroyed only the devil's soul. He marveled at his own growth, noting his newfound ability to project his power externally and the incredible boost to his internal energy centers. The Sword Saint observed with astonishment that the young man's strength now rivaled that of the original Cataclysm heroes. He then predicted that the boy would surpass them all in less than a year, all while playfully fending off the divine spirit's affectionate licks. A deep worry surfaced as the Sword Saint pondered who could possibly stop this young hero if his immense power ever became corrupted. He offered a cynical worldview, suggesting that while the world seems unreasonable, it was an unchangeable fact of life. The young hero firmly disagreed, arguing that the world was improving and that people's consideration for one another was genuine, not hypocrisy. The veteran hero confessed his fear that the boy's optimism would eventually turn to pessimism. The young man countered, questioning the very meaning of progress if modern values were no different from the rigid class structures of the past. He stated with absolute certainty his belief that the world was indeed changing for the better. With unwavering conviction, he declared that even if it wasn't, he would dedicate his life to making it so. Hearing this, the Sword Saint fell to his knees, a wave of liberating laughter washing over him. He finally understood that he had been foolishly worrying about a bent shadow while ignoring the strength of the tree casting it. He admitted he had spent far too long lost in grief and self-blame, now seeing the true meaning of the question about why he hadn't ended his life. He realized that this profound question was meant not just for him, but for all people struggling through their lives. He acknowledged that he didn't have a complete answer yet, but thanked the young hero for giving him the strength and a new reason to live. He expressed his hope that once he fully completed Buddha's lecture, he could finally answer that question, offering his deepest gratitude for being helped back to his feet. In a high-rise office overlooking the city, a man received grave news while his subordinate knelt silently behind him. A shocking report had just come in confirming that the devil had been killed. The man reacted with utter disbelief, exclaiming that the devil's death was simply impossible. He elaborated that the very concept of death did not apply to the devil, as only one being in existence possessed the power to truly destroy it. After dismissing the possibility of that legendary figure's involvement, his thoughts immediately landed on a single name, SeoJoon. He turned and furiously demanded to know why his subordinate, Kalia, had failed in her duty to report every single detail related to the young man. He sternly warned her that this was a matter of utmost seriousness, as a very powerful figure had now taken a personal interest. The man then pointed out Kalia's existing connection to SeoJoon and her ongoing efforts to keep him in check using Korean guilds, a fact she nervously affirmed. With the stakes now higher than ever, he gave her a direct order to make her move. Kalia stammered, horrified as she sought clarification on the dark implication of his command. He grimly clarified that it was time to forcefully correct this twisted thread of fate and put it back on its intended path. Meanwhile, in a much friendlier setting, SeoJoon asked the Soul Saint what she was planning to do now that she was free. She admitted her uncertainty, explaining that after a life lived in seclusion, she no longer felt the need to hide from the world. The Soul Saint expressed a desire to venture out once more, which prompted SeoJoon to graciously offer her a place to stay at his guild. He explained that whatever she chose to do, she would need a base of operations and a place to prepare for her new life. He added that her presence would also be invaluable, as he needed someone to testify about the incident to the Dark Saint, though she immediately refused, not wanting to be a burden. SeoJoon emphatically insisted that her stay would be no trouble at all. In fact, he claimed it would be a profound honor for them to host her. Moved by his sincerity, she offered a compromise, proposing to teach him her coveted spiritual art to make up for the trouble. To her astonishment, he politely rejected her offer, beginning to explain something about the basics of her craft. The soul saint was left utterly baffled and speechless by his unexpected refusal. She asked him to repeat himself, and he calmly reiterated that it was all right, simply requesting that she stay with them for the time being. Internally, she reeled from the rejection, unable to believe he had turned down a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that even S-rank hunters would kill for. She then conceded that perhaps she was unworthy to teach him, marveling at his genuine kindness in trying to help her for nothing in return. SeoJoon then awkwardly cleared his throat and suggested that if she truly wished to repay him, a monetary sum of 10 billion would be acceptable, a proposal she readily agreed to. He stammered, asking if she was certain that money would be sufficient, and she confirmed with an enthusiastic affirmation. She promised to provide ample payment to cover the cost of saving her life, causing SeoJoon to clench his fist in a moment of pure, unrestrained avarice. In high spirits, SeoJoon led the way to his guild, assuring her that she wouldn't be lonely, as some of her old friends would surely visit. The mention of friends made her pause, a look of contemplation crossing her features. Their journey concluded as they arrived at the headquarters of the Dream Guild. SeoJoon proudly introduced his guildmates to their esteemed guest, informing them that the Soul Saint would be staying with them for a while. Though clearly confused, the members warmly welcomed her and urged her to make herself at home, a kindness for which she expressed her deepest thanks. SeoJoon simply laughed, waving off her gratitude as if it were no big deal. One of the members then nervously asked the captain if he was planning to immediately drag them all on a dungeon raid. SeoJoon put their fears to rest, admitting that even he was too tired for a raid that day. He dismissed everyone to carry on with their activities, leading to a collective sigh of relief from his raid-weary guildmates. As the members scattered, the Soul Saint's attention was drawn to a young woman in red, her eyes closed in deep focus as a katana glowed in her hands. Her gaze then moved to another pair, where a girl in a pink hoodie was playfully sparring with a young man, both smiling as she feigned an attack with a knife. The Soul Saint hummed in quiet contemplation, absorbing the unexpected scene of youthful power. She then noticed a third practitioner, a young woman with long, dark hair, gripping the hilt of her weapon from behind. A profound realization began to dawn upon the veteran hero as she observed the training guild members. She turned to SeoJoon and asked if one of the girls was using the Dark Saint's secret technique, which he nonchalantly confirmed. Her eyes widened as she pointed to another, asking if that was the Magic Saint's unique technique, and again, he affirmed it was. After identifying the Sword Saint's granddaughter among them, she demanded to know the identities of the other two, learning they were disciples of the Dark and Magic Saints. The Soul Saint was left breathless, struggling to process that the descendants of the three legendary saints were all gathered in this one guild. She could only wonder what on earth this place truly was. A sudden thought struck her, and she turned to SeoJoon, asking if he, too, was the descendant of a saint. He immediately and nervously denied having any such prestigious lineage. The Soul Saint simply stared at him, a silent, knowing look in her eyes. Later, alone, SeoJoon excitedly tallied his new earnings, a total of 43 billion won, which was just enough to enroll in one more divine lecture. He scrolled through the outrageously expensive courses, shocked that he had managed to gather the 40 billion fee so quickly. Now torn between two equally tempting lectures, he briefly toyed with the idea of asking the Soul Saint for another 40 billion before dismissing it as too greedy. Just then, he saw the Soul Saint nearby, and a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He quickly rushed over, calling out for her to wait a moment. A short while later, as he led her somewhere, she asked him where exactly they were going. Recognizing the secluded back alley behind the guild, she questioned his motives for bringing her to such a place. A mysterious voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, expressing its gladness that the Soul Saint was still alive. The Soul Saint gasped, whipping her head around in complete surprise at the unseen presence. She recognized the figure as the Dark Saint and was shocked he had approached undetected, while he wryly commented that his stealth arts must be working if she was surprised. The Dark Saint then muttered his frustration that SeoJoon always saw through his stealth, causing the Soul Saint to realize with astonishment that the boy had detected him on his own. She began firing off a barrage of questions about his injuries and the disciples, but he held up a hand and urged her to calm down. The Dark Saint promised he would explain everything later, but first demanded to know what happened in the dungeon, to which she gave a simple, powerful answer: the boy had saved her life. As she began her full report, starting with the call from Tae-bum, she was suddenly interrupted and asked to hold on. SeoJoon had stepped forward, politely requesting permission to be the one to provide the explanation. A confident, knowing smirk spread across SeoJoon's face as he prepared to recount the tale in his own words. SeoJoon began his embellished account, explaining that he had gone to the Draugr dungeon at the association president's request, only to unexpectedly encounter the Soul Saint herself. He claimed that seeing her enter the dungeon was an immediate sign that something important was happening, linking it directly to the 10 billion won the Dark Saint had promised for intel. He continued his tale, stating he and the Soul Saint investigated together but found nothing, which led him to suspect that the Order of Truth had tampered with the dungeon. Seeking to legitimize his story, he turned to the Soul Saint for confirmation, putting her on the spot. The Soul Saint hesitantly corroborated his account, recalling how she had summoned her divine spirit after he pointed out the dimensional distortion. SeoJoon then added a dramatic flourish, inventing a devil that appeared and targeted the Soul Saint, which he heroically dispatched, a detail that clearly stunned the Dark Saint. He presented the Soul Saint as his key witness, and she reluctantly confirmed that the core of his statement was, in fact, true. A triumphant smirk played on SeoJoon's lips as he asserted his honesty, though the Soul Saint internally noted that his version of events was quite different from her own memory. Having established his credibility, SeoJoon pivoted back to his primary goal, framing his reward as payment for uncovering the Order of Truth's plot against the Soul Saint. After a moment of hesitation, the Dark Saint conceded, agreeing to pay the promised 10 billion won, which sent a wave of silent celebration through SeoJoon. The Soul Saint, however, was still trying to grasp the situation, asking for more details about the threat against her. The Dark Saint grimly confirmed the Order was targeting not just her, but all the heroes of the Cataclysm. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing that he had also been personally threatened by one of the Order's top echelons, the Apostle of Temperance. The Soul Saint struggled to comprehend why the Order would escalate their activities to such a degree, deploying their powerful apostles for direct assassinations. The Dark Saint wondered aloud if their motives could somehow be connected to the long-vanished monster, Berserk, prompting the Soul Saint to ask for clarification. Stepping in, SeoJoon prefaced his next words with a caution, asking them to remember that what he was about to say was purely his own speculation. He reminded the Dark Saint of his own previous statement, that Berserk had been made to disappear by the Great Void and the 7 Apostles, not killed, before asking just how powerful the beast truly was. The Dark Saint somberly described Berserk as a monster so terrifying that even the combined might of all the world's heroes could not guarantee victory, a point SeoJoon immediately latched onto. SeoJoon emphasized the uncertainty of that past conflict, noting that no one knew if the world would end before Berserk fell. He then posed a critical question, asking what would happen if the Order of Truth had known the deciding factor in that fight, a notion the Dark Saint initially dismissed as nonsense. Undeterred, SeoJoon introduced the possibility that the Order of Truth possessed the ability to see the future. He argued that even an imperfect form of future sight would fundamentally change the entire strategic landscape for them. SeoJoon connected this idea to the Order's known practice of observation, a realization that visibly struck the Dark Saint. Urged to continue, SeoJoon outlined his theory. The Order had foreseen a future where Berserk would be defeated, and thus decided to remove the monster from the equation for the time being. The Soul Saint processed this shocking implication, questioning if he meant the Order's leaders had intentionally made Berserk disappear. As the Dark Saint pondered their motive for such an act, SeoJoon provided a chilling answer: only heroes possessed the power to stand against Berserk. Therefore, SeoJoon theorized, the Order was biding its time, systematically eliminating the heroes who could oppose the monster. The terrifying conclusion was that once no heroes remained, the Order would release Berserk upon a defenseless world, bringing about its end. The Soul Saint raised a valid point, asking why the order wouldn't simply wait for the heroes to die of old age, a strategy SeoJoon acknowledged was logical. He countered with another assumption: the order's control over Berserk was finite, and they were running out of time, citing the sudden increase in world distortions as proof. SeoJoon then proposed that these distortions were the direct result of Berserk's sealed power leaking out into the world. He offered three possible explanations. Berserk's seal was weakening naturally, the order had found a new way to utilize its power, or it was a combination of both possibilities. He was quick to remind them that his entire theory hinged on the unproven assumption that the Order of Truth's ultimate goal was the world's destruction. SeoJoon himself pointed out the flaw in his logic, noting the Order's history of saving people alongside the heroes during the Cataclysm seemed to contradict such a malevolent plan. He admitted that with so little known about the mysterious organization, he couldn't resolve the many contradictions. The Dark Saint silently contemplated SeoJoon's words, finding the entire hypothesis to be, on its face, utterly ridiculous. But a seed of doubt was planted, and he considered the terrifying possibility that if the boy was right, the world had no way to stop a resurrected Berserk. A sliver of hope then entered his thoughts as he glanced at the young man, wondering if this unlikely upstart was somehow the key. When asked about his next steps, the Dark Saint admitted his plans had changed. He now believed that understanding the true nature of the Order of Truth was his top priority. He then announced his intention to leave Korea and continue his investigation abroad, a decision that surprised SeoJoon. The Dark Saint explained that his activities in Korea were now compromised since the Apostle of Temperance was aware of his presence. He also felt it was crucial to determine if the Order was targeting heroes globally or if the threat was confined to Korea. He then turned to the Soul Saint and inquired about her own plans for the future. She confessed that she was still at a loss, having been so disconnected from the world for so long. For now, she planned to re-engage with society with SeoJoon's assistance, recognizing the undeniable threat the Order posed to all heroes. The Dark Saint acknowledged her past reasons for seclusion but gently insisted she reconsider her isolation. He strongly advised her that it was time to let the world know of her existence once more, a suggestion she finally accepted. He then mused that the Sword Saint's high public profile was likely the very reason he hadn't been targeted by the Order of Truth. The Dark Saint's attention then shifted to SeoJoon, whom he warned would now need to be especially careful. He explained that while the Order had likely viewed him as an insignificant variable before, they wouldn't make that mistake again. After the events in the dungeon, the Dark Saint was certain the Order would now see SeoJoon as a legitimate and dangerous threat. His counsel delivered, the Dark Saint prepared to take his leave, stating that he had said everything he needed to. He promised to seek them out again as soon as he acquired any new intelligence about their common enemy. But just as he was about to vanish, SeoJoon's sudden shout to wait shattered the silence, startling the veteran hero. With impeccable timing, SeoJoon reminded the Dark Saint not to forget the 13 billion won he was still owed before he departed the country. As SeoJoon pleaded his case, the Dark Saint wryly wondered if the boy's senses were preternaturally attuned to the smell of money. Elsewhere, in a formal hearing, the Hunter Association president faced a barrage of questions regarding his decision to grant an S-rank license to a hunter with no official achievements. One assemblyman furiously accused him of misappropriating 30 billion won of the association's budget, labeling it a gross abuse of authority and a careless use of public taxes. Another politician echoed the sentiment, crying foul and calling the act blatant nepotism that undermined the efforts of every other hunter striving for the same rank. The condemnation reached a fever pitch as a congressman lambasted the unprecedented special treatment given to the rookie Kim SeoJoon, demanding the stoic president offer some kind of explanation. The association president listened calmly, internally noting how these typically self-serving politicians were now united against him, their true motives quite transparent to him. From the sidelines, a shadowy figure known as Ryu Jinchul observed the proceedings, recognizing the political game being played. As an assemblyman angrily demanded to know if the president considered the hearing a joke, the president coolly turned the very same question back on his accusers. Breaking his silence with sudden intensity, he asked the room if they truly believed he was treating this matter as a game out of boredom. He then calmly conceded their point about special treatment before looking them all in the eye and defiantly challenging them to do something about it. At the head of a grand conference room, the association president stood at a podium, confronting the assemblymen seated before him. He then threw a challenging hypothetical at his accusers, asking if they would dare to stop him if he were to grant the legendary Sword Saint an S-rank license. When an assemblyman tried to deflect, the president refused to let him, pointedly demanding an answer to his question. The politician stammered that an S-rank license was hardly worthy of the Sword Saint, only for the president to counter that the hero had no official dungeon achievements since the Cataclysm. He then explained that their silence regarding the Sword Saint stemmed from a universal awareness of his skills and sacrifices, which transcended any formal achievements they demanded of SeoJoon. With pointed emphasis, the president declared that the very same consideration should be extended to hunter Kim SeoJoon. He firmly stated that hero-ranked hunters deserved corresponding treatment, and if they considered that special, then he was fine with the label, leaving them speechless. The president then shifted his focus, directly addressing their accusation that he had wasted the people's tax money. He posed a rhetorical question about the proper use of taxes, and an assemblyman responded that it should, of course, be used for the people. To their shock, the president claimed that was precisely what he had done, prompting an outraged demand for how giving SeoJoon 30 billion won could possibly benefit the public. He shot back, questioning if the assemblyman truly understood the cataclysmic damage and unimaginable casualties that would have occurred had the Drager dungeon broken. The president framed the 30 billion won as a crucial investment in the nation's safety, asking what could possibly be wrong with using their precious tax money for that very purpose. He then turned his attention to their cries of injustice, scoffing that he had no idea what they meant when they spoke of fairness. The president highlighted the assemblymen's own inflated salaries, questioning if that wasn't unfair, and when one claimed their work was more important, he challenged whether SeoJoon's life-risking efforts were not. Flustered, an assemblyman dismissed the comparison entirely and fell back on the argument that it was simply too early for SeoJoon to be in S-rank. A tense silence followed as the president coolly regarded their sputtering justifications. He knew they were aware of SeoJoon's skills and the deal's fairness, yet they argued he needed more experience and that the president should curb a rookie's conceit. The president saw through their flimsy excuses, recognizing that their opposition was rooted in Ryu Jinchul's political influence and the kickbacks that came with it. He looked them in the eye and bluntly accused them of being the ones who truly wasted the taxpayers' money. The president admonished them, stating that as government officials, they should at least feel a shred of shame for their actions, which only earned him an indignant outburst. Ignoring their protests, he made his final decision known: from that moment forward, Kim SeoJoon would officially be an S-rank hunter, a declaration they met with furious disbelief. As they fumed, the president silently judged them all as a pathetic collection of self-serving fools. Elsewhere, a woman with an air of authority formally greeted Sir Lee Tae-bum, noting it was the first time they had met in such a manner. The man recognized her instantly, his voice filled with surprise as he identified her as Lady Kalia. In yet another location, a different woman approached a young man and introduced herself to hunter Kim SeoJoon. She stated her name was Park Yuman and that she was a member of the Dungeon Management Department within the Pro Hunter Association. SeoJoon offered a polite greeting before asking the reason for her visit, to which she replied she had something very important to discuss. He then mentioned that he had been expecting the association president himself and wondered if her visit was unrelated, but she confirmed it was connected. She carefully explained that the association president was unfortunately unable to come at that moment, a statement which caught SeoJoon by surprise. A sudden wave of panic washed over SeoJoon's face as his mind immediately jumped to the worst possible conclusion. He urgently asked if her news was about the 30 billion won being rescinded or reduced, but she frantically assured him that was not the case at all. Visibly relieved, SeoJoon sought confirmation, and Park Yuman quickly reaffirmed that the 30 billion won payment had already been approved. She further promised him that the funds would be transferred to his account that very day or by the following morning at the latest. A look of profound surprise and relief settled on the face of the spiky-haired young man in the black hoodie. SeoJoon laughed, admitting his overexcitement, while Park Yumin explained that despite strong opposition, the president was successfully pushing through his S-rank status. She elaborated that the president was busy dealing with the unprecedented nature of the situation, so she had been sent to update him, prompting SeoJoon to immediately ask about his money again. Taken aback, Park Yumin once more assured him the payment was approved and imminent, an answer SeoJoon finally accepted. Internally, the association staffer reeled from the exchange, stunned that he cared so little for the S-rank license but was ready to kill over the 30 billion won. She reflected that almost any other hunter would have chosen the prestigious S-rank license over the monetary reward. After all, being an S-rank meant standing at the very top of the pro-hunter world, a position and reputation that money simply couldn't buy. This left her wondering what made Kim SeoJoon so fundamentally different. She was struck by the complete absence of greed in his eyes, a train of thought that was suddenly interrupted when he asked if the money would be taxed. In that moment, she understood that while he was obsessed with money, he treated it purely as a tool, a means rather than an end. It was strange how he was so unconcerned with matters of status and prestige, and she quickly assured him that, of course, there would be no taxes. Concluding that he was both different from and yet similar to the heroes of the Cataclysm, she relayed the president's promise to visit soon, which SeoJoon calmly acknowledged. Later, a smiling SeoJoon walked casually down a street, followed at a respectful distance by the president's aide in a sharp suit. The two proceeded in a contemplative silence for a few moments. At last, the aide spoke up, confessing that he honestly didn't understand the president's actions. The association president inquired what he meant, and the aide pointed out his boss's unusual habit of personally handling every matter related to Kim SeoJoon. He admitted the president had managed to navigate the Hunter exam and the Dream Guild's formation, but warned that securing the S-rank license would not be so easy. The aide voiced his fear that the president's very position was now at risk, prompting the president to recall a conversation they often had over drinks. He began to recite his old belief that if the current trend was for hunters to only chase benefits, then perhaps they had no choice but to accept that reality. The president went on to describe the current pro-hunter world in Korea as sickeningly ill, ruled for decades by the powerful cartel known as the Five Guilds. He lamented how their deep-seated corruption was spreading like a poison, affecting not just the hunter world but the entirety of Korean society. He admitted that despite his best attempts to correct this course, simply maintaining the status quo had been the limit of his power. For a long time, he had resigned himself to the belief that a single individual could never hope to stand against such a powerful tide. A thoughtful pause punctuated his somber reflection on past helplessness. But then, he revealed, for some inexplicable reason, he started to believe that with Hunter Kim SeoJoon, the impossible might just be possible. He described SeoJoon as the kind of person who could plant a seed of hope in a mind consumed by doubt, proposing this was the true essence of an S-rank hunter, a sentiment his aide finally understood. Back with SeoJoon, Park Yumin called out his name, her tone now carrying a different weight. She hesitantly admitted that she might not have the right, but she felt compelled to express her sincere gratitude to him on behalf of all the people of Korea. As she looked at him, she reflected on the president's words about a true S-rank hunter and felt a new sense of hope beginning to stir within her as well. The very next day, news of the Dark Guild incident and SeoJoon's unprecedented achievements exploded across every media outlet, completely reshaping the public narrative. Yet, the subject of this media storm was utterly uninterested in his newfound fame, his entire focus captivated by a notification confirming a deposit of 30 billion won into his account. SeoJoon paused to contemplate his financial predicament. He calculated the staggering costs for his advancement, realizing 2 lectures and another elixir would require a total of 95 billion won. He then checked his current balance, which stood at a comparatively meager 43 billion won. A quick mental tally confirmed that he was still short by a massive 52 billion won. He despaired at his situation, questioning the practical benefit of his new S-rank status and guild perks if all his earnings were immediately consumed. SeoJoon bitterly wondered if this constant, crushing need for money was an inherent cruelty of causality or a problem uniquely his own. Seeking answers, he searched for the term causality online, discovering a flood of complaints from others who felt similarly burdened. The search results revealed a shared frustration, with users lamenting how difficult it was to collect causality and some even claiming to have been farming it for over a century. He also found warnings about scams, specifically one involving an instructor named Loki who tricked freshmen with promises of copying causality. Realizing he wasn't alone in this financial struggle, he began to suspect this was the true reason the Unwavering Heart lecture was a mandatory subject. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from just outside his door. SeoJoon invited the association president inside, who apologized for arriving so early in the morning. The president immediately looked around the room for the Soul Saint, leading SeoJoon to explain that he had set up a separate room upstairs for her to rest comfortably. The president quickly clarified that while he did intend to greet the Soul Saint, his primary reason for the visit was to speak with SeoJoon himself. When SeoJoon asked about the purpose of the meeting, the president informed him that Lady Kalia had visited the day before. He stated that Kalia had come to ask for his help, a piece of news that visibly surprised SeoJoon. The association president paused, appearing hesitant to broach the next subject. He then cautiously asked if SeoJoon knew anything about the current situation unfolding in Europe. An image of chaos flashed through their minds, depicting monstrous snakes and spiders rampaging through a town as people fled in terror. The horrific vision showed a giant snake lunging with its jaws agape toward a crowd of screaming citizens. The president grimly confirmed that this nightmare was the present reality in Italy. The heart-wrenching sound of a child's cry filled the air from a device. The source was a phone displaying a video of a sobbing child sitting alone amidst widespread destruction. The president reiterated that this devastating scene accurately depicted the current state of affairs in Italy. SeoJoon expressed his profound disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a disaster could occur in an era with advanced artificial awakening and a surplus of hunters. The president explained that the frequency of dungeon distortions had recently surged all across Europe. He added that the Italian government's mobilization of hunters had failed to contain the crisis, which prompted SeoJoon to question the absence of Andrea. Just then, the Soul Saint appeared from upstairs, asking if the situation had truly become so dire that even Andrea couldn't handle it. SeoJoon confirmed they were referring to Sir Andrea, the legendary Italian hero of the Cataclysm, which the Soul Saint affirmed. With a grave tone, the Soul Saint delivered the shocking news that Andrea had recently passed away. She elaborated that his death was officially attributed to a dungeon accident. While she lacked the specific details, she understood a distortion had occurred while he was in the middle of clearing a dungeon. The president added that it wasn't an isolated incident, as similar catastrophic events were being reported in other European nations. He explained that while many heroes of the Cataclysm were fighting independently, the situation had grown so severe that the European Union had formally requested aid from the Order of Truth. SeoJoon, still trying to process everything, asked why he was being told all this, and the president finally revealed Kalia's request for Korea to lend its aid to Italy. The Soul Saint questioned if the situation was so bad that even the Order of Truth couldn't solve it, but the president replied that Italy's case had an additional complication. When SeoJoon asked what he meant, the Soul Saint somberly stated that it was because of Andrea's death. She then revealed a crucial detail: Andrea wasn't just a hero, he had also been the godfather of the mafia. He had been the head of the Sicilian mafia and was the first person in history to successfully unify the global criminal syndicate. The Soul Saint recalled him as a relentless man who was constantly and loudly proclaiming his intent to rehabilitate the entire criminal organization. She admitted to having dismissed his ambitions as nonsense at the time but conceded that he had somehow managed to actually achieve his goal. The president let out a heavy sigh, contemplating the immense complexity of the situation. The Soul Saint noted that although there was internal resistance within the mafia, no one could stand against a hero of the Cataclysm. She then posed a rhetorical question about how those crazy dogs would behave now that their leash was broken, concluding Italy must be in a state of anarchy. She continued, pointing out the Order of Truth had already refused a secret request from the Italian government, and then admonished the president for even considering asking SeoJoon to handle a mess that a hero of the Cataclysm couldn't. The president defended himself, stating that he had initially refused Kalia's request but had promised to at least convey her message to SeoJoon. He then looked directly at SeoJoon and advised him that he was under no obligation to get involved. The Soul Saint strongly agreed, adding that she saw no logical reason for him to travel to a foreign country so rife with danger. SeoJoon, however, remained silent, a thoughtful expression suggesting he had other plans. Meanwhile, in another location, Kalia was being questioned about Kim SeoJoon's motives, specifically if he was demanding money. Her superior asked if SeoJoon was aware of their ultimate goal, to which an aide replied that he believed SeoJoon was ignorant of it. Confused by his actions, the superior pressed for another explanation, and the aide hesitantly offered his personal theory. The aide suggested that, from what he could tell, SeoJoon was simply obsessed with money. When asked for the specific amount, the aide revealed the demand was for 100 billion won, which made the superior remark that SeoJoon was indeed crazy. The aide then shared a critical condition of the deal: SeoJoon would bring his entire dream team, not go alone as he had before. After a moment of thought, the superior issued a command to give SeoJoon what he wanted, stunning the aide with the sudden approval. The leader justified the enormous expense by pointing out that the monster which had killed Andrea was still loose in Italy, and if SeoJoon was willing to face it, they shouldn't stand in his way. Turning to Kalia, the leader reminded her that the apostolic ceremony was near, and that once she ascended, she would understand the reasoning behind all of these decisions. Kalia seemed hesitant to speak further, but her superior cut her off, asking if there was anything else to report. She quietly added SeoJoon's final condition: he required the full payment to be deposited in advance. Back at the guild, SeoJoon finished explaining the mission, informing his teammates that for reasons related to a large sum of money, the dream team would be deploying to Italy. He tried to assure them that participation was voluntary, but his words were completely drowned out by their excited shouts about an overseas trip, pizza, and pasta. SeoJoon attempted to restore order, fruitlessly reminding them they weren't going on a vacation, but his team ignored his warnings, too busy celebrating and eagerly asking about their departure date. A strained grunt echoed through the training hall as a massive figure pushed past his physical limits. A nearby teammate remarked that the tremors rocking the building felt even more intense than usual that day. The news that the dream team's trip to Italy had been confirmed was the talk of the guild. The team discussed the 100 billion won payment, with some marveling at the amount while others quietly questioned SeoJoon's obsession with money. With only 2 weeks remaining before their departure, a guild member offered the Soul Saint a polite good morning. A chorus of greetings followed as more people arrived, though one girl gave a more hesitant and quiet hello. A booming salutation then revealed the source of the tremors, as the massive man continued his building-shaking workout. Another team member voiced his unease, wondering what on earth their teammate was lifting to cause such an incredible disturbance. The Soul Saint, however, remained silent, her gaze analytically sweeping over the assembled group. Her eyes fell first on the highly touted disciple of the Sword Saint. Next, her attention shifted to the disciple of the Dark Saint, whom she regarded with a thoughtful hum. Finally, she acknowledged the presence of the Magic Saint's disciple. She marveled internally at how so many incredible and powerful talents had been brought into harmony by the light of a single person. Her focus then narrowed to the one person who stood apart from the rest. She observed the young woman who carried an aura of feeling distinctly out of place. By sensing the girl's spiritual energy, the Soul Saint knew that the dark color of her soul could only mean one thing. Judging the girl's personality to be poor, she confronted her directly, and the startled girl could only stammer a weak excuse for her presence. The Soul Saint immediately perceived the girl's dishonesty and challenged her evasive answer. She mused that the girl's soul should have been completely black and corrupted, similar in a way to Ryu Jinchol's. Yet, she realized that the soul's degeneration had somehow been halted, theorizing that SeoJoon had shattered the girl's narrow worldview. The Soul Saint saw a child consumed by self-doubt, isolated because she desperately wanted to change but had no idea how. Mumbling an old proverb to herself, she reflected on how even gods were said to be unable to control human affairs. She then made a decision, instructing the bewildered girl to follow her so they could begin working on her personality. When the girl hesitated, the Soul Saint firmly asked if she was unwilling to comply. The girl stood in stunned silence, unable to form a protest. She let out a heavy sigh of resignation, accepting her strange fate. A sudden, sharp cry of pain then escaped the girl's lips. Completely unfazed, the Soul Saint simply questioned if the girl was still being dishonest. The girl protested the sudden strike, only to cry out again as another blow landed. A nearby teammate watched the bizarre scene in complete confusion, reminding himself they only had 2 weeks. The Soul Saint declared her new mission was to root out the girl's rotten character, brushing off her confused protests. She then established a new rule, informing the girl she would only accept yes for an answer, which the terrified girl quickly affirmed. After being scolded for a slow response, the girl shouted her agreement, further deepening the onlookers' bewilderment. The teammate concluded that the Soul Saint was a true mystery as information about her intense training regimens flashed in his mind. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's departure spread across Korea, sparking a flurry of online comments filled with both anxiety and anticipation. Leaving the nation's mixed reactions of worry and expectation behind them, the Dream Team officially embarked on their journey to Italy. A firm step onto foreign soil symbolized their arrival in a new and dangerous land. The Dream Team had finally reached Italy, and several members took in their new surroundings with excitement. Their thoughts immediately turned to pizza and pasta, forcing an exasperated SeoJoon to remind them that this was a serious mission, not a vacation. From a nearby alley, an unseen figure watched the team's arrival with a contemptuous smirk. The team soon found themselves in a tense situation, confronted by a group of imposing men in a dimly lit area of the airport. One of SeoJoon's companions surveyed the messy confrontation and asked his leader for instructions. As SeoJoon remarked that an official escort was supposed to meet them, a woman approached and asked if they were the Dream Team. The woman introduced herself as Elena, a member of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association in charge of hunters arriving from Asia. SeoJoon politely returned the greeting and introduced his teammates, who offered a collective hello. Elena's professional demeanor faltered as she sized up the group, openly voicing her disappointment that the Order of Truth hadn't sent at least one S-rank hunter. Despite her misgivings, she offered to guide the weary travelers to their lodgings, only to be interrupted by a hostile murmur from nearby. SeoJoon's expression sharpened as he immediately sensed something was wrong. A teammate asked what the onlookers were saying, but Elena dismissed his concern and urged them to follow her. SeoJoon remained silent, his suspicion growing as he scanned the hostile environment. One of his teammates then expressed amazement at the Dark Saint's disciple, who had already learned to create a spiritual communication medium after just 2 weeks of training. Through this new link, the team overheard local thugs mockingly asking if the cuties were there for sightseeing. The thugs continued their taunts, laughing that the weak-looking hunters would wet their pants if they knew whose territory they were in. One of the team members bristled at the insults and prepared for a fight, only to watch in surprise as the thugs began to back away. A retreating thug ominously told his companion to leave the team be, remarking that they would all be dead soon anyway. SeoJoon's face became a mask of cold determination, his features hardening in the shadows as he absorbed the blatant threat. The retreating thugs jeered, callously remarking that the newcomers were destined to die soon anyway. In response, SeoJoon calmly excused himself for a moment, stepping forward to address the situation personally. Elena watched in horror, immediately realizing the deep trouble they were now in. She frantically explained that their opponents were not common street thugs but ruthless mafia gangs filled with A-rank talents that even the government couldn't control. Desperate, she tried to stop SeoJoon, pleading that he was no match for such dangerous adversaries. With no other choice, Elena and her associate began to walk away, though she cast a deeply concerned glance back at the unfolding confrontation. SeoJoon simply offered a quiet word of reassurance, promising that everything was all right. One of the gangsters looked on in confusion, trying to make sense of the hunter's bold advance. He wondered aloud why the entire foreign team was acting so nonchalantly in the face of certain danger. His companion scoffed, crudely suggesting that SeoJoon was merely paralyzed by fear and looking for the nearest bathroom. SeoJoon surveyed the men before him and coolly observed that the amount of garbage at the airport was a clear sign of Italy's messy state. The insult hung in the air for a moment before its true meaning finally dawned on the enraged thug. With a furious roar, the gangster boss ordered his underlings to utterly crush the insolent hunter. Yet in the aftermath, the thugs lay defeated, leaving onlookers to stare at the impossible outcome. Elena was left completely stunned, struggling to comprehend how a mere A-rank hunter could possess such overwhelming power. Having dealt with the problem, SeoJoon calmly turned to his companions and told them it was time to go. The team finally stepped out into a bright, sunny day, with the elegant architecture of an Italian city stretching before them. On their way, a teammate asked Elena for their destination, and she confirmed they were heading to Naples. She then took the opportunity to clarify that the men SeoJoon had defeated were not the true mafia but a breakaway faction, a detail that took the team by surprise. Elena explained that after the sudden death of a powerful leader named Andrea, the entire organization had fractured into 3 separate groups. 2 of these factions were led by figures known as Agenese of the Moderates and Francesco of Manliness. She revealed the third was led by Antonio, Andrea's official successor, and that the other 2 groups were essentially just criminal organizations. Because of this infighting, Italy's pro-hunters were stretched thin, so she shamefacedly asked if the Dream Team could help deal with the resulting distorted dungeons. The team wasted no time in accepting the mission, assuring her that she could leave it to them. A wave of relief washed over Elena as she offered them her most sincere and heartfelt thanks. Their journey was then violently interrupted as their vehicle was suddenly thrown about in a state of utter chaos. A teammate cried out, demanding to know what was happening just as the van lurched to a jarring halt. Outside, the sounds of panicked screams filled the air as civilians fled for their lives, shouting that monsters were coming. SeoJoon's eyes widened with grim understanding as he took in the scene of pandemonium. He immediately recognized the unfolding disaster as a dungeon break. One of his companions looked on in sheer horror, despairing for the fate of the city. As a light rain began to fall, Elena stood frozen in shock while SeoJoon and a teammate calmly assessed the new threat. SeoJoon made a swift decision, stating that their trip to Naples would have to be postponed. He then took a firm, deliberate step forward onto the wet pavement. He announced to his team that they would begin their work by handling the crisis right where they stood. Meanwhile, within the walls of an ornate, classical-style building, a far more political crisis was underway. Inside the Italian parliament, high-ranking officials were briefed on the news that a mafia faction had taken over the city of Catanzaro. Pro-Hunter Association President Marcello reported that all negotiations had failed, as the occupiers were maintaining a hardline stance. When asked which faction was responsible, Marcello confirmed it was the group known as Francesco the Manliness. Francesco had delivered a terrifying ultimatum, threatening to execute all 90,000 citizens unless he was made association president, an absurd demand that baffled the prime minister. The prime minister then inquired about Antonio, the true successor, who was reportedly struggling to contain the other rogue factions in Sicily. One official grew agitated, remarking that these criminals never would have dared such a thing when Andrea was alive. He despaired at how disastrous the absence of a single hero could be, just as an aide burst into the room with more terrible news. The aide urgently reported that the dungeons that had recently appeared in the city of Latina had now become distorted. The prime minister immediately asked how many hunters they could dispatch, and Marcello grimly listed off their meager forces of C, B, and A-rank hunters. Hopes for international aid were dashed as Marcello could only shake his head, confirming no help was coming. The prime minister clenched his jaw in anguish, wondering if his innocent citizens were to be sacrificed once again. He reluctantly gave the order to mobilize their available hunters, instructing them to save civilians without taking unnecessary risks. Just as the order was given, another aide rushed forward to interrupt the association president. The new information brought a look of disbelief to Marcello's face, causing the prime minister to demand what was going on. The aide struggled to get the words out, stammering the name of the besieged city, Latina. He then relayed the astonishing report that the distorted dungeons in Latina had somehow already been cleared. The incredible report was seemingly confirmed by an image of a lone warrior swinging a brilliant blue weapon against a massive white monster. This impossible feat, they would soon learn, was the work of a small team of foreign hunters who now stood together, victorious. This climactic battle marked the end of a pivotal chapter, heralding a brief rest before their legendary journey would continue. And with that, the world was left to marvel at the unbelievable success of the heroes known as the Dream Team.